Reincarnated in a Game World Volume 1 101 to 172, ch 101. Wednesday, the day after Rika joined. Today I'm going to the Intermediate Tier Dungeon Ghost Cave. It's literally just a bunch of ghosts roaming around a dungeon. The ghosts have very high physical resistance, but on the other hand their magical resistance is quite low. So the basic method for clearing the dungeon is to either use magic or a weapon that has some sort of attribute. Ghosts are also the first monsters in Dun Life that use magic. This dungeon is commonly known as their Berserker Killer, because Berserkers generally have only the bare minimum of equipment on, have low magic resistance, and only use non-attribute physical attacks. We decided to come because Raina got her long-awaited magic attacks and Ista acquired an attribute skill, while I have Shine Lightning, and Hannah has her Fireball. Although I was a little worried. Sonic Sword. Fireball. A ghost ignored Chara's provocation, and headed directly for Anna, so I distracted it with Sonic Sword, while Hannah defeated it. After the battle was over, Chara came over to everyone. Her shoulders slumped. I'm sorry, I missed it again. It's fine, ghosts are pretty difficult, aren't they? Chara's actually kind of amazing. This is real life, so these are real ghosts. However, ignoring her fear, she just continues forward without a single complaint. Meanwhile, in the game, this dungeon was notorious for making children pee themselves. But Hannah admitted that she thought the forest outside the starter village was scarier than this. Chara was however missing the target of her provocation skill fairly often. She could use guard stance to pull all the aggro from every enemy, but she would take hits, although that wasn't necessarily an issue because her res was high. I'd suggested swapping with me and I would be tank, but since she didn't have a way to attack, she refused, saying she would just be following me around. Just don't overdo it. Even if you mess up, we've got you covered. Just take it slow. That's right. Chara is always helping me, so it's my turn to help. I'm here too, of course. You don't have to worry. Thank you. I'll do my best. Our party has really high res and Rana can just heal up any damage we might take, so it's really no problem. While we would normally already be to the boss area by noon, we're progressing a bit slow today and decided to take a lunch break in the area between the 10th and 11th floor. Hannah's cooking is as delicious as ever. There's so many dishes here that I haven't seen, and they're all fresh. That's because it's a lunchbox Lady Rana. It's not something you'd normally see at the palace. It's so good. The dungeon is fun, but this is definitely the best part. Foo. I'm glad everyone is enjoying it. Before I came here I used to think having to eat was tedious, but now I find myself looking forward to lunch. I too have to admit that the best part of coming into the dungeons is Hannah's lunch. Of course it helps that I'm surrounded by beautiful women. ch 102. We finally arrived on the 15th floor at 4 p.m. Chara is far from normal right now, but it seems like she's become accustomed to the dungeon. Should we fight the boss? I want to say, obviously, but I've been relying on you this whole time. That's okay. Leave it to me. The boss here is commonly known as Fatty because he's a fat ghost. Although despite its appearance it's pretty strong and is known to wipe the floor with Berserkers. Its special ability is producing smaller ghosts from its mouth, but as it does this its HP goes down and its body shrinks. However, if you can't defeat the smaller ghosts after a certain amount of time, the larger ghost will eat them and regain its HP. I'm a bit worried about Chara because the boss fight usually turns into a situation where you're surrounded by a bunch of small ghosts. I'm afraid her constitution will deteriorate further. The method of attack is to slowly defeat the smaller ghosts and whittle down the HP. If you attack the main body while there are smaller ghosts out, they will immediately swarm the attacker, making further movement impossible. Don't attack the main body unless I give the signal, especially Raina and Hannah. You have low HP. Okay, I'll be careful. I got it. Attack the little ones until you give the signal. Then once the number of small ghosts is low, as to you have high res and HP, so you can attack the main body. When she does that, Rana, heal, right? Leave it to me. Got it. And if it spits out smaller ghosts again, back off, right? Good. It looks like everyone understands. Let's go. Keek. A huge purple balloon-looking thing in the center of the room laughed. Hannah, Rana, get the first strike in before the smaller ghosts come out. Fireball, light blade, a pillar of light. The moments before it lets out the smaller ghosts is valuable time to inflict damage. Keek bobo. The laughter stopped and it finally spit out 8 smaller ghosts. its body decreasing in size every time. Guard stance. Chara pulled aggro. Shine lightning. Precious thrust. I dashed in front of Chara and released an attack. The HP of the smaller ghosts is relatively low and 6 were defeated in one attack. Esther followed behind me and eliminated the other 2 with a single thrust. It seems like she's getting used to her spear. Fireball. Lion's blessing. Protection of the holy devil. Blade of light. Pillar of light. Hana and Rana attack the main body as soon as the smaller ghosts were defeated. In addition, Rana also buffed us all. Keka keek bobo bobo bobo. This time it released 16 smaller ghosts. Guard stance. Shine lightning. Precious thrust. This time 5 ghosts were left while we waited for the cooldown times on our skills so that we could attack again. Keka keek. They headed for Chara, sending some fireballs her way. Oh, sonic sword. Chara's movement was slow facing the ghost and she took hit from a fireball. Healing prayer. Chara's HP recovered in an instant. She didn't actually take that much damage to begin with. Next, the ghost released 24 of the smaller ghosts. However, we managed to defeat them somehow. In this battle, Rana was a beast. Her light pillar was an area of effect magic. Because of this, she would activate it right in front of Chara as the ghosts crowded over to her and annihilate large numbers of them at one time. Jedge. Bobo Bob. This time 32 came out and the boss's HP was reduced to nearly half. I joined in as a tank. Appeal. Provocation. Chara protected the rear as I stepped forward. Shine lightning. I defeated 13 in a single attack. That felt good. Pillar of light. Fireball. Esther and I left the rest of the smaller ghosts to Hana and Rana as we rushed straight at the main body. Hero's sword. Precious thrust. Gurgi. We dealt a lot of damage and the smaller ghosts that were left tried to return in a hurry. Legion thrust. Shine lightning. Pillar of light. We defeated the smaller ghosts quickly. I even circled around the fatty and managed to deal even more damage by making sure it got caught in my ranged attack. The boss's body had become nearly transparent. In just a few more attacks we would win. Chara use. Guard stance. Guard stance. All the smaller ghosts that had come out headed towards Chara, leaving the boss undefeated with low HP. Now, sonic sword. Precious thrust. Long thrust. Pillar of light. Fireball. The smaller ghosts forgot about Chara and tried to come back, but it was too late. Fatty disappeared with a sound like air escaping a balloon. The smaller ghosts disappeared with it, leaving behind a lot of drops and a gold treasure chest. CH-103, gold chest. It's a good chest. Hana and Rana both ran up to it, their eyes shining. Wait, don't just go open it. Wait for everyone. Obviously, hurry up, Chara. The impatient brat turned as rushed Chara. Good work, Chara, you did well. Thanks. It was kind of hard. Even so, you did well. Your instructions are what saved me. She had put in a lot of effort to overcome her fears this time. Hey, hurry up and let's open it. Alright, everyone's here I guess. Whose turn is it? Esther, please go ahead and open it. Oh, thank you for the honor. When did it become an honor to open a chest? I thought we were just taking turns. Esther slowly opens the chest for everyone. A staff. A two-handed staff. Rana shouted as Esther pulled out a 2 meters long staff from the chest. It fits. It's magic. Manalite staff. That's a big score. Really? Hana jumped up and down in excitement. As for the staff's details, attack: 7, magic attack, 28. Empty slot. An empty slot is something exclusive to super airdropped items. It allows you to equip it with an ability ball to use any kind of magic. My lighting, Rana's light, Hana's fireball, any of it can be used as this staff supports it all. If you were to sell it, you could get at the very least 10 million off of it. I took a moment to explain that. 10 million? Hana seems to have broken down when I said that, but she booted back up pretty quickly. She didn't get it herself this time, which is probably why she didn't faint. That's amazing, for it to be worth that much. What are you doing? Oh, Hana collapsed when she looked at her money before, so I moved closer in case I needed to support her. Is that so? It's just something about your hands seemed creepy. Really? Chara is too sharp. I'll keep talking for now. Hana, why don't you try it out? What? That was a nice reaction. It's so expensive. If I break it, I wouldn't be able to compensate you. Then, don't hit anything with it. Hana said something strange. You can just use a purification and repair tool. There's one in the laundry room at the dorms, and truthfully it will be difficult for Hannah to continue forward using her level 2 fireball wand. It was definitely time to update equipment because her fireball would end up being just a waste of MP. I don't care how much she refuses, she's taking the staff. Everyone's okay giving the staff to Hannah, right? Yeah. We don't have anyone else who can use it anyway. Try it out, Hannah. I'm not going to use it either. I have a talisman. Me either. I use my spear. There you go. Now just give up and take it. But she'll get used to using expensive equipment eventually. Alright, let's collect the drops and get out of here. Should I make an ability ball when I get home? We're not going to do boss pop today? I'm not sure Chara would like that. You'd be correct in that assumption. Ghosts normally drop magic stones, but if we need those, the hoard that Hannah has in her room should be enough. It's actually a little scary. Since it's all for just leveling up, we don't have to do so in a dungeon that Chara is scared of. She heaved a sigh of relief when we exited. CH 104. Is Maria here, Tilda? I'm here, Tilda. Hello, Maria. Ooh, Hannah. Hello. After the ghost dungeon we split up and only Hannah came with me to see Maria. I was here about the drop items like normal, but I decided to also consult her about the ability ball while I was at it. Maria, I wanted to ask, do you know someone with the skill to make ability balls? Huh? You got some equipment with an empty slot? I nodded. Seriously, that's awesome, isn't it? Maria and I double high-fived. We decided to give it to Hannah. Congratulations, Hannah. Thank you. The two of them held each other's hands. It kind of looked like they were flirting. Right, we do have a couple members with that skill. Some of them have even gotten it up to level 10. Seriously? Your guild is amazing, isn't it though? The skill we were talking about has the ability to create an ability ball out of equipment like Hannah's flame rod. Although her flame rod is only level 2, so it wouldn't create a very strong one. However, the main attraction of those with a high skill level in making ability balls isn't a pass-fail rate. Instead, aspects like the magic, level increase, upgrade, and change are randomly generated. In other words, it could come out as fireball level 3, or even be upgraded to intermediate magic like fire lance. There's also the possibility of it becoming a water attribute like aqua ball. It had a very powerful skill, but it's often wasted because equipment with empty slots are so rare. I'm very much looking forward to the conversion. However, it's a one-time thing, no do-overs. So, let's hope His Kittiness helps us out. They should be here today. I'll go call them over. Just wait here and prepare the equipment. Got it. Take your time. I turned to Hannah once Maria had disappeared into the back. So, the flamerod. It's fine, you want to turn it into an ability ball, right? Sorry, it's the only equipment we have that has magic. If you're against it, we can always buy different equipment and have it turned into an ability ball. It's okay. I know it's especially hard for production workers to keep diving into the dungeon, and I'm aware that my fireballs aren't dealing enough damage against the small monsters anymore. It had reached its limit, so let's just use it. Hannah seemed determined. Thanks. It sounds like you've been having a difficult time. Foo-foo. That has nothing to do with my weapon. Hannah giggled at her own joke as Maria returned. It kind of feels like I've intruded on something here. I've brought her with me though. Work. Hey. The girl behind Maria was a sophomore like she was, but had messy hair and was rubbing her eyes. No matter how you looked at it, she had just been woken up. Sorry she looks like this. She was here working all night last night, so as soon as school was over she came here and went right to sleep. In that case I can understand then. Are you okay? Hannah seemed worried. I'm fine, even though I'm tired, my skills still work. Now, where's the item? The sleepy girl reaches out as she said this. I mean, it's probably fine, right? Her skill is level 10 after all, and this guild hasn't failed me yet. It is this rod. Hannah, let her have it. It's really okay, right? Hannah flicked her eyes back and forth between me and Maria for a moment before handing the girl her flame rod. Okay, I'm doing it. Ability ball conversion. The moment the rod hit her hands, the skill was activated. The flame rod contorted and shrunk until it formed a single solid mass in the shape of a ball. Job done. I go sleep again. Good work. Sorry for waking you up. The girl just walked off into the back and Maria waved her off like she was used to it already. This is an ability ball? Yeah, although we won't know what's in it unless we get it appraised. Maria, Think you could THST for us? Normally I'd charge a fee for it, but since it's your first time I'll do it for free. Maria took out an item and stared at the ball in her hands, her eyes growing wide. No way, she sounded astonished. What did she see? This is a super rare ability ball. Hannah, let us have it. Maria was grinning as she held the appraisal item out to me so I could take a look. When I looked through it I saw the magic as if it was written on the outside of the ball. Fireball level 5, Fire Lance level 3, Ice Lance level 1. A triple magic ball. Huh? What? Hannah was even more confused when I shouted. But it was super rare. Far from a double take. I rechecked it 5 times. A level 1 ability ball conversion skill would have simply created a level 2 fireball skill. However, even at higher levels the chance of even a double magic ability ball appearing is about 4.8%, while a triple magic ability ball is below 1%. In other words, our luck is out of control. I have to go and buy some expensive meats for His Holy Kittiness. Praise be, Hannah. Hiya. The world seems to be telling you to continue forward. I'm not sure what you're saying, but that makes me happy. I grabbed Hannah by the shoulders and shook her. It may be time to upgrade her equipment in its entirety. CH 105. This must have happened because Hannah took such great care of the flamerod. I'm almost convinced that the triple magic ability ball appeared because of Hannah's kindness. After all, Hannah never even beat a slime to death with it. For that she was always careful to use her large two-handed mace. Personally, I think the rod saw this and thought it was out of kindness and not just because I told Hannah not to break it. I took another look at the skills. Fireball had become level 5. Combined with its rapid cooldown time, allowing it to be fired in rapid succession, and the Manalite, it should still be of use going forward. Next up is Flamelance. This is intermediate level fire magic and is actually on the same level as Rana's Blade of Light, but Hannah's low INT does lower the damage a bit. Last but not least was Ice Lance. It too was intermediate level magic and was the rarest one there. Both change and upgrade had been applied to Fireball to bring this out. With the triple magic ability ball and the Manalite combined, if we put them up for auction now we could easily score 30 million or more. Now we won't be able to continue onto the upper tier dungeons with your current equipment. Hannah, since your stats are low we have to get better equipment to compensate. Okay, thank you Zephyrus. Good answer Hannah. With Manalite and the ability ball Hannah could now play an active role as a long distance attacker. But a major equipment update is needed to make that a reality. Well then, Maria, if you can, I would like you to make equipment for her that can stand up to the upper tier dungeons, from intermediate or lower grade materials. That's a bit unreasonable. I would be more than happy to purchase the materials for it to be made, but I only have 2 million mia and I doubt Hannah is any more than 10 million. I'll bring you a lot of boss materials from there, Forest of the Young Wolves dungeon next, so please make one. Well, if you're going to tell me that, then I have no choice. If I can use as much of the boss material as I want, then I'll make you one that can even handle the intermediate level lower tier dungeons. Thank you Maria, you're so reliable. Hee hee. Aren't I? She folded her arms and leaned back trying to look cool. After that we went on to discuss the amount of materials and what kind she would need. The monsters on this dungeon are mainly small wolves that drop a lot of fur. However, what we need is the boss drops, and a large collection of the rarer large fur from it. The boss is relatively small as well, so even though it's called a large fur, it's relatively small compared to Anteater Bear. To make everything, Maria said she would need around 15 of the furs. It seems like it will take a few days to collect the amount of materials we'll need, but that's to be expected since we are preparing to go into the upper tier dungeons. With that finished, Hannah and I took our leave. Alright, Hannah, I forgot to say this, but this will probably take all of our mia, so be prepared. Hannah was stunned once I mentioned the price I had discussed with Maria, but she choked back her tears and agreed. That night the sound of banging echoed out from the girls' dormitory all night long. CH 106. It was Thursday. I was headed to the Forest of the Young Wolves dungeon with all 5 of my normal party members. For their part, Kalu and Rika had raised their levels to 10 in the tutorial dungeon and were heading into the tropical forest dungeon today. I had already shared Maria's requirements and our goals for the day with my party members, so today we're going to head straight to the boss room. I want to focus on boss pop. Okay? I'm fine with that. Okay. Since it's for Hannah and I'll be able to use healing anyway, I have no objections. I'd made a schedule for this without consulting anyone, but it seems like everyone was okay with it. Thank you everyone. Don't worry, you can rely on me. I am the princess after all. Rana puffed her chest out as she said this. So, what's the ability ball? Oh, it's this. This is the crystal that the flame rod turned into. Oh, that's it. Everyone had gathered around Hannah to see, and she showed them. She had embedded it in the tip of the Menalite staff. It was so much harder figuring out where to put it in real life. Normally I would just click the install option. So with this you'll be able to use Fireball, Fire Lance and Ice Lance. What's even more awesome is the ability ball can be removed and put on a different item with an empty slot as well. That's amazing. Now that I saw it, I can see why Zephyrus was talking so passionately about it the other day. With this, Hannah can play a more active role as well. Is that why we are doing boss pop today? Exactly. If we rush into the upper tier dungeons, Hannah would in trouble, so we have to prepare a bit. I call it Hannah's Big Makeover. This dungeon was an open field forest type dungeon. There was no underbrush and the wolves attacked by weaving in and out between the trees. Esther and Chara protected the rear guard as I moved forward using premonition go detect the enemies. Although in the upper floors the wolves only attacked from the front, surprise attacks and ambushes didn't come until later. They're going to be coming from ahead. Prepare to fight. Okay, should I buff? Just defense. Okay, Guardian's Blessing. At the same time that we received the buff, wolves appeared in front of us. There are 3, I'll take 2 of them. Provocation. Okay, Esther and I will take the other. Hannah, Rana, you 2 attack the 2 on Chara. Okay, Fire Lance, Ice Lance. Got it. Light Blade. Hannah started with the new magic, although she doesn't have MP recovery like Rana, so she has to be a bit careful. The battle was over quickly. Good work. Shall we continue forward? Yeah, that wasn't even a warm-up. I'm okay too. Since the 2 members using magic were okay, we continued forward. On the lower floors a monster called Alpha Wolf was appearing to lead the others, but Esther was able to defeat it in a single blow with her long thrust, and that the entire process a lot easier. We ended up reaching the rest area outside the boss room by 10 AM. Much earlier than usual. CH 107. The boss was a Battle Wolf, first form. Now, you may be wondering, why first form? This is because Battle Wolf is a monster that is repeatedly dealt with all the way up to the highest level dungeons. As you progress, its strength and appearance gradually change. This time, the Battle Wolf's body is just a little over 1 meter long. It's actually kind of cute. Although for this fight the Battle Wolf is accompanied by 2 leader wolves and 2 normal wolves, as was the case with the Night Goblin. It's necessary to defeat the monsters accompanying it first. However, where the 2 fights differ is, the Night Goblin didn't join the fight until only one of his companions was left, but the Battle Wolf fights alongside the others. It's a good thing we have 2 tanks for this battle though. With 2 tanks we can divide and conquer the wolves so that they aren't all bunched up around a single person. Is everyone ready? Yeah, of course. Yeah, lead on. Ready. After confirming with my party, I opened the boss door and the normal boss sat there staring at me. It almost feels like I'm seeing an old friend. Battle Wolf and I fought so many times in the past. Of course it was almost always my win. Rah. The Battle Wolf growled while I was thinking about that. He sounded unhappy. Well, whatever, I'm sorry, but I'll be taking you down today as well. We need the materials. Alright everyone, let's begin. Yeah. Chara and I split up to the left and right as we charge forward. The Battle Wolf shouts its orders and the wolves jump into action, then the leader wolves, and finally the Battle Wolf himself. Appeal. I used Appeal to drag the lower ranking wolves over to me. Provocation. Bow. Chara used Provocation to draw aggro from the Battle Wolf, causing it to hesitate. The wolves have a skill known as Merging, which allows them to gang up on one person regardless of aggro. However, if you use your skill to pull enough aggro at the right time, you can prevent this. This time Chara timed her skill well and the wolves, merging, failed as the Battle Wolf went towards her. Legion Thrust. Long Thrust. Esther pulls a leader wolf off me, dealing a good amount of damage to it. I'm left in charge of the other 3. Ow! Don't chew on me. Shine Lightning. They scattered before the magic. Was it too early for me to try and take on 3? Blessing of the Lion. Guardian's Protection. Healing Prayer. Blade of Light. Pillar of Light. Rana casts magic one after the other. She's using buff, recovery, and attack magic at all the right times. She's completely different than she was before and is the type that burns brightly during boss battles. Fireball, Fire Lance, Ice Lance, Fireball. Hannah isn't losing out on the amount of magic she's casting. She's been sending magic out at a leader wolf one after the other. However, the wolf seems too fast for her to land a proper hit on it. I guess more practice is needed. Finished. I'm going after the next one. Precious thrust. Go. After taking care of one of the leader wolves, Esther came back and rampaged through the others. She reduced the number of wolves quickly until there was only the single leader wolf left. Seeing this, I switched to attack and headed for the battle wolf. Let's start with this hero's sword. While it was focused in Chara, I careened into its side, dealing a little damage, although it's a pity I didn't get a critical hit. Chara, pull aggro again. Shield smite. I earned aggro with the amount of damage I dealt, so I asked Chara to take it back. Although shield smite is a short range attack, if it lands you pull aggro as well as dealing some damage. Long thrust. After Esther caught up, everyone switched into attack mode and employed the game-changing tactic of grouping up and hitting it until it died. Doing this, we quickly dropped its HP to 0 and it disappeared into little particles of light. And the chest this time was wood. It's wood. I'm sorry. CH-108. The only thing inside the wooden chest was a great sword. We stored all the items in the item bag while Hannah pouted because she didn't manage to land a single blow this time. Sorry, I wasn't very useful, Zephyrus. Don't worry about it. The target was small and fast this time around, so I was hard to hit. But Lady Rana hit though. True. Although Rana was in the back like Hannah was, she managed to hit. But that wasn't Rana's accomplishment alone. Sorry, that was partially my fault. As tank, I'm supposed to keep the enemy still for you to hit them. The reason Rana was able to hit so often was because Chara did a good job holding the enemy in place, although she has a good sense of when to cast her magic as well. I'm still practicing how to stop more than one enemy at a time. I'm not as skilled as Chara is, so let's work together to improve ourselves. Chara also has several skills to help her defend against the opponents, while all I have is my defense stat. Yeah, I'll do my best too. Hannah seemed a little more energetic after I gave her some encouragement. Alright, now, let's play boss pop until nightfall. We hunted until 6 PM and collected a lot of fur. It's okay though, it's not like it will go bald or anything. But it was getting late and the sun was going down, so it was about time for us to head home. I already have no idea how many times we've killed this boss. Good work everyone. Good work. Let's head home everyone. Yeah, I guess it is about that time since the sun is setting. I just realized that I don't actually talk to Esther that often. What's up? Nothing. We hunted a lot, didn't we? But how many times did we actually do it? I got caught up in the fun and didn't count. We defeated the boss 52 times. New record. Once everyone got used to it, each fight only took about 5 minutes. Are there any skills or anything that you don't understand or want to consult me about? No, I'm fine. Right now all there is left to do is practice. Everyone's so talented. Not as much as you, Zephyrus. Huh? They think I'm talented? But I just got my butt handed to me as a tank not long ago. Even if you became a hero, no one would be able to move as well as you do without intense training. You're very talented, but that's just all thanks to the game. Although I guess if I did have a talent, it would have to do with done life, so I'm grateful for that. Thank you, Esther. That was a nice compliment. Everyone gathered around Esther. Welp, shall we finish up then? What? But I want to hunt a bit more. What, was 8 hours not enough? I mean, I get what Rana is saying though. I'm having fun too. We gathered a lot of materials, huh? We did. But we only got 13 of the fur we need, so we'll have to come back. Yay. Let's come back tomorrow. I'm fine with that, but what about everyone else? Are you guys tired? Since it's real life, if I push them too hard I could end up exhausting them. I don't have a problem with that. Me either. I intended to train either way. I would like to practice as well. I was thinking that Hannah was pretty tough for her size, but then I remembered she's a slime pop addict. May she just likes bullying poor monsters. CH-109. After we returned I stopped by Maria's and emptied out the item bag. She seemed stunned by the amount. I guess 52 times may have been a bit overboard. I told her that more was to come because we were used to it now, and she happy screamed. And now it's the next morning. We all gathered at 8 AM. Good morning. Everyone's early. You're too early. How long have you been here? Since 7. Aren't you looking forward to this a little too much? Shut up, Rana. Isn't it normal to wake up early for a dungeon attack meeting? Besides, this is the second day. Do you know how many times we've killed the boss in my dreams already? Although I usually am more calm, but the feeling of yesterday seemed to he stuck with me, and I doubted I was the only one. After all, everyone else gathered here before the scheduled meeting time as well. Today our levels had gone up and we had grown used to fighting the wolves, so we reached the boss floor even faster. It was only 9 AM by the time we arrived. Battle Wolf Tilda. We're back. What's that? It's kind of cool. I want to do it too. Please stop, Lady Rana. I'm always having to tell you not to shout. Esther, isn't that a little too much in this kind of situation? Alright. Good hunting, everyone. Yeah. What kind of encouragement is that supposed to be? Can't you compose a better speech for training? It seems that Ista and Chara didn't like my choice of words. We rushed in and fought hard, continuing on after lunch until finally on the 38th time it happened. Could it be? Hannah was the first one to react. Why is Balth not here? Where did it go? Zephyrus, is this? Why was Rana calling the battle wolf Balth? What is up with women and giving things strange names? Although, like she said, there was no battle wolf this time. Yeah, it's a rare boss. The spawn possibility is only 1%, although when playing boss pop that basically just means you get one for every 100 fights. Including yesterday, this is our 90th, so it's not strange for it to appear. A light shined in the back of the room, signaling that there wasn't much time and I needed to tell everyone the strategy fast. Listen up, everyone. Its strength is going to be the same as an upper tier boss, but we should be fine. Chara, use guard stance first. Understood. I'd passed through the doors first this time, so I was going to be the one targeted. As such, I asked Chara to pull aggro. Once Chara pulls aggro, Rana, leave it to me. What buffs should I use? Protection. After that you can attack, but be careful not to pull too much aggro. Any questions? Zephyrus, what kind of boss is it? Oh right, I got overexcited and forgot to explain what the boss was. It's the rare boss. Battle Wolf Stage 2. A remodeled Battle Wolf, 3 meters long, appeared as I said that. It had tripled in size and had the strength to match. Moreover, its cute wolf face and become vicious. As the stages go up, the wolf changes from white and grows closer and closer to black. Its face also grows more vicious until eventually its final form has 5 heads. Now this is the important part, because sometimes rare bosses come with unique skills. Be careful of the tail. If it turns red, put some distance between you. Its unique skill, Explosive Tail, is coming. Now, let's have some fun. CH 110. Bow. Guard stance. Chara's reaction was a little slow at the start of the battle, as the boss was already charging me faster than any monster we've seen. Rare bosses have higher statuses, so if you become too complacent with the normal bosses during boss pop, a rare boss could be a problem. Guardian's protection. Rana's buff was cast at almost the same time that the wolf's attention switched to Chara. Goku, it's heavy. Chara's face gramped at the power of the rare boss. It was like nothing she'd experienced thus far. Oh, I shouldn't be standing around. I ran forward and used my skill, aiming for a debut hero's sword. I hit it, dealing a lot of damage and applying a defense debuff. The skill has a long cooldown time, but it was a debuff, so I like to start out with it. Me next. Pressure. Go. Waitester. Fall back. Its tail had turned red. Probably because I had dealt a lot of damage quickly. Its explosive tail attack was coming and it worked as an O. But Ista had already jumped in close. It would be hard for her to get out of range. Chara, cover Ista. Cover shield. Chara reacted immediately without any doubt in my instructions. Chara dove in front of Ista at the last second. Bow. Defense. The battle wolf spun in a circle attacking. I used defense to guard, but the target wasn't me. T/N. Sorry, I think I messed up earlier and thought he meant defense stat instead of a skill. It's a skill. Kaya. I heard Ista scream, but I couldn't see her because of the explosion. She should still be alright because she was wearing decent armor, so she shouldn't be down in just one blow. There was also Rana's buff. I decided to take advantage of the opening after the wolf's attack. Sonic Sword. It was much easier to land critical hits during the moments after its skill where it didn't move. I snuck through the flames and landed a vicious blow on it. Critical hit. It was down. Now, attack together. Hee. Wait. Blade of Light. Pillar of Light. Fireball. Fire Lance. Ice Lance. When the wolf fell down, Rana got confused and stopped trying to heal and attacked instead. Hannah had been waiting for a chance to strike since the start of the fight and had responded immediately. The magic fell upon the wolf, dealing a lot of damage, while I tried to deal as much as possible with normal attacks. After that, the boss slowly regained its feet. Chara, pull aggro. Provocation. Guard stance. Esther and Chara had gone down from the previous skill as well, but since the boss had been downed as well, it wasn't a major issue. After they got back up, the target had switched to me because I had dealt so much damage. As such, I asked Chara to pull aggro again. My apologies, Zephyrus. Don't worry about it, concentrate on the fight. Ah, right. Esther was worried about having gone down, but it was our first rare boss battle, so it can't be helped. Prayer of total recovery, yay. I'd been wanting to use that one. Oh, I have this one too. Rain of Life. Rana was just happy she got to use recovery magic. Now that our HP was back up, it was time to get back in the fight. Rana, Lion, Esther, start landing some blows. Lion's Blessing. Okay, long thrust, precious thrust, legion thrust. The boss had less than half health now, but my debuff was also timing out. Shield Smite. Chara also saw an opportunity to sneak in some damage. If even the tank is attacking, then I can't be left out. Hero's Sword. Gore. I landed the skill beautifully, reapplying the debuff and causing knockback, so the bot was stopped in place for a moment. Fire Lance, Ice Lance, Fireball, Blade of Light, Pillar of Light, Shine Lightning, Gagao. I threw some magic out as well just to deal a bit of extra damage. We fought cautiously on the lookout for its unique skill until I realized that the boss's HP had dropped into the danger zone. Esther, you can go ahead. Okay, long thrust. Gore.u. Esther landed her blow, reducing the boss's HP to 0 and causing it to disappear into a cascade of light. It left behind 4 silver chests. CH 111. Silver chest. There's 4. Zephyrus. There's 4. Rare boss drops are doubled, so we would receive 2 chests. But then, his holy Kitines can also grace with a double drop. Thus we end up with 4 chests. We actually experienced the double drop phenomenon several times during the previous boss fights, but everyone was super excited by it this time. Unfortunately, we didn't get a gold chest this time. However, with silver chests we can still hope for rare drops. Can I open it? Sure, this time. I'll abstain. We had 5 members to open only 4 chests. While I was trying to sort this out, Esther raised her hand and offered to not open one. Why? Are you worried about the mistake you made earlier? No, I just opened one last time. She was the one to open the last gold box. But, compared to a gold box, I don't think silver should count in the opening order. Well, if that's what it is, then it can't be helped. Yeah. Don't worry about me. Please go ahead, everyone. I have no choice but to agree to it. Alright, then let's open the chests. I'll take this one. Zephyrus. That's the one I was going to get. Move. There's others too, isn't there? When I went to a chest, I was suddenly pushed away by Rana. Well, that's fine, I guess. There's plenty of others. Okay, let's open them. Esther, watch. Yes, Lady Rana. Open. We all opened them together. I got an ring with MPU's reduction LVL3. Known as their Ring of Savings. Oh, this is great. It's a good thing for mages to have, as it allows them to cast magic more. I actually ended up using a ton of MP potions recently though. Is the world telling me to slow down? I wonder what everyone else got. I looked over at Rana first. What is this? Paper? Oh, that's a recipe. Recipes you get from a rare boss normally describe how to use the boss materials. Rana didn't seem to understand the value of it, since you have to use appraisal in order to read it. As such, she was just waving it in the air. I, on the other hand, am looking forward to seeing what's written there. Next up is Chara. This is what I got. Do you know what it is? Chara held up a simple mat. It was a production item. Oh, that's a production item similar to the alchemy set. It's for salon, housekeeper, etc. Then there's no use for it then, is there? Why don't you use it to decorate the guild room? It's kind of desolate. Do you sleep there? No. If I'm going to sleep, I will do so in my room. Well, still, I guess the idea of using it to decorate the interior isn't bad. Since we got it from a silver chest, I'd like to keep it as a memento. Maybe we could line stuffed animals up on top of it. Now, last but not least, Hannah. I got this. Is it jewelry? Big magic jewel, topaz. It's basically a cash item. You can earn a decent amount of money by selling it. Since it's from a rare boss, it is probably worth around 1 million mia. Although if we put it up for auction, we may be able to get more for it. The auction is held every Sunday, and the number of items you can put up for sale is dependent on guild rank. Although we don't have anything else we would be putting up for sale, so the topaz will be our first. Yay! We might get the equipment fee from this. I don't know if I would go that far. All in all, the drops were a little unsatisfactory this time around. Maybe we used up all our luck getting the 4 chests. After that all that was left to collect was the material drops. CH 112. When collecting the rest of the drops we discovered that it had dropped 3 of the furs that we need. This is pretty awesome considering that yesterday in 52 rounds of boss pop we only managed to get 13. Hannah's armor can also be expected to come out even better since these 3 were from a rare boss. Well, it's not even 3 PM yet but we have the materials we need, so should we head back? What are you talking about? We still have plenty of time, don't we? Let's keep going. If possible I too would like to continue fighting. Rana and Astra are surprisingly motivated, although this is important when it comes to games. Unfortunately we won't be fighting a rare boss again this time. I have the rare boss whistle but I want to save it for higher dungeons. With that Chara and Hannah also wanted to continue boss pop. By the way, with the rare boss fight Hannah finally reached level 35. As expected of a rare boss, the amount of experience points you get for defeating it are on a different level than normal. Although Hannah had reached the level cap and we finished collecting the materials for her armor, she still strongly announced that she wanted to continue participating in the boss fights. I probably shouldn't think about it too deeply because not only are the boss fights fun, Hannah has an eye for loot. I'm sure most of her motivation is based off loot collection. Alright then, let's continue boss pop. Yay! Everyone shouted back. I have to admit boss pop is fun though. Let's keep going until the last minute tonight as well. Then for a little over 3 more hours we continued to hunt the normal boss. Although for some reason whenever we would enter the boss room for the next lap the boss sort of looked scared. As to how many times did we do it today? Not including the rare boss we did it 72 times today. 72, Asta replied without hesitation, causing Rana to be surprised. I'd given up along the way but as expected of Asta she continued to keep track. Although for us to have completed 72 fights was amazing. As we fought and our levels went up we were getting faster and faster at taking down the boss. Although after 72 laps we need to restock our MP potions. I can't wait to see the look on Maria's face. We got rare boss drops this time too. Isn't it a little overwhelming? As for the other boss materials besides the fur, I think I want to put them up for auction. Although it won't be worth as much as the cash items individually, it should fetch a decent price on the auction. The rare materials for the Imra Goblin was worth 1.7 mia, meaning that this time altogether the rare boss materials should fetch something like 3 million. After collecting all the drops we decided to retire for today. It was almost time for the sun to set anyway. Although strangely, today the girls who normally prioritize showers after the dungeon decided to come with me to Maria's guild. Again? Did you come to annoy me again? Please leave it to me, Maria. This time it's even more astonishing. I began to empty the materials out in front of Maria and as the number of drops began to exceed 1,000. However, we still had a ways to go. Look at this. This? As soon as the rare boss drop fell out, Maria began to tear up. You got rare boss drops again? What do you think? I told you it was going to be amazing, didn't I? I'm thinking about putting everything up for auction this time. Seriously? Maria jumped at the material screaming. If you surprise me anymore my eyes are going to dry up. After that I was told that the assessment for yesterday's materials wasn't done yet as there was just too much of them and that Maria would do her best to finish it by Saturday or Sunday. After that we talked about Hannah's equipment and about incorporating the 3 rare boss furs into her equipment. I'm already looking forward to next week. CH 113. The next morning was a Saturday, a free day. We aren't going to the dungeon today since we managed to overload Maria's guild. If we went to the dungeon again and came back with even more materials for her to sell, we might accidentally break her. It's unfortunate that the real version is different from in the game. If this was a game the sale would be over in an instant. We wouldn't have to worry about having too much for the other party to purchase. As such today I'm going to take care of a few things that I'd put off in favor of going to the dungeon. I asked Rana, Chara and Astra about the recruitment of the new members they recommended and they're bringing them over since the other party is free today. I planned to hold the interviews in the afternoon. Although Rana mentioned that she was bringing another person so they were waiting with 5 people. We'll have to hurry and raise the guild rank to E or we'll hit the member cap soon. Now that the plans for the afternoon are set, what should I do in the morning? Oh, I know. Let's go to the dungeon. What are you talking about? Hannah interjected as the voice of reason. Sometimes gamers have to push forward even when they're told no? Well, I tried to make it sound cool, but in the end it was just a joke. I was currently in my room in the aristocratic dorms and Hannah had come to have breakfast with me. At this point it was just natural for her to make me some as well when she was cooking, which is great because Hannah's cooking is delicious. You said you were going to take a break from the dungeon today, right? But you're going to go? I'm going. Obviously. In fact, Chara, Rana, and Astra are going with Kalu and Rika to the lower tier dungeon as helpers and advisors. I should have gone, I said. We weren't going to the dungeon, but that was a flat-out lie. Didn't you use too many MP potions yesterday? We're running low now, so I thought we'd go replenish. I say there isn't many left, but we're probably fine. We still have something like 150 or so. I used close to 200 yesterday, so 150 MP potions really isn't very much. However, I still want to save money even if I'm replenishing stock, so I'm going collecting today. I'm going to the Wildflower Dungeon today. Can I go too? Well, I figured you'd say that. I decided to go to the dungeon with Hannah. Gobu, Ice Lance, Fire Lance, Gobu. Although Hannah's INT stat hasn't changed at all with the upgraded versions of her magic, she's become able to defeat the goblins in a single blow. Furthermore, she got better by hunting the faster wolves, and the speed of the goblins can't compare. Last one, Ice Lance, Gobu. Hannah finished the goblins off easily and looked back at me with a refreshing smile. Good job, Hannah. You've gotten good. Thanks, Zephyrus. I could just feel it. Foo-foo. Good. Yeah, Zephyrus, can I keep going? It feels really good. I see. Okay, then I'm just going to go around and collect stuff. Good luck. Thanks. Isn't this the exact opposite of the last time we did this? Now I'm the collector while Hannah is running around casting magic and abusing the poor goblins. How did IT turn out like this? I wonder if I should practice on the slimes once we go back. Poor slimes. CH 114. The time for my rematch with the Emperor Goblin has come. I shouted this from the rest area in the Wildflower Dungeon. Good luck, Zephyrus. Hannah was making tea behind me as I went to push open the door to the boss room. Hannah was staying behind this time as well because half of the reason I had come here was to have a rematch with the Emperor Goblin. Although as for the original purpose, we managed to collect 568 of the magic grass used to make MP potions. I collected more than Hannah did the last time. Basically what I'm saying is Hannah's ag is low. The closer we got to the boss room, the more and more grass I was able to collect. As such, it will be faster for us to defeat the boss and teleport back to the trop instead of going back on foot. As such, my plan was simply, get here and fight a rare boss battle. Maria probably won't complain if it's just one. That's why I took it out, the rare boss whistle. It had 5 glowing spots on the side of it that went out as it was used. Here it goes. Bite tilde 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 tilde. It sounded like I was blowing a whistle even though it was shaped more like a flute. When I put my fingers over the holes in it, the sound didn't change at all. Why are they even there? Although one of the glowing spots on the side of the whistle did go out, I couldn't see inside the boss room, so I didn't know if it worked or not. When you use the whistle, the success rate is roughly 70% though. When I opened the door, I didn't see anything, so it seems like it was a success. After a moment, a shadow appeared. It was the opponent that I had come looking for a rematch against. Hey, I came back to play, Gobu. The Emperor Goblin seemed to grin as well, like it was happy to be having a rematch against me. I walked slowly towards the middle of the room and the goblin reacted by doing the same thing. This was odd behavior. Normally the boss would react by dashing forward or casting magic if we had a lot of distance between us. This is exciting. The distance between us grew shorter until it was within range of Sonic Sword. At that moment our faces both changed and I rushed at the Emperor Goblin. It however stayed still and began to glow red in response to my actions. Goblin style, deadly crushing sword. I was waiting for this. Good. If that's how it's going to be, then Hero's Sword. Our rematch started off with a clash between our strongest moves, mine glowing with a blue light while the Emperor Goblin's glowed red. The result was our skills collided, but neither of them were able to overpower the other and they were thrown back into us. As such, we were knocked back. I staggered as it was the first time I experienced it, but I managed to avoid falling over. The goblin recovered from the knockback quicker than I did and swung down at me. Ow, take this. I took a lot of damage, but I ignored it and counterattacked Gobu. But he also swung at me with his rod and sword. I blocked his sword with my shield, but I took another direct hit from the rod. Gwa, not yet. We continued exchanging blows. Isn't this exactly what happened before? Last time my HP sank really low and I was about to be hit with another deadly crushing sword skill when I managed to pull the wind out of my backside somehow. Sonic Sword. I activated my skill to avoid the goblin's next blow by activating my skill and wrapping around behind it. Gofu, beautiful. The result was exactly like I'd seen it in my dreams. Gobun. Although I wasn't able to deal critical damage and knock it down from the back since it wasn't in its cooldown after using a skill. As such, it immediately turned around and tried to attack with its sword, but that wasn't a problem. Defense. Using the skill this time resulted in an interesting development. When the sword hit me, it bounced off. Goa. It worked like a parry. I inadvertently knocked it back. This was the deciding moment in the fight. Hero's sword. Hitting it with a high damage skill while it was knocked back almost guaranteed that it would be knocked down. It's over. Once it fell down, I had managed to deal a ton of damage with normal attacks and was now ready to finish it off. Sonic Sword. Go. You. Sonic Sword drained the last of its HP and it disappeared into a sea of light particles, leaving behind 2 gold chests. CH 115. I won. I threw my sword and shield up in the air as I struck a victory pose. Ah, goodness. The goblin fights might become a habit. The sense of fulfillment I get from these fights is amazing. It might be because I'm fighting such a strong opponent solo. Landing those 2 big skills and finishing it off, it was so satisfying. The real done life is so fun. Good work, Zephyrus. Thanks. The door to the boss room opened and she walked in with a cup in her hands. It seemed like she had prepared a drink for me. Here you go. A cold drink will be nice after that. Thank you. A drink after a boss fight is the best. Cold barley tea. For some reason it was really delicious. After I finished drinking, I noticed that Hannah seemed to be fidgeting. Oh, I get it. In fact, I knew from the moment that she walked in that her gaze wasn't on me but was instead on the gold chests behind me. You can open one. Zephyrus, I love you. Oh, she told me she loved me. Didn't Kalua tell me the same thing? It's nice. Tell me you love me more often. I wonder what we'll get this time. Oh, benevolent kitty. Please watch over us as we open the chests. Hannah was the first to open the chest, but she didn't forget to pray to his kittiness beforehand. And out came a familiar-looking sword. Oh, it's the Emperor Goblin's magic sword. This was a big 2-handed sword that the rare boss had been swinging around in one hand. It was definitely a top-class weapon among the intermediate-tier dungeon equipment groups. Unfortunately, no one in our guild is able to use it. Technically, either Esther or I could use it, but Esther is set up for thrusts and stabs while I use a sword. But we should probably save it because one of our future guild members might be able to use it. After all, it can be used all the way up to the intermediate level lower-tier dungeons. Alright. It's my turn next. I wonder what I'll get. Filled with excitement, I opened the chest and what came out was a whistle. It's a rare monster whistle. Did the Emperor just want a rematch with me? Let's do it again then. I promise to come have a rematch again when I have free time again. We're out of time today, so why don't we head back? It was already around noon, so we collected the drops and decided to return. See you next time. CH 116. We ate lunch after returning from the fight with the Emperor Goblin. As usual, Hannah brought a lunchbox for me, so we ate at the lounge nearby and it was as delicious as ever. The only thing I can get her in return is alchemy materials. No, I've given her various things, haven't I? A staff, ability ball. I'm even upgrading her equipment for her. But should I give her some other kind of reward? I stared down at the lunchbox and considered this seriously for a moment. Thank you for the meal. Sorry for its poor quality. While I was thinking, I finished eating in no time at all. It was so delicious that discovering that there wasn't any more left was almost physically painful. We have the interviews for the new members this afternoon, right? Yeah, we have the Esther's recommendation first. The elf. Elf? I haven't met an elf before. Did you know about them, Zephyrus? Well, yeah. Hannah looked at me as if to say again. She was probably wondering why I knew about elves, although I think it might be a good idea to explain about elves. Elves are weak physically, but they have surprisingly high-quality magic. Most are pure magic users and their magic is often stronger than that of humans. The status normally starts around the same as humans, but the jobs that they acquire are wizard types which focus on higher INT. They also have access to magic known as spirit magic, which can only be used by elves. In addition to having a higher capacity for MP than the other jobs, this job can make use of various magical attributes depending on what kind of spirits they call. They can even lend spirits to other members. Lend spirits. Spirits control 6 different attributes in all. STR is governed by the fire spirits, VID is governed by the ice spirits, INT the lightning spirits, AGA the light spirits, RES the dark spirits, and finally Dex is governed by the holy attribute spirits. Each spirit you lend will buff the select stat of the person you lend it to by 30%. Unfortunately, you can only lend 1 spirit per person, but the effects will continue for as long as you continue to lend the spirit. It's a wonderful ability. For example, if a spirit was lent to Esther, her already powerful STR would jump from 150 to 195. Not only that, but this would continue for the entire time we're in the dungeon. As a trade of the spirit mage can no longer use fire magic during this time, but the spirit can easily be recalled. But if you have a spirit mage in your party, you can freely raise the status that you want to be higher depending on the situation. Then as you meet certain conditions, the amount of spirits you can lend goes up. Although the limit of 1 per person stays the same, you can then lend different spirits to other party members. Unfortunately though, I don't have any gift items to recruit the elf, so I'm a bit worried about what will happen in that regard. Hannah, what time is it? Huh? Oh, we should go soon. It's already 1 p.m. Alright, shall we go then? The meeting will be held in our guild room, so let's go get our first look at an elf. Hello Zephyrus. Did you go to the Wildflower Dungeon today? Hey Esther. Yeah, I wanted to replenish our stock of MP potions this morning. Next I listened to how Rika and Kalua did in the lower tier jungle dungeon. Okay, you two, how was your first time going into a dungeon? Wasn't it difficult to stay calm? I also learned a lot when I went. It wasn't like that. Seriously? What, did they just walk through silent with serious faces on? Where's the fun in that? How can you not find joy in diving into a dungeon? You should enjoy it more. Now on to the main event. A girl with green hair in pigtails was sitting next to Esther. She had pointed ears, marking her as an elf. She was taller than Rana but slightly shorter than Esther. She had a beautiful face with gentle eyes. There was a crown of flowers resting on her head which caught the eye. Her name is Quadria. I call her Shiera. I'm Quadria. Nice to meet you, hero. Nice to meet you. I'm the acting guildmaster of Eden, Zephyrus. Quadria stood up and bowed as she introduced herself. She was very polite. To start with, why don't we have her answer a question first? There's something I'd like to ask. Okay, I'll do my best to answer. Okay, our guild doesn't have Yggdrasil sapling, red fruit, or any plants. Are you still willing to join? I asked her the same exact question I asked Esther. Her eyes flicked around nervously. CH 117. Zephyrus, you said that before. What does he mean? Esther asked Quadria. Well, to be honest, the reason they were needed wasn't explained in the game either. It was just written that they were key items for recruiting elves. I'm interested to know where this information is coming from as well. Quadria said she was interested in it as well. Although now that I think about it, elves had a setting in the game where they had a strong desire for knowledge. I just heard that it was something important to elves. I don't know any specifics behind it, so I figured I'd ask you in detail. I really don't know, so I'm technically not lying. I see. It makes sense that being a human you wouldn't know. I guess telling you won't cause any problems. Would you like to know? Yes please. You're going to tell me? I would love to know. I love finding new information about Dun life. Wow, you're really interested. Oh, sorry. I'm just excited to hear. Please go ahead. Zephyrus, next should be Chara's introduction. Oh, right. I shouldn't rush this. I'm sure there will be another opportunity. Anyway, without these 3 items it would be difficult for a young elf. So as long as I'm able to enter the guild, I brought them. Huh? I have no idea what she's saying. She brought them? Brought what? Among the elves, these 3 items are collectively known as the spirit items. Yggdrasil seedling, red fruit, and an ornamental plant set. You brought them? Quadria was lining up the 3 items on a desk after taking them out of her small school-provided item bag. Did this elf just seriously bring the gift items with her? But in the game these were items that you had to give to the elf in order for one to join. Now, with this the conditions for me to join are all met. So I would appreciate it if you would consider it. Wait a minute. This elf is moving too fast for me now. How did it come to this? I'm so confused. Wasn't I supposed to be conducting an interview? Oh, Okay, let's continue. After that I asked about why she wanted to join and what her goals were. She had yet to acquire her job, but she was hoping for spiritualist, although she hasn't met the conditions yet. Although I know the conditions, of course, so that isn't a problem. So, you do know it. There is no job I don't know. Nothing, never mind. For the time being her job meets the requirements for her to join. Now on to her reason. I want to become the strongest spiritualist. Oh? I became interested immediately when I heard that. The strongest. That is what a player should aim for. A true player should always be thinking about how they can be the strongest. Wonderful. You can just leave it to me then. If you want to be the strongest, then there is no guild better for that than ours. I will guide you properly. Accepted. I announced the results of the interview immediately. CH 118. As a result of the interview with Kichiria, I decided to have her join. Although you're okay to join the guild, do you mind waiting a little longer before officially joining? Sure. I don't mind. Wait for how long? I don't want to make her wait that long, but our guild is still F rank. I'll be interviewing 4 people, so if all of them were to join we would be over the maximum number of people. Until we reach E rank, I think we should be able to make it by the end of next week. The condition for E rank is that the guild master has to clear all 3 beginner class upper tier dungeons. Today is Saturday, so Hannah's equipment should be completed around Monday. So after that we would be able to do a test run in one of the upper tier dungeons, with a proper attack no later than Wednesday. The upper tier dungeons are a little tougher, so I estimate it will take around 3 to 4 days to be able to clear them. I understand. Then I will officially join you next week after your guild goes up to E rank. Yeah, it was nice to meet you. Although for now I was thinking I could teach you about the spiritualist. And then I'll also be talking a bit about the tutorial dungeon. Can you give me more of your time later? Of course. For now Kichiria bowed and then left together with Esther, and with that we gained a spiritualist. Up next was the child of a viscount the Chara was bringing. The guild door opened and Chara walked in carrying a sleeping little girl on her back. Sorry. It looks like she fell asleep. I don't know where to go from here. I couldn't even see the girl well, as she looked to be sleeping comfortably on Chara's back. What should I do? I don't know. This was unexpected. Do we wake her up? Why is this little girl asleep? Hannah was looking at the situation from further away and seemed to be having a crisis of her own. Chara, is this girl really the same age as us? Well, she doesn't look it, but I've known her since we were little, so she should be the same age as us. Probably. Chara muttered the last part. It seems that even she isn't confident in this girl's age. In fact, she appeared to be all of 6 or 7 years old. For now, why don't we lay her on the mat we got from the dungeon? I don't want to leave you standing like that. I didn't think we would actually ever end up using that. My thoughts exactly. We laid her down for the time being, and I saw that she wore the same uniform that Chara did. Although she still looked much too young, she was even drooling a little as she slept. After she laid the girl down, Chara began to introduce her. Her name is Lulu. She's the daughter of a viscount. She used to place with Riku and I when we were little, but since she's so small I'm a little worried about leaving her to the mercy of other guilds. So, if possible, I would like her to join our guild. I understand what she's saying. She wants to leave her in a reliable guild. Does that mean that she thinks our guild is reliable? I should ask her. Although this kid looks like she belongs in elementary school. I wonder if our guild is good enough? Yes. Oh, that means she thinks our guild is safe. In that case I will gladly accept this viscount and turn her into a Lolita hero. Why is Chara looking at me like that? Why is she sighing? Fumyamayo. The girl was sleep talking. It was really cute. Even Hannah thought it was cute as she was approaching the girl, her eyes practically in the shape of a heart. Hey Zephyrus, is that girl going to join our guild? She'll join? I agree. Hey. Hannah and I provided a strict examination, but Chara seemed to object for some reason. What's wrong? We already decided that she could join the guild while she was sleeping. Wait a minute. Are you actually serious? Deadly. CH 119. This is troublesome. It was already almost time for Anna's interviewee, but Lulu was still asleep. We're now up to 9 members, although looking back all of the other members were females. I don't plan to limit the members to female characters though. I would like to see some male characters join as well, but for now I'm the only one. Hannah jumped as Rana flung the door open. Sorry I made you wait. I brought them. Lady Rana, there's someone sleeping. Can you keep your voice down? That was a rare complaint from Hannah. Oh, Really? Sorry. Rana quieted down when she saw Lulu sleeping. Rana may be selfish, but she's surprisingly reasonable. She wouldn't selfishly cause trouble for others, so she apologized obediently. Your Highness Rana, could you wait for a moment? I'll move her to the next room. Hannah, can you help? Of course. Chara moved Lulu to the other room with Hannah. The small girl never woke up, and once she was in the next room Rana was able to talk as usual. I made you wait. It's fine. Who's that girl? She lost. No, she's a new member. The daughter of the Viscount. Chara said something about her. Unlike Hannah, Rana had a good understanding of the aristocratic society. I turned towards the students behind Rana. One girl wore a maid outfit and another was dressed as a valet. Oh, is this the butler? Behind them was a male student wearing a crisp white butler outfit. He was tall, a little taller than me, but had a baby face. But that didn't matter. I had been waiting for a boy to finally show up. That's right. Celestine, why don't you introduce yourself? Yes, Your Highness. Nice to meet you, Hero. Zephyrus, I'm Celestine. I have acquired the job. Butler. Celestine politely bowed his head as he greeted me. He'd already acquired his job and it was butler, nonetheless. Although all three of them had the category branch. This is a category that the relatives of aristocrats are placed in. Branch literally means branch family, and it is only available for them. Butler is definitely a good job as it can use some warrior skills. The job can be used not just as its original purpose as an assistant, but also has various places in a dungeon party where it can fit in. Don't panic. The guild might be full of beautiful women, but I'm not an unscrupulous person. But what about Celestine? I prepared myself and went to turn to Celestine when Rana dropped a bombshell. For some reason Dad said that Celestine is supposed to stick with Zephyrus. What did she just say? Dad? Rana's dad, meaning the king of this country, said that Celestine should stick with who? Yes, as of today I have been asked to take care of the hero, Zephyrus. I will be Zephyrus's servant from now on. Seriously? Every hero needs a butler. CH 120. A hero with a butler? I've never heard those words in that order before. You're going to serve me from today on? Yes, if possible. That's what I intend. The rest of the interviews ended without incident and the maid and valet left. However, Celestine stayed behind for some reason. All three of them would officially join once our guild went up to E rank, as we were now at 12 members unofficially. It feels as though we are steadily approaching the title of the strongest guild. But first, there's a problem I have to take care of. Why did you stay behind? Oh, no, that's probably the reason. I still don't understand. Can you explain in detail? Celestine seems to have become my servant at the behest of the king. However, Rana's explanation was difficult to understand, so somebody please explain. Actually, I don't know either. I'm sorry. When I asked, it seems like he was selected because he was the only first year to have gotten the butler job. The day before yesterday he was suddenly called home and then shown a royal order. Hearing that, I couldn't imagine that he enjoyed being told to serve me. So I asked. As a butler I worked hard in order to serve my noble master. It is a great honor to serve the legendary hero. Oh, I see. To be honest, what he said annoyed me a little. Right now the members of Eden are all friends of equivalent status. Although there is Rana and Esther who have a hierarchical relationship, the butler was put under me by royal order. At first it seemed like it would be troublesome. However, there was no quest to get him or anything, and having a butler is generally seen as advantageous. Maybe it will be fine after all. Well, nice to meet you, Celestine. Yes, I look forward to serving you. And what? Do you mind if I call you Sir Zephyrus? Sure. Isn't that kind of putting me on a pedestal? I haven't done anything of note yet, although I probably will in the future, so it's just a little in advance, right? Phew, haha. I accepted the title with a nod. It seems everything is settled then. Rana, who had been waiting quietly, stood up thinking that everything was finished now. You've been waiting so quietly. What a good girl. Shall I pat your head? I'm not a child. I'm a princess. Don't treat the princess like a child. Although if you really want to you can pat it. I was joking, but she'd bent her head forward. Well, she did bring 3 excellent recruits, so I guess I'll pat this Tsundeer's head. Although her tiara proved to be a bit of an obstacle. Phew. That's enough. It's enough. If you keep going I'll punch you in the throat. What? Was she nervous? How surprising. Sir, Zephyrus and Her Highness Rana seem very close, Celestine stared at the situation and said this with a smile, although I wasn't sure if he was surprised or if he just had a good poker face. But when it came to Rana, this situation was a bit surprising. Right. The saint and hero are close. This is very important, so keep THST in mind, Celestine. Understood, Your Highness. Oh Celestine, I wanted to ask this as well. How level, butler, are you? This is an important question after all. I'm currently Butler LVL2. I have the Court Manners, Tea Production, Straight Punch, and Taster skills. I see. So you leveled up then. Court Manners is a passive skill that raises dex like Kalua's agility boost. There's not really any point in getting it unless you're going to concentrate on production though. But tea production is in fact a production skill. It's used to make things like black tea or royal milk tea. Butler and maid can make use of cooking items, however when compared to specialized cooking jobs they're lacking. So I never went too far down the tea production, or court manners, path in the game. However, in real life there may be a possibility that it has an effect on the taste. Since they can't return the SP once it's been used, we'll just have to let him take this as far as he can. Maybe we should have a feast at some point. Next up is their straight punch skill. It's a good skill that a lot of fighter jobs have. It's a single attack skill that delivers a punch from the waist. And finally, taster. It has the effect of boosting the effectiveness of cooking items. I don't know why taster makes them more effective though. After that he told me his status verbally, but to be honest I was a little disappointed. I asked him how he would like to develop the jobs further down the line, but he didn't have any idea, although as soon as I heard him say that I broke into a grin. In that case, I shall show you the way. Actually, Celestine, I happen to know the strongest way to develop your job. Are you interested? When I said that, I showed him the memo that I had written earlier. CH 121. I like this. Let me have it, please. No. After I finished teaching Celestine about the best way to go about developing Butler, the sleeping girl woke up and immediately asked me to give her our resident cat god. Absolutely not. What is this? It's so soft. Give this to me, please. You can only touch it. Someone else would be very sad if you took it. She had switched onto the stuffed animal that had somehow received the nickname of Mochi-chan. When the girl saw it she grabbed it, overjoyed. However, in an unexpectedly gentle tone, Rana explained that Rika would probably cry if she took it. I figured this would happen, so I brought a lot of stuffed animals. Can I put them here? Chara came out of the room that Lulu had been in and started lining stuffed animals up under his kittiness. Hannah and the smaller girl were surprised to see more than 10 other stuffed animals put there. Ah, how cute. As expected, is Chara also a stuffed animal lover? Me too. We can love stuffed animals together. Now that Lulu had woken up, she was full of energy and dragged Hannah off towards the stuffed animals. It was sort of relaxing to watch the two of them playing with them. Chara spoke as she stood next to me. Sorry, normally she should greet you as the guild master, but as you can see she's really childish. I think she's going to get along well with Rana. Hey, what is that supposed to mean? Oops. What's wrong, Rana? You don't think you'll get along with her, huh? I didn't say that. Then why don't you go enjoy the stuffed animals together? It looks like you will get along, and some of those stuffed animals look really cute. Why? Yeah, ignoring the stuffed animals, it's important for us to get along since we are in the same guild now. Rana claimed that the stuffed animals had nothing to do with the reason she was heading over. Could you stop making fun of Her Highness Lady Rana? Isn't she supposed to be a princess? Didn't you just do the same thing by saying supposed to be? Besides, this is how I communicate with Rana. She doesn't seem to mind, so it's not a problem, right? Slip of the tongue. However, if you upset Her Highness, I'm sure you'll be in for it. I looked at Celestine behind me. You want peace of mind for the person you like, right? I understand. Celestine had a suspicious smile on his face as he said this, and I feel like I should correct him, but I guess it's fine. While I was thinking this, the other three came back over. Each of them had a stuffed animal in their hands. Hannah began to introduce Lulu to me while still hugging a stuffed animal. Lulu, this is the guild master Zephyrus. Most of the members here were gathered by him. Nice to meet you. I'm Lulu and I love stuffed animals. Thank you for letting me join the guild. What a cheerful Lily. She had already become friends with both Rana and Hannah before I knew it. Of course, since she's cute, it's not weird at all to introduce herself as a stuffed animal lover. I am Eden's guild master Zephyrus. Hero LVL34. Nice to meet you. Wow, you're strong. Kinda huh. I was very proud of the pure look of shining respect. What a pleasant look. Can I ask a question, Big Brother Zephyrus? Big Brother. I can't believe this. It's my first time experiencing this. I've never once been called that. I shouted involuntarily as my hands covered my chest. Those two words held great power. You can ask me anything. I will answer it. Okay. Where did you get that kitty drop that's on the wall? I really want it. So that's what it is. This girl has a good eye. She knows that she can't buy it, so she's going to aim for getting it as a drop. That's very game-esque of her. I like that. Big Brother will tell you exactly where to get it. His kittiness is a gold chest rare boss drop from the beginner level intermediate tier dungeons and up. By the way, I actually defeated that boss solo. Wow, Big Brother defeated the rare boss on his own and even got a gold chest? Yep. I felt like I was making a fool of myself a bit, but it felt good to have those big round eyes looking at me. Wow. I was in a very good mood when suddenly Lulu's expression grew serious. Apparently she had something very serious to talk about. Big Brother Zephyrus, I have a request. Tell me. Okay. Please make Lulu a Lolita hero. I will. Even if it costs me my life. Yay. Wait a minute you guys. Chara was saying something but I can't hear it. Lolita Hero officially ranks as the 4th strongest job in my mind. Do I need another reason to support such a cute girl trying to awaken to this job? No. No I don't. CH 122. Auction? Yeah. I'm going to participate in the auction tomorrow. I figured we'd bid the item we got from the drop the other day. I was thinking about taking everyone with me. What do you think? Yeah, it might be good for our studying later on if we go. Just before I went off to help Lulu meet the requirements to become a Lolita hero, I remembered to tell everyone about the schedule I had planned for tomorrow. Rana asked questions about the auction, although it's to be expected that she wouldn't have any knowledge of it since we haven't taken any classes yet. Even if it is listed in detail inside the student handbook. Chara on the other hand was enthusiastic. When the rest of them heard about it they agreed to participate as well. Although Esther wasn't here, so I asked Trana to pass along a message. As for Kalu and Rika, I want them to concentrate on diving into the dungeon for now. I'll take them along to the auction at a later date. Celestine, can I ask you to get to work right away? Yeah, leave it to me. I see, so these are the times where it's good to have a butler. I left the item that we would be putting up for auction with Celestine. I was sure that he'd do a good job. But, in that case, shouldn't we have Celestine join immediately? I guess it would be strange if we had Celestine taking care of guild work if he wasn't actually part of said guild. I was going to have him join along with the other 4 when he reached E rank, but it seems like it would be better if we went ahead and had him complete the joining procedure by the end of the day. I think so too. Why don't we go to the guild reception area? Chara agreed, so we decided to go now. Lulu would also be coming along, but she said that she would officially join after we went up to E rank. It's okay, Lulu isn't a Lolita hero yet. It all depends on my future hard work. She misunderstood entirely, but it was still cute. Lulu struck a pose. Although she was practically buzzing with energy, the pose was so cute that I nodded involuntarily. Hey, Zephyrus, you need to correct her. Rana came flying in to shut me down. Zephyrus, you're not allowed to touch her, okay? What kind of person does Hannah think I am? Although it's not as if I dislike Lolis like her and Lulu. Although I was pretty sure that if I said that it would blow up in my face faster than if I threw oil on a fire. So, I put on a serious expression and answered properly. Congratulations on joining the F-Rank Guild Eden. Thank you very much. After Celestine joined, that brought our members up to a total of 8. Celestine, welcome to Eden. We're going to be an S-Rank Guild one day, so you have to do your best. Thank you again, Sir Zephyrus and Your Highness Lady Rana. I will do my absolute best. Celestine bowed gracefully. What should we do now? The sun is about to set, so should we go ahead and disband for now? Nope. It's marathon time. Marathon? Celestine asked curiously while Lulu just looked on in confusion. Celestine is barely level 2, so he can't go into the dungeon yet, while Lulu hasn't even gotten her job yet. Foo. To be fun, because there is only one thing to do at times like this. Let the Slime Pop Marathon begin. Slime Pop is becoming sort of an initiation ceremony for the new members. Zephyrus, can I come too? Hannah, Don't you do this every day anyway? Should I leave Hannah behind? While I was seriously considering why she wanted to participate in Slime Pop, I was ordered to stop by Chara. Wait right there, Zephyrus. Lulu hasn't properly joined yet, so you can do it after she joins. Oh right, I haven't told Satria yet either. It might be unfair to take Lulu ahead of time. I mean, it's true that if you think about it, it could be seen as unfair, but they're already going to be joining the guild at the same time. Surely it's okay to go ahead and get her a job, right? I mean, it's Lolita Hero. After all, I tried to make my case, but both Hannah and Chara shook their heads. My declaration of Slime Pop failed for the first time, thanks to these two buzzkills. CH 123. Sir Zephyrus, could I have a moment? What is it, Celestine? This morning Celestine had come to the guild room. It seemed as though he had something he wanted to say to me. Actually, I wanted to make a suggestion to help improve management of the guild funds. Fund management was an area that I was having a hard time with. In the game, all of the money earned and products made by the guild belong to the player character. However, in real life I can't just monopolize all the money and items. Up until now it had all been divided between us, while some items had been donated to the guild. This system works in the setting of a party, but as the guild grows bigger we can't keep dividing the loot between everyone, so it's a system that will have to change eventually. However, while I might be extremely knowledgeable about the game, real life isn't as easy. If it's alright with you, would you mind leaving this issue to me? What do you mean? I have a few ideas about how to improve it. Celestine handed over a couple documents with a smile. He was this prepared. Wondering how avoided procrastination, I took the documents from him and looked them over. It looked like he was taking it very seriously. Various ideas were laid out on the paperwork. In the game there weren't any accounting methods that were laid out in detail like this. Since I don't really understand, maybe I should just leave it to an expert after all. For the first time I realized that I don't have to do this all on my own. How did you prepare this in only a day? This is amazing, Celestine. I'm honored. I was seriously impressed. Celestine had the makings of a proficient accountant. Alright, I've decided. Even though we're currently only an F-rank guild, we are aiming for S-rank. So moving forward we will adopt this plan. To be honest, I know nothing about managing accounts, so I decided to hire someone and leave it to an expert. Understood. When are you going to hire them? Once we reach D rank. Until then I would like to leave it to you, Celestine. Is that okay? We can't afford to hire anyone to do the accounts until we reach at least D rank, so we have no choice but to do it ourselves. Until then, I left it for Celestine to handle. Understood. Please leave it to me. I think the third document would be the best choice regarding the management of funds. I read the document that Celestine had mentioned. Combatants put 50% of their total income into the guild and divide the rest equally among the party. Drops that are not sold are to be guild property and lent out to members. You may purchase these items from the guild if you want to keep them as your personal property after consulting with the other members. The document was quite long, but that was the gist of it. I wonder if there are any exceptions. Regarding production jobs, they have the right to take and use materials and have a production quota. I don't have time to go over this all right now. The part governing the production jobs is very complicated. Did Celestine really prepare all of this since yesterday? What kind of abilities does this guy have? A butler shouldn't be this proficient with paperwork. However, as far as I can tell, there doesn't seem to be a problem with the document. There is a rule that prohibits the guild from using items that were purchased with your personal funds. Oh, there's even an exception here about the stuffed animals. Good morning, Zephyrus. Good morning, Zephyrus. Celestine, Rana and Esther came in with Chara following behind them. Good morning, Your Highness Lady Rana, Lady Esther, and Lady Chara. Morning. What are you two up to? I'm consulting with Celestine about the guild's operation, Chara asked as she approached, so I showed her the documents. I see. It's true that since we were all just one party up until now, that previous method was alright, but it's better to change it moving forward. You're going to hire an accountant? When Chara nodded her approval, Rana leaned her big head in and asked, I talked about this a little earlier. I think once we reach D rank I will hire someone, but until then our guild and budget is quite small, so we should manage it ourselves. If that's the case, then I don't mind helping. I don't know if Celestine would be able to take care of it all by himself. Chara Chara offered as she flipped through the documents. "Thank you for your concern, Lady Chara." In the discussion that followed, we decided on the plan moving forward and named Celestine the main fund manager and gave him Chara to help assist him where he needed it. "I'm glad we have such an amazing butler." CH 124. Lady Kalua, you came to the right place. May I talk with you for a moment? Who are you? After a while, Kalua had come into the guild as well. She and Rika meet here every day before going to the dungeon, but today Celestine called out to her. "I'll introduce you. Kalua, this is our 8th member, Celestine." "Nice to meet you, Kalua. I'm Celestine, butler. I look forward to working with you." Celestine bowed gracefully as he introduced himself. It was actually pretty cool. "Kalua, I'm Starkett. Nice to meet you." Celestine didn't seem to mind Kalua's plain introduction and continued with what he wanted to talk about. "I have something I wanted to ask you, if that's okay." "What?" "It's about the donation that Senior Zephyrus gave to you when you joined the guild." "The donation?" Kalua seemed uncertain about what Celestine had just said. "Wasn't that a contract fee?" "In the game, that contract fee was required to hire a cat person. It was money you gave them so that they would join your guild for the 3-year period. It wasn't anything official but was accepted and even expected by the player base." "Is that not the case?" I see. I will explain from the beginning then." I had the same confused look on my face that Kalua did, so Celestine began explaining from the beginning. It sounded bad, but this was something that I had no idea about from my time in the game. "The Beast King Gartaiga?" "Yes. It's an A-rank mercenary guild composed entirely of cat people. Did you not know of them, Kalua?" "I feel like I've probably heard of them before. With him calling it a donation and not a contract fee, I think I know what path this conversation is going to go down." Sir Zephyrus seems to have guessed where I'm going with this, but I will continue to explain anyway. Originally it was customary for cat people to belong to that guild, for the purposes of studying to be a mercenary. So to put it simply, Kalua was supposed to belong to that guild as well. Most of the cat people are in the mercenary business since all of their available jobs are combat jobs. It seems that they normally join that guild first to learn how to be mercenaries. Seriously, I didn't know about this. I have to pay attention to everything that Celestine says. Missing even a single word would be blasphemous. Cat people have a strong sense of unity and sometimes form a group with others. But where the kids learn is from Beast King Gartaiga. Now I will move on to the main subject. If you are enrolled in another guild, you have to go through the proper channels with Beast King Gartaiga. So the contract fee would have been the mere paid by Zephyrus. However, we've received contact from that guild saying that the proper channels had not been gone through, nor had they received the mere. Kalua was tilting her head curiously while I had started sweating. To the point. Kalua was supposed to automatically be assigned to Beast King Gartaiga. However, she was already enrolled in a different guild, but the contract money was required for her to be able to do so. But according to Celestine, since I paid the contract money, the problem wasn't with me. The problem was... What? Not what? Why was she unaware of this? Kalua had already used the contract money on equipment. It's possible that she just didn't remember, but if that's the case, please try a little harder to remember important things like this. After that, we had a long talk about consequences and went to meet a coordinator for the A-rank guild. "Kalua, you idiot." "Foo-foo. That didn't hurt." The student we met with was a 3rd year and an acquaintance of Kalua. Her name was Mimina, and as soon as she heard what happened, she pounced on Kalua and smacked her upside the head. "Since it was Kalua's fault, it's fine, but please be careful next time. The son of the Beast King is guild master this year. What happens if he gets angry? Well, probably nothing, but nothing is going to happen." In the end, the contract fee was to be taken from Kalua's income. She hadn't used much of it, so it wouldn't take her long to accumulate it. However, Kalua was in tears over her money. "It was never yours, Kalua." Fortunately, the contract fee remained at the 5 million because I would have had to bid her farewell if it had gone up to the 100 million for Starkett. Although the reason behind it seemed to be a thanks for taking care of her. "Celestine, you're a lifesaver." "Thank you." Kalua, reflect on this properly. "I'm sorry. I'm glad this was resolved easily though." CH 125. It was 10 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, the day of the auction. The auction was to be held on the corner of Sea Road, although it wasn't a traditional style auction that you might see in the real world. Here you didn't hold up a card or shout out your bid, but instead the merchandise was lined up and you used an artifact terminal to place your bid. After you bid, you waited wait until the auction is over, and if you have the highest bid then you'd be allowed to purchase the items. When I played the game I used the auction exclusively to sell items. The items that were put up for sale were normally very expensive and often well over the normal list price. If you wanted to buy from the auction you needed a merchant character, otherwise the auction might just bankrupt you. Although sometimes the items that were put up for sale here could only be obtained at the auction, that and sometimes extremely rare items were sold at the auctions. Players often used it to find items that they couldn't otherwise find in a drop. Items like advanced job change tickets and door keys were often bought at auction, although these items could be dropped by bosses and many players opted to play boss pop to get them. Some players didn't have the time to grind boss skills. As such, although it was expensive, the auction took the form of a workaround for these items. Although you have to put in some work to some extent, otherwise you would end up going bankrupt. Although the auction can be used as a good place to earn money, you can't just list whatever you want. The number of items you can put up for sale depends on your guild rank. As an F-rank guild we can only put up a single item for sale every week. The auction does this because they prefer the items from higher-ranking guilds that are hard to get rather than have a ton of low-value items from low-ranked guilds. This is because the items that F-rank guilds can get their hands on are often sold at a fixed price in the shops anyway. Today there were a total of 6 of us that had come: me, Hannah, Chara, Rana, Lulu and Silston. It seemed that Esther had decided to go to the dungeon with Riku and Kalua, so she wasn't with us today. This is the auction site. It's different from what I expected. It seemed like even Rana had expected a normal style auction. If they presented the items one by one for everyone to bid on, then everyone would have to delay their trip to the dungeon until after they were able to bid on the item that they wanted. The auction was only open on Sundays and items weren't brought in until 10 AM the day of, so no one knew what was up for auction until then. However, if it was a normal auction most people wouldn't even bother with it and would just go to the dungeon like normal. For the players, the development team put in an automatic bid function. This allowed the player to make a single bid and then head off to the dungeon. Then if another bid was made that was above your bid, the system would automatically change your bid to be higher. It's a little selfish, but I wish that the school notebook that was given to us had a function that allowed it to interact with the auction. I wanted to go to the dungeon, although when you think about it, since the terminal had the function of auto-bidding, it made the auctions kind of dull. Maybe I should join a normal auction one day? Zephyrus, is this the right price? It looks like there is one too many zeros. Hannah was shaking her head as she indicated one of the products. It's correct. The price of items at the auction tend to be higher priced since they have a wide collection of rare materials, drops, and things people have created. Can I put my alchemy items up for sale? Well, that's a bit of a ways off. It wouldn't really be feasible unless it was something created from upper-class dungeon materials. Upper-class dungeon materials? Hannah stared back at the item she had asked about as if she developed a new understanding. Sir Zephyrus, the item had been put up for auction. Thank you, Celestine. You're a big help. Celestine had come here before the rest of us in order to put the item up for sale. The initial listing price was 100,000 mia, which was only 1/10 of its worth. I was looking forward to seeing how much it would sell for and hoped it would at least hit the 1 million mark. I love it. Lulu had ran over to the display case that held the item we had put up for sale. Was she imagining it being turned into something for her? That stuffed animal. I must show it love. Oh. Apparently there was a stuffed animal around our own product. As expected of a self-proclaimed stuffed animal lover. Big brother Zephyrus, I want this. I love it. Please. That ... what? What's wrong, Zephyrus? When I saw the pair of stuffed animals she had indicated, I nearly fell over. They appeared to be hugging each other, and one had angel wings with a halo while the other had horns and bat wings. It was known as the angelic demon stuffed animal. CH 126, 100 million mia. I can't. I just shook my head when I saw the starting price for the stuffed animal that Lulu caught sight of. It's a rare drop from an intermediate class dungeon. We haven't even reached the upper tier beginner class dungeons yet. There's no way we could afford something like this. We can't buy it? No, we can't. Actually, as an F-rank guild it's still much too early for us to be trying to buy anything. We should wait until we are at least D rank. It wouldn't be impossible once we reach T rank, but it's not the most efficient way forward. Since we also have the rare boss whistles, it would be more efficient for us to try and get it in a rare boss drop. Although compared to the item in the game, looking at the stuffed animal in real life, it looks wonderful. Lulu muttered her disappointment and turned her face back to the display case. I thought she would make a bigger fuss than this. I can't get it. Is that okay? It's okay. You are supposed to love stuffed animals even if you can't have them. I would love it if it was by my side, but even if it isn't, I will make it feel loved. As expected of a stuffed animal lover, she treats them as if they are part of her own family. I can respect that level of commitment. After that, Hannah and Rana seemed to be just as excited as I was about the auction, so I took them here and there and explained various things that I had knowledge of to them. Wow, how do you know so much about all of this? You're amazing. At this rate I'm in danger of losing face as the butler. Chara and Celestine came closer. Are they interested as well? Good. I'm always happy to answer questions. Although as we walked a bit away I noticed that Lulu wasn't with us and instead had her face glued to the first display case with the stuffed animal. Chara had to be sent back to recover her. Maybe she likes stuffed animals a little too much. Then Rana chimed in. Zephyrus, I want this. Buy it. 88 million Mia. Rejected. You're a princess, aren't you? If you want it so bad, then buy it yourself. Just because I'm a princess doesn't mean that I have money. Why did you say that like you're proud of it? Although I feel like the king and I were on the same wavelength when it came to Rana, I wouldn't want to send her large amounts of money either. In the end there was a lot happening around us, but since we weren't buying anything we finished the tour rather quickly. Was that helpful, Chara? Yeah, it was very interesting. Once we rank up as a guild we can go to the single auctions, right? Yeah, it only happens once a month, but there are single auctions. Although only C rank or higher guilds can participate or register items to be sold there. Single auctions are the more traditional style auctions where a single item is open to bidding at a time. I see, I'm looking forward to it. It seemed like Chara liked the auction. I might have to watch her so she doesn't end up going bankrupt. I decided to mess with the statuses. I've been thinking about doing it since we got back from the small wolf dungeon, but there was a lot going on and I didn't have time. Although Esther isn't here, so we'll just have to do hers when she gets back. Zephyrus, I'm now a level 32. Saint. Don't you have anything to say about that? OW. Although I'm level 34 right now. Hey, I'm a princess. Compliment me properly. She doesn't act like a saint at all. I was hoping that her personality would level up as she did, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Everyone is around the same level, huh? I'm a level 32, Shield Maiden, and I heard that Esther was level 32 as well yesterday. Wow, everyone is so amazing. Lulu doesn't even have a job yet. I cannot be careless about this either. That's right, Celestine. If you're lazy while in this guild then you will end up getting kicked out. But don't worry, as long as you work hard we will raise your level so that this doesn't happen. That's encouraging. Celestine was level 2 yesterday, but I could see impatience in his usual smile. I promised to cooperate with him, but my top priority right now is to go up to E rank so that we can add all the other members to the guild as well. Please be patient for now, Celestine. I'm a level 35, alchemist. Now, do I need to put the points anywhere specific? Hannah, for now you should save your SP until we reach the 3rd stage of your job. But you can use the other points to increase your ease. Okay, got it. If we continue on like this, Hannah will be able to reach the 3rd stage of her job in her first year. That may cause some people to get excited again though. I gave advice to everyone that was there and Esther even came back later in the evening, so I gave her some advice on her status as well. I'm busier than I remember being in the game. CH 127. My status first. Name, Zephyrus. Category, main character. Job, Hero 34 Latvian Lati. Sup, 22p, no limit. HP 228, 228, 262, 262. MP 304, 304, 372, 372. STR 100, 120 opening parenthesis times 1.6 closing parenthesis. VIT 100, 120 opening parenthesis times 1.6 closing parenthesis. INT 80, 120 opening parenthesis parenthesis times 1.6 closing parenthesis. Res 80-120 opening parenthesis times 1.6 closing parenthesis. Aga 100-120 opening parenthesis times 1.6 closing parenthesis. Dex 22-28 opening parenthesis times 1.6 closing parenthesis. Sup 176p0p, SP8p4p, skills. Body strengthening 10 Latvian Lati, intuition 5 Latvian Lati, appeal 5 Latvian Lati, sonic sword 5 Latvian Lati, aggro/1 Latvian Lats, defense 5 Latvian Lati, MP auto recovery LVL, abnormal state resistance 3 Latvian Lati, luck, magic, sonic sword 5 Latvian Lati, or a heal 1 Latvian Lats, recovery LVL, unique skill, hero's sword 1 Latvian Lats. Next up is Hannah, name, Hannah, category, villager, job, alchemist 35 Latvian Lati, STR 10, Vit 10, INT 10, Res 101-155, Aga 10, Dex 205-235, Sup 54p0p, SP 10p, skill, alchemy 10 Latvian Lati, mixing 10 Latvian Lati, material return 10 Latvian Lati, luck strike resistance, magic, Fireball LVL 5 Fire Lance 3 Latvian Lati, Ice Lance LVL 1, unique skill, unacquired. Next is Rana, name, Rana, category, royalty, princess, job, Saint 32 Latvian Lati, Sup, 21p, limit, INT 5 or Res 5, HP 94-94 192-192, MP 340 340 442 442, STR 10, Vit 3070, Sup 252p0p, SP 12p2p, skill, luck MP auto recovery 5 Latvian Lati, MP reduced consumption 5 Latvian Lati, magic, recovery prayer 1 Latvian Lats, recovery wish 1 Latvian Lats, prayer for total recovery 1 Latvian Lats, reign of life 1 Latvian Lats, miracle of resurrection 5 Latvian Lati, prayer of purification 1 Latvian Lats, lion's blessing 1 Latvian Lats, sacred devil's blessing 1 Latvian Lats, guardian's protection 1 Latvian Lats, magic protection 1 Latvian Lats, speed blessing 1 Latvian Lats, blade of light 1 Latvian Lats, pillar of light 1 Latvian Lats, unique skill, saint's prayer. Next up is Esther, name, Esther, category, knight, job, princess's knight 32 Latvian Lati, Sup, 20p, limit, STR 5, HP 192 192 268 268, MP 140 140 200 200, STR 150 240, Vit 7100, INT 10, Res 6080, AGA 6090, Sup 180p0p, SP 15p, skill, long thrust 5 Latvian Lati, riding 1 Latvian Lats, precious thrust 5 Latvian Lati, legion 1 Latvian Lats, lance assault 5 Latvian Lati, two-handed spear technique 5 Latvian Lati, luck, magic, none, unique skill, unacquired. Lastly Chara, name, Chara, category, count, job, shield maiden, Sup 20p, limit, Vit 5 or Res 5, HP 410 410 448 448, MP 140 140 200 200, STR 3080, Vit 110 170, INT 10, Res 100 160, AGA 2560, Dex 2530, Sup 240p0p, SP 12p3p, skill, provocation 5 Latvian Lati, guard stance 1 Latvian Lats, shield smite 1 Latvian Lats, shield bash 1 Latvian Lats, cover shield 1 Latvian Lats, fire guard 1 Latvian Lats, freeze guard 1 Latvian Lats, thunder guard 1 Latvian Lats, light guard 1 Latvian Lats, chaos guard 1 Latvian Lats, abnormal status resistance 10 Latvian Lati, shield skill 5 Latvian Lati, luck, magic, none, unique skill, unacquired. Alright, everyone looks good. Yeah. I'm looking forward to level 40. Right? I can hardly wait. We should go to the dungeon right now. Lady Rana, it's already dark out. We can go to the dungeon tomorrow. Thank you as always, Zephyrus. Yeah, you can ask whenever. After telling them what waited for them in the future, they could hardly wait. But I understand. I felt the same when I was playing. It's very exciting, raising you level and reaching the third stage. It was the best. What king of magic will there be? Is it going to be strong? I almost couldn't stand it back when I was playing for the first time. The third stage opens at level 40 and everyone is almost there. The tension was rising as we all agreed to do our best to raise our level tomorrow. Oh, before that, does everyone remember what I told you before? Before? What? I'll give you a hint. It's in the guild flag. Alright. We were supposed to have our equipment embroidered. I totally forgot. Although it seemed like it wasn't just Rhino that forgot but everyone else as well. Esther is back now so we can go drop off our equipment now. It should all be finished by tomorrow morning. We'll start our debut into the upper tier dungeons with our new guild emblems displayed proudly on our gear. And so before we disbanded for the day we all went to visit Maria and drop off our equipment. CH 128. What do you think, Zephyrus? Does it look good on me? Yeah, you look cute. It looks really good on you, Hannah. Yeah, Maria's guild is amazing. Hannah looks really strong. On Monday Maria finally got in contact with me to tell me that she had finished Hannah's equipment. The student notebook actually has a message function that can even be used inside the dungeons. It's very useful. So this morning Hannah, Esther, Chara, Rana and I all went to Maria's guild for Hannah to try on her new equipment. It looked like Maria had put in a lot of effort this time. Hee. As expected of you and your guild, Maria. It's great work, bravo. It was a set of equipment that was meant to go with the early queen black dress. It fit the alchemist's style very well as it had a witch-like feel to it, complete with a classic witch hat. It might be rude for me to say this out loud but it looks similar to some high-quality witch cosplay. The hat was known as their Fighting Wolf. It had a defensive power of 9 with a magical defense of 3 and increased the wearer's HP by 40. On her body she still had on the early queen dress that had a defense of 20, a magical defense of 13 and was resistant to strikes. However now she also wore the Hopeful Wolf's Bolaro. It had a defense of 28, magical defense of 18, and was resistant to strikes like the early queen. On her arms she wore the Battle Wolf's gauntlets. Their defensive power was 11, while they had a magical defense of 4 and increased the wearer's HP by 20. On her feet she wore Battle Wolf shoes. Defensive strength 6, magical strength 3 and had movement speed increased level 3. Then she wore 2 accessories as well. Finally she wore 2 accessories. Their Ring of Saving, with a defense of 9, magical defense of 9 and the skill Reduced MP consumption level 3. Finally she wore an amulet of fire protection. It had a magical defense of 10 with a level 2 fire attribute resistance. Everything is pretty high quality equipment for what it is, and considering it even incorporated some of the materials of a rare boss, there would be no problems using it in the higher level dungeons. There's no mistake that Hannah's equipment is probably some of the best equipment you could get from the beginner class intermediate tier dungeons. In total she now had a defense of 83 and a magical defense of 60. She even surpassed me in this as my Sky Seerers gives me a total defense of 76 and magical defense of 52. Hannah seemed to like it a lot and was very satisfied with the equipment. All that was left to discuss was the price. Alright, the total is 12 million mia. 12 million mia. Suddenly Hannah was no longer so happy as finally her time had come. It was time for her to experience the same difficulty that every player has faced in this game. Say bye-bye to your money, Hannah, although this is something she will have to get used to if she's going to continue. By the way, the aristocratic group didn't even flinch at the price, although Rana was just as shocked as Hannah was. It really did seem like her dad didn't send her a bunch of money. What a smart man. Alright Hannah, you should hand her your student notebook. Hiya. Really? Hannah, who was so excited a minute ago, now looked really sad. Who was it that made Hannah look like this? Oh right. Haha. But Zephyrus, I don't have enough money. That's alright, Maria. Right. When I called, Maria took out the assessment table of the materials we had sold. We hadn't actually received the income from the ghost mine or the small wolf dungeon yet. It took quite a lot of time for them to process and sell it because we had brought them quite a lot of material. She should have enough after we include what she earned from this. The total amount of the materials sold comes out to 28.85 million mia. Hannah was in shock when she heard the amount, but personally I felt like we should have done better after 124 boss fights and a rare boss. Because you ended up oversupplying us with the materials, the price for each unit went down. Oh, I'm sure that those who challenge the dungeon the after us will be brought to tears by how much the materials have dropped in price. However, it's important to forge ahead quickly, and I have no intention of stopping. Boss Pop. Good luck other first years. Sucks to be you. Although we all agreed to begin implementing the new fund management system that Celestine had come up with moving forward, because the amount that Hannah needed to pay and that we had gotten these materials before it had been implemented, we decided to divide it between us like we had been. This brought Hannah's portion to 5.77 million mir, and she only had 6.23 million left over that she had to pay. Alright then Hannah, show her your notebook. Maria then tapped her own notebook on top, and the transfer from Hannah was complete. Phew. Afterwards, though Hannah just stared down at her notebook, she looked pitiful. Maybe I should comfort her later. Alright, now we are ready for the upper tier dungeons. Alright, we also finished adding the guild emblem to everyone's equipment. Yay! Maria took out the equipment that we had given her yesterday. She worked fast. Furthermore, it looks brand new. Hannah said this as she looked at all our equipment, and it was true, all of our equipment was shiny. Well, since my members and I were adding the emblems to it, we decided that it had to be cleaned so that it looked the best it could. It was a free service this time, but if you want to have it done again you'll have to pay. You're very cunning. Well, this is a business after all. Maria's business sense is strong, and I caught myself wanting to stroke my armor for some reason. Hey, let's hurry up and put it on. Yeah, I've been looking forward to this. I agree. Maria, can we borrow the room in the back? Sure. We went into the back to change clothes. Of course I was in a different room from the girls, but when I came out again Maria couldn't stop staring. Zephyrus, you look really good. Oh, thanks. The emblem was displayed on my chest. It looks pretty good with the combination of the new clean equipment. It looked so good that even I had to pose in front of the mirror and admire myself a bit. Although it wasn't long before the rest of the group that appeared behind me. What do you think? It looks great. Everyone looks beautiful. Stop exaggerating. It's kind of embarrassing. Mufafu. Go on, compliment me more. Chara and Asta seemed a little shy when I complimented them, but Rana walked past in front of the mirror without a hint of shyness. Although Maria and her guild really did a good job, everyone had the emblem on our chest and shoulders, and I got the impression that we were really all part of the same guild now. Maria, I'm planning to add a few more members soon. Could I ask you to do the same for them as well? I'll do it for 2 of the free use tickets. 1? I don't think I'm going to be able to get the upper hand in this one. CH 129. We're finally here. We were gathered outside the dungeon's gates. We're finally going to the upper tier dungeons. I've been looking forward to this. I'm sorry we were so slow getting here because of my equipment, Lady Rana. It's not really Hannah's fault, is it? I wanted to go to the dungeon together with Hannah, so I don't mind. That's right Hannah, don't worry about it. Besides, we had a totally different reason for not going to the dungeon on Saturday and Sunday. Do you notice anything happening around us? Now that you mention it, there are a lot of people, huh? Even though it was early in the morning, there were a lot of people around the gate to the dungeon. Yeah, it's the 4th week of the month. There aren't any classes this week, that way everyone has time to go to the dungeon. It's also the last week for the first years to get their jobs, so that's why there's so many people here. That's also why Maria was at her guild even though it was Monday morning. Ah, you're right. Hannah seemed to have finally understood what was going on, but I guess I can't really blame her for not knowing. When every day is a holiday, one day is not really any different than the other. But isn't it mostly first years that are here? All of them have on blue uniforms. I took a closer look after what Hannah said and realized that roughly half of the people here were in fact first years. Shouldn't they still have classes going on for those trying to get a particular job? Yeah, they should. Does that mean that the ones here already have a job? That's strange. The number of first years gathered here was over 100. It would be fine if it was a couple dozen even, but it seems abnormal for this many of them to be here. There are still 10 days left before the deadline. In the real life I was told that it was normal for students to wait until the very last minute to choose a job. Oh, someone's here. That's Asta, and Chara pointed out an old man in a lab coat. When he came forward, all the first years gathered around him. Although that explains what's going on here. Hello, you young people are the future of this world. I am the director, Miston, I have invited you here today to participate in an experiment in which you will all hopefully meet the requirements to get higher ranking jobs. Starting today, I would like you all to dive into the dungeon with one of the staff members from our school. Of course you will be doing this without selecting a job beforehand. As the director announced this in a loud voice, various members of the staff all came out and lined up behind him. Seeing this, most of the first years seemed to be a little overwhelmed as they realized what they had just heard. Well, I get the gist of what's going on. Huh? Really? Esther turned around a little surprised. But this most likely had something to do with the information that I leaked. We received some information from one of our sources that defeating monsters might be part of the steps to make higher ranking jobs appear. See, although there is quite a bit of danger involved in facing a monster without a job, so it looks like they are sending staff in with everyone to try and eliminate this danger as much as possible. While it's true that many jobs require you defeat so many monsters beforehand, this condition was actually originally intended to be completed another way. However, the original way was tedious since you had to get a job, complete the conditions and then change jobs before reaching level 15. But someone invented Slime Pop and that completely circumvented the entire process and made it much faster as well. In the end, the development team's idea was completely negated and everyone used the Slime Pop workaround. There was even originally a silver chest boss drop called a low-class job change ticket that was meant for you to use after meeting the conditions for higher level jobs. However, this ticket ended up having no use for the majority of players. Of course, I didn't mention anything about Slime Pop to the researchers. Our guild is keeping that information to ourselves. I felt that if I told everyone everything, then that would remove the passion and the fun of doing anything for themselves. Part of the fun is searching for a way to do something and finding the most efficient way. Although I'm sure someone will figure it out soon enough on their own. But for now, the dungeon is a good workaround. Well, it looks like they're coming along just fine. Shall we go ahead then? Should we not watch? Nah, it's fine. Let's go raise our level in the dungeon. I wonder how many of the first years will be able to get high level jobs in the future. Our guild might have more people to select from in the future. I wish you all good luck. CH 130. We finally arrived at the upper tier dungeon. Rana cheered happily, although I could understand how she felt. I was also excited. Should I scream too? It's so pretty. Of course it is. It's called the Flower Garden Dungeon. Chara seemed to agree with Hannah's assessment. The dungeon seemed to be almost like an island that was surrounded by the ocean, but there were several fields of colorful flowers spread out around inside. It would be a waste to walk over them and trample the flowers. Should we collect these? Are you trying to pick it clean? Rana came to me with a novel idea, but if we picked all the flowers, wouldn't that turn it into just some sort of island dungeon? Although I guess since it is a dungeon, the flowers would be restored eventually. Hey, let's hurry up and move on. Monsters we haven't seen yet are waiting for us. Is that some kind of joke? I know all of the monsters that will appear here. In fact, it's probably a good idea to explain to the others what we might see here, so I asked Trana to wait up. The monsters in this dungeon are a bit annoying. I think I should explain the difference between the monsters in the upper tier dungeons and those in the intermediate. Of course. Your teachings are very useful. I'd like to hear this as well. Mr. Zephyrus here with another lecture. Huh? You'd think I'd be used to this by now. In the end, everyone nodded and even Rana tuned in to listen. The first big difference is the traps here. If you step on one of them, it will shave off a fair bit of your HP, so we should try to avoid them as much as possible. The traps would take the form of a damage floor. Although despite the unpleasant terrain, it was possible to collect things near it. Often the materials near the traps would be a good source of income for the students. As I was explaining this, Chara had taken out her notepad and was taking notes. T/N, damage floors, are those little tiles in 2D games and stuff that are like spike or poison traps. I don't actually know if we have a term in English for them other than just traps. You know those games with the square tiles that you move around on in the game, kind of like Pokemon style movement, and sometimes games like that one square deals damage to you. Yeah, those things. Next, Monsters in this dungeon will use various methods of attack. In addition to and ranged attacks, their attacks may now contain an attribute or might inflict an abnormal state. Rana should be especially careful as you may end up taking damage unexpectedly. Okay, can you teach us more about the specifics later on? Yeah, in the previous dungeons we had to face a fireball here and but fire was the only attribute used in the intermediate dungeons. In the upper tier dungeons, ice and thunder attributes are introduced alongside it. The attacks that create an abnormal state in the victim are mainly just poison attacks here, but it's still better to have Rana purify them as soon as possible to avoid the unnecessary loss of HP. In addition to this, there are a few enemies who will use debuffs here or even call other monsters in as backup. There aren't very many of them, but they are quite troublesome to deal with and require a proper strategy to counterattack effectively. Does anyone have any questions? How many floors are there? Good question, Hannah. It looks like I'd skipped over some important information again. There are 20 levels in total and we will be able to raise our levels up to 50 in the upper tier dungeons. Also in these dungeons are when hidden doors first start to appear. I said it twice because it was important and I wanted to make sure everyone had heard what I said. There is powerful equipment behind these doors, as it was from behind one that I got my Sky Series equipment. The location of the hidden doors is fixed. However, since they are hidden, you would need a skill or special items to discover their location, unless of course you had already found them multiple times before like I had them. There were no special requirements. Of course, in the online forums there was another way you could take the guessing out of the game, as there was a complete collection of the location of said hidden doors. As such, finding these hidden doors shouldn't prove to be much of a challenge for me. Hidden door. Chest. Oh, I bet if we found one there would be lots of treasure. I'm looking forward to this. It's good that they are looking forward to it, as I intend to stop by one later. By the way, the reason that we had decided to come to this dungeon today was mainly because it was a collection dungeon. Our main purpose in coming had been to collect alchemy supplies for Hannah. However, as we continued forward for a bit, we noticed something we hadn't seen before. Oh, there are other people here. Oh, some upperclassmen. This is the first time we've seen other people inside a dungeon. Zephyrus, should we say hi to them? It's probably better not to, since they will be exploring as well. We don't want to get in their way. I see. There's another reason for this. If you get involved with another group, you would probably end up having less opportunity to hunt and collect, and it would be far less profitable overall. As such, you would just end up wasting a bunch of time. By the way, the reason we hadn't run into anyone else before was because we were moving ahead of the others that would usually occupy the lower tier dungeons. It's usually pretty common to run into other people in a dungeon. If you got injured, you could also put out a call for help and the school would come rescue you. Let's move on away from them while we focus on collecting, although Rana should be paying close attention around us since all the rest of us will be working with our hands. Leave it to me. After that we moved out, although a little hesitantly. CH 131 R. There's a collection point. Finally, we searched the floors for places where we could collect materials, but the upperclassmen seemed to be focusing on them as well, so we didn't find very many. Honestly, I was happy to find any at all, as we searched all the places that I could remember. How'd we do this time? We got some materials. Alright, let's keep this going. The items we are gathering right now are important items for Hannah to be able to continue dungeon diving with us in the future. Although we won't actually be making any of the items until we get to the rest area outside of the boss room. Oh, a monster. Guys, let's get it. Rana was on guard as we were collecting materials. She sounded excited, like a gamer who was totally absorbed by the game they were playing. I thought it was kind of nice as Hannah and I gathered our things and headed over to where the shout had come from. It looks like there are 5 trees this time. I'll support you, so, if you don't mind, Chara. Leave it to me. Provocation. The battle seems to have already started before Hannah and I even arrived. I understand the excitement, but could you be a little more patient? Don't leave me out. Sonic Sword. Fire Lance. Most of what appears in this dungeon are plant-type monsters. This time it was a monster that looked like a moving fir tree with vines growing out of the top. Its roots were above the ground as it was using them to move. It had the incredibly plain name of tree. Slashing and fire attacks are very effective against them, which is why I chose this dungeon as our first upper tier one. Oh, that hurt. Esther, don't get too close to the tank, you could be caught up in the attack. The trees use a whip-like attack with the vines, so if you get too close to the tank you might get hit by it. Although we were well equipped and able to finish the battle quickly, we were hit a number of times. Esther, are you okay? Yes, Lady Rana, you healed me, so I have already made a full recovery. We're getting hit more and more, although since our stats and armor are good we aren't taking much damage. Thanks to this, the actual damage that Esther received was insignificant. Well, you look okay for now, I guess. We will be fighting these more in the near future, so it's good to learn where you can and can't stand early on. Thank you for your instruction. Esther thanked me for my advice, but even I am still studying the skills used in real life and how to improve them. While exploring the 5th floor I stopped in front of a certain wall. Zephyrus, what's wrong? Hannah leaned to the side as she questioned me. It was a pretty cute gesture. If you put your hand up against the wall, intuition will tell you that there is something strange about it, so I used this to my advantage. My intuition went off. There is a hidden door here. What? Treasure? Treasure. Hannah and Rana's collective reaction to this information blew me away. Anyway, I gave instructions on what to do while looking at the wall. Rana, let me see that key. Huh? What? You forgetful princess. Since it's real life, in theory we could just break the entire wall, but Rana got the key. If you have the key then it would be much simpler to use it, but the person in charge of the key forgot it. As I was thinking about what to do, Esther snuck up behind Rana and put her mouth up near Rana's ear. Lady Rana, tickle tickle tickle. Hiya. Don't tickle me. But I remember now, you want that key I got out of the gold chest, right? There's no way that I would forget it. La. Esther probably reminded you about it just now, although she did say that she didn't forget it. Rana took it out from her item bag, but when I reached out for it she seemed hesitant. Let me open it. I want to know what's in it. Wink. Sometimes the guildmaster yeeteth equipment and sometimes using his higher STR stat he winketh it away. Hey, my key? It isn't your key, Rana. It is the key you found. It might be similar, but I inserted it into the keyhole I'd found in the wall either way. Wow, as expected of you, Zephyrus. Wow, it really is a hidden door. I heard that they could start appearing from the upper tier dungeons on. Of course, and I know the location of every one of them. Fine, but I get to open the next one. Sorry, I destroyed the last one in order to open it, so I really wanted to open it properly this time. I'll let someone else open the next one. There should still be 3 of them left in this dungeon. A golden chest. Of course it was Hannah that was the first to react. Since I already knew what was inside, I decided to let one of the girls open it. Who was next? Esther didn't open one the last time, so it should be her turn. Me? I think so too. Esther didn't open a chest when we had 4 of them drop the last time. Okay then. Without hesitation Esther slammed the top of it back on its hinges. A magnifying glass? Yeah, it's a level 5 appraising item like what Maria used. It's pretty convenient because you can appraise the drops immediately. It's actually better than the one Maria used, as hers was only at a level 4. Before we had this I was able to tell them what all the items were, but now they should be able to use this to figure it out without me. Or maybe we should give it to Kalu and the others since they don't have me there to tell them what everything is. CH 132. There were plenty of collection points to visit and the monsters were pretty tough. So along with the increase in floors it was already 4 PM by the time we reached the safe area outside of the boss room. We finally made it. I'm tired. It seems having to move around that much was quite tough on both Rana and Hannah, since as soon as we were safe they sat down with their backs to each other. I tried to take the shortest route possible to the collection points, but we did walk around quite a bit more than usual and the battles were tougher, so even with taking breaks in between the levels everyone was more tired than usual. But it was worth it, and we gathered a fair number of materials since once we got down to the 10th floor there weren't as many depleted collection points. It almost seemed that the upperclassmen didn't have time to worry about collecting once they had reached the lower levels. Of course we went to the other hidden doors as planned as well. Chara was looking at me weirdly as I was able to pinpoint the doors every time, but the others were absorbed in the chests behind the doors. Should Chara have been excited about the chests as well? All of the chests in the hidden doors are silver or above, and there are no wooden chests, as rare items are pretty much guaranteed behind one. All of the chests we received this time were silver. T/N. I messed up. It was a silver chest they found first. Apparently I was excited as well and just willed it to be gold. It was not. The site is being buggy, so I can't go and change it right now. We have the boss fight after this, Will we be alright? Yeah. But fighting it multiple times might be a little rough. I'll do it. Even if Hannah collapses, I'll cover her. Hannah responded tiredly to Chara's worries while Rana seemed highly motivated. The originally plan though was to have Hannah use alchemy to make items here and use those items to fight the boss, but she seemed too tired to be able to do this. This never happened in the game, so I guess I need to pay a little more attention to my party members in the real-life version. Let's take a break for an hour or so and then we can fight the boss. After that, whether we fight it again or not will depend on everyone's condition after the first fight. Okay, we don't mind. Esther was already preparing to take a break. Of course there's no need to rush since we are already at our end goal for the day. After an hour had passed and we stuffed ourselves with sweets that Hannah had made, we all felt revitalized and ready to fight the boss. We walked through the gate and saw it sitting, the meaning there was no rare boss this time. I was kind of disappointed. What is that green thing? Despite my explanation when we were taking a break, Rana seems to have no idea what she is looking at. That's the cactus-type boss monster, Cactua. Car, CT, us? No, the syllables don't separate like that. It's cactus. It's entirely different from the one that appears in the famous fantasy games. I swear. It's a large monster that is 5 meters tall and it looks nothing like the one in the other game. It had wide round eyes and a similar open mouth, and the red bud on top of it will burst, summoning a poison cloud, so it's recommended to get rid of it quickly. The boss doesn't move at all and it attacks using long-range style attacks where it shoots its thorns. The downside is that unlike other bosses that would focus on the tank, this one will shoot thorns at everyone, so you have to be careful. And since it specializes in long-range attacks, you can't really aim for a defensive win against this boss, although it does have a pattern to its attacks where it will pause its attack for a while, so the theory behind defeating this boss is to attack it during those pauses. CH 133. The fight with Cactua was starting. Foo-fa-foo. I don't know how it would be talking since its mouth is in a giant circle, but that sounded like a threat to me. Foo-fa-foo. What did you say? You about to learn today. These hands rated E for everybody. Shine lightning. Phew, I hit it, but maybe when I'm inevitably asked about what I just did, I should say that I saw it wasn't moving to attack and I instinctively attacked first. I don't think telling them that I imagined it trash talking us would be a good idea. I of course hadn't done much damage to it, as plant-type monster are resistant to electricity. Foo-fa-foo. I don't know what it's saying, but I'm about to wipe the grin right of its smug face. Wait, Zephyrus, stop moving ahead on your own, that, or at least pull aggro properly. Did I just get told off by Rana? Maybe I really do need to rein myself in a bit. You're getting a little hot-headed right now, Zephyrus. You need to calm down. Provocation. You're the guild master, so you need to get it together. Guardian's blessing, Lion's blessing. Wow, I just got reprimanded by 2 people. I must be having a really bad day. Although Rana does seem a little different right now, because when it comes to boss battles she's usually really focused and reliable. I'm not done yet. Protection of the Holy Devil, magic resistance. T/N. I'm starting to think it might be holy magic protection, but I like the way I have it better. It's basically the same. Rana applied buff after buff to a party. She also applied the magic resistance buff to the party. This boss wouldn't use magical attacks, but that buff would still help with the abnormal state attacks and help us resist the poison. However, I refuse to think that Rana had actually put that much thought into what buffs she was applying. Oops, I accidentally used the magic resistance one. Does this boss use magic? I'm glad she proves my internal thoughts correct so quickly. Foo-fa-foo. Foo-you-oo-you-oo. It's going to attack. Watch out, everyone. Chara readied herself. Since she had pulled aggro, it would attack her first. Foo-you-oo. Foo-you-oo-you-oo. For some reason, instead of shooting out the thorns on its body, it shot them out from its mouth while Chara covered herself with her shield. The thorns bounced off her shield with a clacking sound. There wasn't much power behind each one, so there was nothing to worry about. Okay, it's done. Everyone attack now. It was lucky that the boss was only attacking one person this time. It means that we had a chance to attack it while it was doing so. Fireball, Violence, Ice Lance, Blade of Light, Pillar of Light, Sonic Sword, Hero Sword. Phew. After everyone's attacks, Cactua's HP should have been greatly reduced. Foo-fa-foo. The look on its face seemed angry and it stopped its attack on Chara while seeming to gather itself. I've seen this before. It was preparing a ranged attack. It's going to use a ranged attack. Foo. Thorns shot out from its entire body this time. Kaya. Wawawa. Cover shield. defense. Chara was able to dash over and cover both Rana and Hannah, meaning that although there were several screams, only one person was hit. I've been poisoned, Esther announced this in a pitiful voice. The attack itself didn't do much damage to her, but since she'd been poisoned, the poison would continue to lower her HP, eventually becoming a big problem, so it was a good idea to cure it as soon as possible. By the way, we had decided beforehand that if someone got poisoned they should call it out the moment they realized it, because there was no pain caused by the poison taking your health away. This means that even if you know you are poisoned you won't feel your HP going down, so it could reach dangerous levels without you even noticing. Although I never heard Esther say anything in this tone before. I'll heal you right now, Esther. Purification prayer, recovery prayer. Immediately after Esther called out, Rana cured the poison and cured her. Hannah, are you okay? Yeah, I didn't take any damage. Alright, counterattack, leave it to me. Fireball, fire lance. I'll attack as well. Sonic sword. I'm going to pull aggro. Provocation. Thank you, Lady Rana. Long thrust. Phew. We were cooperating quite well as we grew accustomed to its attack patterns. Even if we got hit, the poison was cured and we were healed quickly, so it was a pretty straightforward fight. Although once its health dropped below 30%, its behavior suddenly changed. The flower on top of its head began to swell. It was going to summon its minions. I wasn't sure how to prevent this even in the game, so all we could do is watch as it burst. Kaya. What? This is its summoning technique. It summoned baby cactua. 9 smaller versions of itself formed from the petals, although each of the minions had 2 legs. I could have sworn I saw something similar in another game, but my memory is failing me right now. Well, I guess I should kill these for now. Foo-fa-foo, foo-fa-foo, foo-fa-foo. Unlike the larger one, they can move around. They are pretty troublesome because while they attack up close, the larger one will attack from a distance, but it will also start to heal, so the idea is to defeat it before it can do so. Everyone attack quickly. It's a race against time. Shine lightning. I'll pull aggro again. Guard stance, shield bash. Okay. Pillar of light, blade of light, recovery wish. Fire lance, fireball, ice lance. While the rest of you were dealing damage, Chara's HP was dropping quickly. She's good, but she's not take on 9 enemies solo good, so Rana quickly healed her as well. Legion thrust, lance assault. Then Esther activated her continuous thrust skill as well as her charge, taking out 5 of them at once. Fire lance. The last one is down. Okay. Let's take out the big one next. Right, Fu. We defeated the minions quickly enough that the boss still seemed to be deflated, as if its energy was gone from the summoning. Go. Hero's sword. Fu. With everyone attacking it together, the boss's HP reached 0 quickly and disappeared. The fight was a little disappointing, but our first boss fight in the upper tier dungeons ended in a victory. CH 134. We won. After we defeated the boss, Rana and I let out cries of victory, and confused Hannah tried to join in. You guys look like you are having a lot of fun. Do you want to join them, Lady Chara? I will accompany you. However, I'm just worried that they are going to rub off on me someday. Chara sighed while Esther just smiled. I wonder why neither of them joined in. Half the fun is the victory cry after all. A treasure chest. Looks like it's silver this time. We've found a lot of silver chests, haven't we? I feel like we've seen nothing but silver chests the whole day today. Rana and Hannah looked excited while Chara tilted her head a little disappointed. I on the other hand am wondering if I should correct her way of thinking so she can remember not to insult his kittiness in such a way. It is by his grace that we haven't once gotten a wooden chest in all of this. Remember to bow down and offer delicious meat properly, peasant. Chara, isn't your health still low? Healing prayer. Thank you, Your Highness. Chara was hit hard by the minions, and it seemed that her HP had gone down more than ever. With all the damage that she had taken, she wasn't able to fully recover with the previous heal, but thanks to her abnormal state resistance skill, at the very least she wasn't poisoned. If she was, we could have ended up with a different situation on our hands. It's all just another sign that the dungeons are getting more and more challenging as we go. It doesn't matter what equipment we are wearing. We need to be careful. It was kind of tough this time, wasn't it? It was the first time that I got surrounded like that. I need to practice more so that way I don't get surprised like that again. While we were talking about this, Hannah was staring at the silver chest as if she was about to run out of patience any moment now. Sorry for making you wait, Hannah. Let's hurry up and open it. Yeah, it's my turn this time. I see. so that's why she was practically drooling over the box. I wonder what we're going to get from our first upper tier boss drop. It's still the beginner level dungeon, so the items shouldn't be too extravagant, but we could still end up with something really good. Hannah prayed quickly before going to open the chest. What a good girl. At least someone here knows how hard his kittiness works. Looking at you, Chara. I hope it's a good item. I prayed with Hannah as well, hoping that she would get something good as well. She gently opened the box and gently took out a black and purple wand. Oh, it looks like she got some sort of witch-looking equipment. It might not seem like it would perform very well, but it should be usable. Zephyrus, it's a wand. What does it do? Oh, wait, we got that appraisal item, didn't we? Why don't you give it a try? As usual, Hannah tilted her head and looked up at me, waiting for me to tell her. She was so cute that I almost did so immediately, but I wanted to actually use the item we got for exactly that purpose. Oh yeah, she seemed to feel the same way I did, because it's exciting to actually be able to use the new items that you got. It should be rather easy to use as well, since all you should have to do is look through the glass and it would display the information on a small screen-like thing. It would be a really useful item if I'm ever not with them for whatever reason. Oh, I think I can see it. Little Witch's Wand. Yep, what Hannah had pulled out was there. Little Witch's Wand. It had an attack of 2 and a magical attack of 17. Its ability was Dark Shot level 6. It's the same style of item as the Flame Rod was, but since it's from the upper tier dungeons, it's on a totally different level. Zephyrus, is this good? It's not really bad or good. Dark attacks can be useful, but it's an attack that you would rarely use unless your class is a wizard or an actual magic user. In Dun Life, there are several jobs that have access to some form of light attack, but there are only a limited few who would have access to a dark attribute attack. For instance, even Esther's Precious Thrust has a light attribute to it, but there is no dark thrust that goes with her class. So in that sense, I guess it is a pretty valuable item, although Hannah still has her mana light staff with an attack of 7 and a magical attack of 28. So while the drop was good, it's not really comparable to what she's using right now. So should we just put it in the item bag then? No. What are you talking about, Hannah? Wouldn't it be better to use it? I guess normally we would either store it or sell it, but Hannah's current weapon has an empty slot. You shouldn't hesitate if you can use dark magic. Once we get back, we can get another ability ball made, and then you can replace the one you have now and use dark magic. CH 135. We ended up fighting Cactua 3 more times, although we stopped there, mostly because of the lack of time since we got there later than usual. Although everyone did get to increase their levels by 2 or 3 today, so it wasn't a total bust. By the way, the chests that were dropped were wood, and silver, so one of two things happened. Either we need to replenish his kittiness's meat supply, or Charo offended him. Apologize now, because even in the silver chest all we got was a lower class job change ticket, which is actually kind of useless. Good work everyone. Good work guys. Thanks as always. Oh, you mean the materials? Yeah, I'll take care of it. When we were leaving, Chara bowed a little to thank me. It seemed like she was worried about the sale of the items, but it's always left to me anyway, so it's not a big deal. Besides, if we forget to sell the materials before we go back into the dungeon, we could end up collecting too much and have to throw away an item. I have experienced this tragedy many times while playing the game. Mostly it's because once I leave a dungeon I'm always a little too excited and enter a different one. Another important factor is that most guilds are not open until late at night, and since the sale of items happens between guilds, it's important to go when someone is actually there. Another opinion was to store it in the warehouse, but if we collected too much in the warehouse and then tried to sell it all at once, Maria might actually kill me. While I was thinking about this, we all stepped on the magic circle and teleported back up to the dungeon entrance. Wow, there are so many people. It's really crowded. Hannah and Chara seemed to be a little taken back by the amount of people that were there. Now, what job will be next? Director Miston shouted on stage with a crazy look in his eye. The stage he was on had a dragon statue set up where students were coming up and having it display their job listings. Great swordsman. Whoa. When Director Minston and the other researchers screamed, the audience that had gathered screamed with them. Although the audience had swelled to an unexpected degree while we were in the dungeon. Although I was happy for the student who awakened to great swordsman job and somehow even surrounded by the researchers, he managed to look excited himself. Who's next? They all sound a little crazed right now. Maybe we should get out of here before anyone notices us. Hey, Zephyrus. Isn't that Mugu? Phew. Hannah almost called attention to us, but I managed to get my hand over her mouth fast enough. Hey, Zephyrus, this looks fun. Why don't we get a little closer to Mugu? Lady Rana, it's fine, we can still leave. Esther rushed over when I grabbed Rana, but seeing the look in my eye she just nodded, and before I knew it I was running away from there with two beautiful women in my arms. I felt like I had suddenly become the king of some harem. But why are these girls struggling so much? You kind of look like an evil villain now. No, Chara, why would you say that? Just because I'm carrying off two beautiful girls to start my harem, I mean to escape the insanity that was happening on stage, doesn't make me a villain. I'm a hero. Check my job. HERO, hero. CH 136 _ I probably should have known what would have happened when the conditions for those jobs were figured out. When I was playing the game, the same thing happened with the chat rooms. When the players were trying to figure out the conditions for a job, the moment someone posted how to make it appear, the chat room would explode. It was so chaotic that you could hardly read what any one person was saying. And now thinking back on the crowd there, in this world attacking a monster without a job was unheard of, which means that the jobs that required you to kill monsters would not appear for them no matter how much they begged the statue. Then with the importance of having a good job in this world, it makes sense that they would all go just a little crazy at first when the conditions for such jobs were discovered. Although it seems like the reason it took so long for this to occur after I'd gone to the research tower was because the researchers had to debate on whether or not they could let a student fight against a monster without first getting a job. It was important for them to weigh the danger against the possible benefits. The institute was putting in a lot of effort now recording the jobs that appeared and how they were made to show up. I wish them luck in discovering the other 1021 jobs, but unfortunately, hero will not be possible for them to find. While I was wishing the researchers luck, Rana came out of nowhere. Hey, how long do you plan to carry me over your shoulder? It's embarrassing. I would like to stay like this a little longer. Oh sorry. I had eventually taken my hands off their mouths and slung them over my shoulders like a true harem king. Chara was staring at me the whole way, but I can't really go back to the dorm like this, so I put them down and saw that Rana's face was bright red. You suddenly covered my mouth, and I thought something was wrong. For that kind of thing I need to have my back up against a wall or something. Are you talking about Capitan? T/N. I'll just add a cable and pick to the bottom of the chapter. It's easier. I guess I was told that Rana reads love stories a while ago. Is this some book's influence? Is she asking me to do that? I mean, if she wants me, should I just do it? Not right now. You have to do it on the way back from the dungeon. It doesn't seem like she's joking. Lady Rana, nothing is going to happen in the future either. Sorry. Why don't we head back for today? Rana was chastised by Esther, and then they and Chara headed off towards the aristocratic dorms. See you tomorrow, Zephyrus. Yeah, see you tomorrow, Hannah. Hannah headed off in a different direction towards the girls' dorm while I went to see Maria on my own. Did you hear about the research institute finally finding out how to make the high-tier jobs appear? Yeah, I did. That's good. Yeah, it is. This will make it easier to get people with good jobs into the guild, as expected of the guild master who is aiming for S rank. I kind of wish that my guild master would have that much ambition. It appears that after the news of the first years getting such good jobs, the recruitment battles started up again. But apparently when the upperclassmen came to try and recruit them, the researchers were a force to be reckoned with. It seems that the researchers protected them better than the royal guard could, and not a single upperclassman could get past them. Did you come to sell again today? Yeah, this time we went to the flower garden dungeon. Do you mind if I use a room in the back? I haven't sorted everything out yet. Did you bring a bunch of stuff again? Yep, I made great use of the scoop that I bought from you. This happened because of me. You're telling me I shot myself in the foot this time? Well, we didn't really fight the boss that much this time, so the amount of materials I brought weren't really as much as usual, since more than half of the collected materials would be going to Hannah. In fact, with both Maria and I working together, it only took about 30 minutes to sort it all. By the way, I was hoping that tomorrow morning we could have you geese make another ability ball and analyze a recipe for us again. Leave it to me. She should be here tomorrow morning and can do the recipe for you as well. She's probably talking about the sleepy girl that did it last time. She has a proven track record in this kind of thing, so I'm sure this will go over well. I'll bring Hannah and Rana with me tomorrow. I don't know which one I am looking forward to more. The ability ball of the recipe that Rana found. CH 137 _ Good morning Celestine. Good morning Sir Zephyrus. How'd it go? It was a little noisy yesterday, but did you manage to get it taken care of? Yes, I have successfully completed the first job given to me by Zephyrus. The sale of the topaz. Here you are. Bright and early Tuesday morning Celestine had come to give me the winning bid for the item we had put in the auction. He took out his student notebook to transfer the funds and I was immediately a little disappointed. A large bag of gold would have been much more aesthetically pleasing. The money for the items sold was normally handed over the next day and Celestine went to pick it up, but because of the dungeon run and the commotion afterward I had totally forgotten to go meet Celestine to get the money from him. As such he had come early this morning to hand it over. Wow! 3.44 million mia. That's a bit more than I was expecting. I had expected to get around 3 million, but even that I considered to be lucky because, who would use that and what would they use it for? Celestine, are you free for a bit? Of course. Even if I wasn't I would make time for you. There's no need to go that far. I was just thinking we might be able to see something interesting if you come with me. Then I shall accompany you. The two of us headed to Maria's guild. You're late Zephyrus. I'm tired of waiting. Lady Rana, we haven't even waited for 5 minutes. Yeah, what Hannah said. By the time I arrived at the guild Rana, Hannah, Esther, and Chara were already there with Rana already complaining. This child has no patience whatsoever. Oh, you brought Celestine over today, I see. Yeah, I figured I'd let him see the making of the ability ball and how the recipe was decoded. If he knows how to do it then we can just leave it to him later. Besides, since he is a butler he might get into a predicament later on if there is too much that he is unaware of. So I figured it would be a good idea to let him learn as much as possible, especially since the ability ball is made using a rare skill. Good morning everyone, I will be intruding today. Celestine was quite graceful in how he greeted them. Maybe I should learn how to do that. Good morning Celestine. I appreciate all your hard work. It might be a pain being stuck with Zephyrus, but do your best. Why would it be a pain? I don't ask for anything really complicated, do I? While I was trying to decode what I had just heard, Chara glanced at me. Can someone explain please? Well, I'm sorry to have kept everyone waiting. Since everyone is here now, why don't we get started? Maria grabbed the sleepy girl by the hand and walked her forward. Was she asleep while standing up? How is she walking? This kid is asleep standing up. See? Even Rana is surprised. She does really good work, princess, so please forgive her sleepy appearance. Why do I get the feeling that Maria treats this girl like some sort of ability ball making slot machine? Alright, I'll make the ability ball now, so let me see the weapon. Okay. I received the item bag from Celestine and took out the drop from yesterday. Set it on her somewhere. She really is treating her like some kind of machine. Maria forced the girl to take the item from me. Now, press the button, and with that Maria promptly shoved her fingers up the poor girl's nose. Fuga. Activate ability ball conversion, a Baribar version. The sleepy girl jumps for a moment and repeats Maria's words. Is this really going to work? Nothing happened. Ow! Maria had tried so hard to make it work, but as I thought it didn't end up working. So angry she pulled a large paper fan out of her item bag and slapped the poor girl upside the head with it. But on the upside, we can now try again with her properly awake this time. The results of the ability ball conversion were Dark Javelin level 5. We ended up with a normal ability ball with only a single ability, but the magic had been upgraded. The former lower level magic Dark Shot level 6 had been upgraded to the intermediate magic Dark Javelin level 6. Unfortunately we didn't get as lucky as we did last time, but I'm still looking forward to what the recipe will be. So this is ability ball conversion, I see. I must study this. You don't actually have to go that far, Celestine. We'll stick a pin in it for now. Something tells me that it wouldn't be good if he was to use this as a basis for what ability ball conversion was. CH 138. I'm sorry about that everyone. I know it must have been a little disappointing. But worry not, what comes next will be much better. Ah, right. Well, now I'm interested. This is our guild's best. With that Maria pulled out a small item that looked like a dragon. I knew what it was the moment I saw it. Isn't that the young dragon? Hee. As expected of you, Zephyrus. You know what this is. Recipe decoding is usually performed by a specialized appraisal tool. But what Maria took out was an extremely rare gold chest drop that held 4 different appraisal abilities: analysis, detection, Decoding. An art appraisal. I want it. It's a drop in an intermediate class dungeon. I never thought you would have such a rare item. This is an important guild item that has been handed down through the generations, meaning that it is absolutely not for sale. I figured as much. But to be honest, even if it was for sale, it would be better to try and get it as a drop, otherwise I would end up going bankrupt. Hey, don't leave the rest of us out, you two. Oh, sorry. When I see a super rare item, the gamer in me can't help but get excited. After I explained what the item was for to the others, they all looked at it with interest. It has 4 different types of appraisal skills. This item is super rare. You don't want to know what the young dragon is worth. Isn't that pretty amazing? Yes, it is. Well, now that you've finished explaining, let me see that recipe. Right. I handed her the recipe we got from the small wolf dungeon, and she held it in front of the young dragon. Oh, the eyes shined. You should be able to read the recipe. The recipe that had been written in weird wavy text was now written plainly. It was pretty amazing to see the text change like that. It was almost like magic. Unfortunately though, no one here could share the same sentiment that I did, since magic was a normal occurrence in this world. It says it shows how to make dash boots. Oh, dash boots. Dash boots had the speed increase 5 Latvian lati skill on them. The equipment was normally a rare drop from a rare boss, so this was a good find. The advantage of finding the recipe is that the item can then be mass-produced. The recipe isn't used as an ingredient, so you can make as many as you want, although most people say that it's better to just make equipment for you to wear, since it takes materials to make the items. Maria, do you think you could make what's on the recipe? Oh, do you already have it? No, this is the first time I've seen it. Of course I'll do it. What are you going to do with the recipe? I could sell it to the school, but what about you? I would like to see the performance of the equipment first, but if it's good I'll buy it. Haha, I see. Well, since Maria is buying it, I'll leave it here for you to assess it. Dash boots are a very effective item during guild battles. They're very good items, so let's make sure Maria buys the recipe at a high price. Got it. The materials it calls for are those from the Battle Wolf. We had a lot left over that I was wondering what to do with, so this is actually really helpful. And so we went ahead and ordered boots for all the guild members. While we were here, everyone's shoe size was measured, and since Kalua's size was already measured before, I just have to tell Rika to come by later to have hers measured. Don't worry, we saved the measurements from everyone. I looked at Maria. I couldn't help but be curious. My expression was serious as I looked at her, and she returned my look with a smile. Good job, Maria. CH 139. Alright, let's head to the dungeon again today. Yeah, let's do this. Oh. As we left, Maria's guild, Rana and I were in high spirits while Hannah tried to keep up with us as well. Hannah, you don't have to try and go along with them, you know. No. I want to. I'm still a little unfamiliar with it, but I'll get used to it. I'm worried that they are rubbing off on you. Chara put her hand on Hannah's cheek as if she was worried. Are we all going to end up like this? It is troublesome. Her Highness seems to be right in the middle of it as well. Do you not need to be conscious of that, Esther? Since Lady Rana has entered Eden, she had been able to smile every day. I think I would like for her to be able to continue smiling. Besides, if something happens, I'm sure that Zephyrus will be able to stop it. Yeah, Zephyrus is really good at caring for others and seems to be just going around doing what he enjoys and bringing others with him. Her Highness is now as happy and bright as she was when her royal brother was still at the palace. But is it really alright for Zephyrus to be influencing her this much? Isn't it fine? Besides, the Lady Rana of right now is wonderful. You also like Her Highness, huh? Chara and Esther are talking behind us, but I couldn't really hear them. What's up, you two? Nothing. I feel like I just intruded on something. We have arrived. I am going to infiltrate now. Everyone stay back and wait for my signal. I have no idea what you're talking about, but okay. Good luck. Huh? What, Zephyrus? I ordered everyone to stay back while I moved forward to the gate quickly. I feel like some kind of forward scout. I don't know what has been going on around here lately, but it's entirely possible that the researchers stayed up all night with that giant crowd of people. I was nervous and sweating. It's the first time I've been this nervous since coming the real-life done life. I took a deep breath to calm myself and then rushed in. Unique skill. Muscles are the strongest. I don't need anything else. Muscles are the strongest. I don't need anything else. The strangeness of what I was seeing was entirely different from what I was expecting. Don't get me wrong though. It was totally strange. Alright, all of you have been training very hard. Up until today people have been calling the ghosts berserker killers. But you must believe in your wonderfully trained muscles and show them that they are wrong. Show them that our muscles will rise from the ashes like a phoenix if we are killed. Yes, Commander. What kind of muscle revives someone? I stared at the 5 first years that were standing there in front of the teacher David. This is a party that consists of only berserkers, and it seems that they had been wiped out in this dungeon a few days ago but were now back for a rematch. Could this really be considered sane? Maybe. They really do have muscles for brains. For now I decided to return to where I had left everyone standing. Ah, he's back. How was it, Zephyrus? Is that festival still going on? Oh, it's probably over now. What do you mean probably? I was so distracted by the muscle-brained idiots that I forgot to actually look around, but since I didn't hear the crazy shouting I assumed it was probably over. It can't be helped. I'll go take a look this time. Oh no, if she walked over there she would be slapped by the side of those idiots. She might even be contaminated and want muscles of her own. I have to save her. What? Nothing's going on here. When I followed after her I was greeted by an angry-looking runner. The idiots were nowhere in sight. The only one there was the teacher David, which means that they probably already headed into the dungeon. I sighed in relief as we all headed over to the upper tier dungeon that we were going to be challenging today. It was later that I learnt the principal had come yesterday and calmed the researchers down and disbanded the crowd that had gathered. Apparently it was bad for the school's image. I'd have to say I agree though. CH 140. The upper tier dungeon that we went to today was called the Bamboo Spirit Forest Dungeon. The scenery was tranquil and pleasant, but the monsters that appeared were anything but. It went that way. To be careful. Got it. Long thrust. Bye-bye. The monster disappeared while making some sort of mechanical sound. Good work everyone. You too. By the way, Zephyrus, what was that monster? It was the first fight we had in this dungeon, so I imagined that everyone else was feeling the same way that Rana was. In this dungeon the monsters are inorganic, meaning what we had just fought was a sort of doll that had a tire where its legs should be. It was a small doll but it wasn't cute at all. I know. It made me want to step on it. Hannah and Esther's evaluation of the monster was quite severe. The doll was only 50 centimeters / 1.5 feet tall, so it wouldn't be that difficult to step on, I guess. Well, that one was special. The other monsters should be cute, so don't worry. That's not the case. Why would you feel relaxed if the enemy is cute? I thought it was reasonable, but this is a special monster indeed. It attacked by pouring hot water on it, so you could imagine what happens when clothes get wet. Or, well, that didn't happen in the game, but there was a lot of fan art that made this monster incredibly famous. In the end even I had come to respect this monster. Life was rated PG-13. Well, let's move on. Just be careful of the monsters. Okay. We moved forward while I explained the attack patterns of that particular monster to Chara. Since they weren't alive they were capable of some pretty amazing feats, such as rotating their head and arms 360 degrees. After that we moved on, defeating a wagon-like monster and a ghost monster in the shape of a robe. Of course Chara still wasn't good when it came to dealing with ghosts. It's the Chirinrin. Let's defeat it before it can call its friends. The Chirinrin was a wind chime style monster. It was important to concentrate and defeat it quickly because it can call its friends over. Normally it is a good way to earn experience, but for our purpose of playing boss pop it's just a time waster that lowers the amount of times we can fight the boss. There's a collection point. Let's start digging. Since it's a bamboo forest it's only natural that you would be able to harvest bamboo shoots here. And since I want Hannah to continue making delicious food of varying types I have no choice but to continue securing the ingredients. Although I purchased the scoop personally, it will be bought by the guild so that other guild members can use it, which means I will be getting the million mire that I spent on it back. We also decided that we would use the guild budget to purchase other items that can be used for collection as well. On R we opened 3 hidden doors, and the items inside were a recipe that could be used when cooking the bamboo sprouts, and that an arm guard called Knuckle Guard. Finally there was an MP high potion that could restore 500 MP, The knuckle guard was rare and was pretty good, so I decided to go ahead and equip it, although it didn't really mesh well with the Sky series, so I decided to store it for now and go see Maria later to see if she could fix it. The focus of today's dungeon run was boss pop, so we didn't spend as much time collecting and was able to reach the rest area outside of the boss room by 12 p.m. I'm really looking forward to the boss battle this time. CH 141. The main purpose for today is to get the boss materials and if possible see if we can get Hannah up to level 40 by the end of the day. I'm currently level 37 myself while Hannah is level 38. Everyone else is level 35, so it would be nice if we could get everyone to level 40 today, but I don't see that happening. It seems like Hannah and Zephyrus will be getting the first. Lady Rana, there really isn't much to it. Yeah, I guess I am grateful for the level increases that we've had up until now as well. Contrary to what Rana was saying, she didn't have a tsndeer face. Next time I want her to show me that face properly. Don't worry, everyone should be able to reach level 40 by tomorrow. Really? What do you think, that I'm lying to you? You guys will reach the 3rd stage soon, so look forward to tomorrow. Yeah, he. I'm going to be level 40 tomorrow. Rana seemed to whisper this, but no one said anything to her about it. So what's the boss going to be this time, Zephyrus? Chara asked. The boss this time around is known as the Bamboo Man. He rides around on a 2-wheel thing made of bamboo, swinging 2 axes around in either hand. He never stays in one place and is constantly moving around, so it makes him difficult to deal with. The boss is like an upgraded version of the doll that we fought earlier. It's around 3 meters tall and rolls around the room on something that looks like a Segway. It's actually kind of cool. Imagine a doll just motoring towards you on a Segway like a mall cop. However, since it's constantly moving around, it's pretty difficult for the tank to control it, and the rear guard has to be careful not to get caught up in an attack, since it can deal a lot of damage and put them out of the fight. The attacks can also deal elemental damage, the right one having the fire attribute while the left has the ice. Finally, once the boss's HP reaches 10%, it becomes enraged. In this mode, both axes deal lightning damage and he gets a damage boost. Us gamers used to refer to this mode as Thunder Daddy. He's known to be able to defeat tanks that are the same level as him in this mode. However, there is a counter for this mode. If you attack his Segway, it will fall over. Since its HP is low, you can usually defeat it before it can get back up. But if you attack his Segway during the normal battle, then it will become resistant to getting knocked over and make the end of the battle that much harder. Thunder Daddy. Did I stutter? Why are you mumbling, Esther? Don't worry about it. It just reminds us of something from a long time ago. What? I know Esther and Chara knew each other since they were little, but what could have possibly happened that Thunder Daddy would have reminded you of something? I didn't really understand what a Segway was, but I get that it's fast and strong. Well, as long as you understand that much, it's fine. If it does anything dangerous, I'll call out so you can avoid it. And finally, when it enters Thunder Daddy mode, I know, attack the Segway to down the boss. Make sure to time your magic as well. It would be unfortunate if you were unable to fire during the crucial time due to cooldown. Leave it to me. Rana only has 2 means of attack, so once the boss's HP gets low, she should stop attacking and focus on recovery instead. But wouldn't Light Pillar attack the Segway? It attacks from below. It's fine, you can attack it about 10 times with Light Pillar before it will fall over. In that case, I'll shoot it a bunch. Next up is Hannah. Now it's finally time for you to let us see that. Yeah, I was really looking forward to it. Last time, we couldn't do the alchemy because we had collected a little too much. The effect will help turn Hannah into a magical attacker. Tada. Magic return, AOW. The effect is to switch the INT and the Re's stat for a set period of time. Hannah's INT was 10 while her Re's was 155. Using Magic Return A will make it so that her INT is 155. I never used this when I was playing the game because I didn't really use any production jobs in the dungeon or in the dungeon battles. But now this means that Hannah should have some serious firepower. Hannah has now become our official magical attacker. Well, Rana is still stronger, but I'm just going to ignore that fact for the moment. You brought the ability ball, right? Yeah, but I'm not quite used to it yet. Yeah, you should get used to it soon. I gave Hannah some homework, If she can achieve it smoothly during the battle, this would mean that while one ability ball has its magic in the cooldown phase, she can switch an attack with the other, effectively not having a cooldown period. In the game it was made so that you weren't able to switch between the ability balls, but in the real version I made an amazing discovery. There is nothing stopping us from changing out the ability balls mid-battle. With this I'm excited to see how far Hannah can go as a magical attacker, although right now it's taking her so long to replace the balls that even the highest grade magic flame lance has already passed its cooldown time. But I believe in you, Hannah. CH 142. Bye. We finally entered the boss room around 1 PM after our break. When we did, we saw that the bamboo man was rolling around on his Segway near the center of the room. I'm ready to go. After taking the magic returner, Hannah was raring to go. First let me pull aggro. Guard stance. T/N. I changed the symbol I used to indicate skills and magic and stuff because I don't actually have the previous symbols on my keyboard and had them pinned in Discord, so it's easier to use different ones. Don't get too close together. Make sure you leave space so that you can move freely. Chara pulled aggro as I issued instructions. If we group up, the area that we can move in, which we can move to dodge and attack, will go down significantly, meaning that the chances of us taking unnecessary damage will go up. The bamboo man doesn't really target anyone, it just performs a rush attack, so as long as you're able to get out of the way you don't have to worry about being ran over and taking damage. Bye. The bamboo man rushed straight at Chara. Fire guard, freeze guard, Guardian's Blessing, Rain of Life. Chara used her skills to negate 20% of the damage that would be dealt from the attributes, while Rana boosts her defense and casts recovery magic to heal any damage that Chara might receive. Attack. Deal as much damage as you can before it starts moving again. Hero's Sword. I'll buff you. Lion's Blessing, Protection of the Holy Devil. High R. Long Thrust, Precious Thrust, Lance Assault. Fireball, Flame Lance, Ice Lance, Fireball, Blade of Light, Light Pillar. Bye. The initial attack from the boss is fixed and it doesn't do its rush attack immediately, so it was held in place for a moment by Chara as we all piled on with our own attacks. Hannah's attacks were pretty good, although she still wasn't as powerful as Rina. Her fireballs now had a cooldown time of only 3 seconds. Shield Smite. Aga. Chara. Don't force yourself to attack until you've gotten used to how the boss moves. Just concentrate on dealing with its attacks for now. Okay. Seeing the aggro slowly be pulled away from her by everyone attacking it, Chara tried to pull it back to her but got a little greedy, trying to deal damage of her own. As such, she suffered a counter-attack that caused her Shield Smite to fail. Shield Smite is a very useful skill that is capable of dealing damage as well as pulling aggro. However, if used incorrectly, a counterattack could cause a critical down, meaning that the enemy can deal massive amounts of damage to you quickly as you try to pick yourself up. My point is, with its narrow attack range Shield Smite, this boss is a bad opponent to try and shield bash. Provocation. The behavior suddenly changed as Chara suddenly repelled aggro. Bye. It's going to rush. Everyone be careful. Because of the way the boss rushes around the room, a tank isn't able to stop it, but that doesn't mean that there aren't countermeasures. Sonic Sword. Bye. As it rushed near me, I used Sonic Sword to dash forward and hit it. Then with the momentum I was able to use another skill as well. Is a provocation attack, so it's similar to Chara's Shield Smite in that it pulls aggro. Appeal. I activated another skill with the intention of changing the target from Chara to myself. Bye. I'm over here. Defense. Bamboo man charged me with his axe, but I knew the timing well and used defense to help me earn a defensive victory on the boss and knock it back. Hero's Sword. Once you achieve a knockback, if you can quickly deal a lot of damage while it is still being affected by the knockback, you can sometimes down your opponent. And Hero's Sword managed to do just that. Attack it now. Long Thrust. Nice one, Zephyrus. Blade of Light. Esther was closer to me and was the first to attack. I was only betting on this combo working because it had worked in the game, but the way that the rush was stopped in the game was when it was targeting someone and began to do its rush around the room. If you caused it to switch targets, the AI would restart and it would end its rush. It would instead do a normal attack with the axes, which I knew the timing of well. I was surprised to see that it worked just like it did in the game, but that didn't mean that I was going to miss the opportunity to down it. Bye. Provocation guard stance. Chara had to use 2 of her skills to earn aggro since I downed it. If you down an enemy you end up pulling a significant amount of aggro, so one skill wasn't going to be enough. I decided to avoid attacking it again until the cooldown on Chara's skills had finished, since if I dealt too much damage I would end up pulling aggro again. After that we continued this process with no one being ran over by it until we got its HP down into the red. Biri. It's Thunder Daddy mode. I'll bury you, Thunder Daddy. Why was this being so intense? What happened in the past that I don't know about? Aim for the Segway. Hero's Sword. Lion's Blessing. Protection of the Holy Devil. Blade of Light. Long Thrust. Fireball. Flame Lance. Biri. Everyone concentrated their attacks on the Segway, causing it to break and the boss to fall over. But then something that I wasn't expecting happened. It stood up and took off running like an Olympic athlete. It can run? While I stood in shock, it headed directly for its target. Hannah was the one who ended up destroying the Segway with her flamelance, so she had pulled aggro, causing her to be the target of its charge. Cover shield. As reliable as ever, Chara dove in front of Hannah, causing the bamboo man to run directly into her shield and knocked it over. You're a goddess, Chara. Sonic Sword. Hiya. Lance Assault. We have a chance. Everyone attack. Thanks to the opening that Chara gave us, everyone was able to attack the boss with everything they had, causing its HP to drop to 0 before it could get up, and it disappeared. CH 143. Good work everyone. Chara, good cover just now. You really are a goddess. It's no big deal. It's my job to cover everyone if the target suddenly changes. I was so distracted by it doing something that wasn't in the game that I was completely caught off guard when it charged Hannah. I have a lot to think about when it comes to this boss battle. Thank you, Chara. I'm glad that you're okay, Hannah. Definitely. I didn't expect it to behave like that at the end, so I froze up for a second. I'm truly grateful to you for saving Hannah. Speaking of, it was totally different from how you said it was going to be, wasn't it? You said that if we attacked that Segway thing that it would fall. That's true, but I didn't think you would break it. No, wait. I told them to, didn't I? In the game the Segway wouldn't break no matter how many times you attacked it. I've never seen the bamboo man abandon it and start running like that. But at the same time, finding something that behaves differently compared to how it did in the game was really surprising. But this is part of what makes the real-life version so exciting. A voice inside me was screaming at me to investigate everything I could as soon as possible. Zephyrus, why do you look so excited? Oops, it looks like Hannah can tell when I'm excited. It's nothing. Let's just hurry up and do this again. We just finished? Aren't we even going to get the drops first? Oh, right. What did we get this time? A wooden chest. Let's try again. It was a knee-jerk reaction to hearing the words wooden chest come out of Chara's mouth, but Hannah had already gone over to collect the drops. Maybe that's why she's here. Since the wooden chests don't contain anything of value and even the equipment or recipes inside are just basics, so it's already been pre-decided that we would just sell everything we got inside them. Although something interesting did happen. Instead of the preset 5 drops that we would normally get from a boss, we got 6 this time. Does this mean that we got an extra drop because we broke the Segway? If that's the case, then I guess we will just have to break the Segway every time. And thanks to this new option of destroying the Segway, I'm going to have to review the way we fight this boss. I'm so excited. Since we can destroy things in the first place, we have to check and see if there are other parts of it that we can break, since it's a doll. The next time we entered the boss room, our first move was to destroy the Segway so that way I could get a good look at the different behavior it would display. It seems that my desire for knowledge will indeed be satisfied. Hero's Sword. I. On our 25th fight I finished it off with Hero's Sword. After this many fights, everyone seems to have gotten used to its behavior and we haven't had anything dangerous happen in a while. My desire for knowledge had also been satisfied, as nothing new has happened since the 10th fight. Oh, gold chest. Ah, there's 2. What? Did you just say there's 2 gold chests? My excitement gauge, which had emptied out with nothing new happening in the fights, had instantly filled up to max again with Hannah's shout, "His Holiness hasn't abandoned us after all." I couldn't help but pray to him in this moment. I will be sure to buy some expensive meat after this. Of course, after this it is only natural that we should offer some delicious meat. It seems that Hannah's loot goblin has converted her into a disciple of his Kittinus. She now understands that proper prayer and offering offerings are a basic need of such a benevolent God. Now, less importantly but still very important indeed, what's in the box? Ch 144. So, who gets to open it? Me. Raina and Hannah had raised their hands immediately. It seems like we have another loot goblin in the party. Wait. Wasn't there? Didn't I hear 3 shouts just now? Who else had raised their hand? I looked around at everyone until I realized that my own hand was up in the air. Oh, I did. I meant in the rotation. Chara calmly ignored all 3 of our hands that were in the air. I think I opened on last time in the ghost dungeon. When Esther spoke, everyone looked over at Hannah's staff. That's not right, Esther, since you didn't open one when we had that large drop with the battle wolf. Oh right, I had forgotten about that one. In other words, no one can remember whose turn it is. Hannah. What? We opened one with the Emperor Goblin, so we shouldn't open one this time. Why? Hannah and I both opened one when I had my rematch with the Emperor Goblin. When I mentioned this, Hannah's shoulders dropped. Don't worry Hannah, you can open the next one. In the end it was decided that Rana and Chara would open the chests. I really like the feeling I get when opening the golden chests. It really makes me want to open them more and more. Most people would call that an addiction, but I understand exactly what you mean. I too wish I could open gold chests all the time. Can we open it? Wait, do you pray to His Highness? If you didn't, you won't get anything good. Right. Chara didn't seem to believe it, but she obediently prayed just like everyone else. As to Hannah and I were included in the praying. After that, Rana was the first to open her chest. An axe. I can't lift it, it's too heavy. An axe? After calling out that she had gotten an axe, Rana's face turned red as she struggled to lift it out of the chest. It's Bamboo Man's Fury. It's super rare. Is it a good drop, Zephyrus? It's a really good drop. There are various types of equipment that you can get from a boss drop, but getting the actual boss equipment is probably the best possible outcome. The boss equipment is often stronger than the normal equipment that you could have gotten. From this boss there were 3 different kinds of axes that we could have gotten: fire, ice and lightning. Because of this, I immediately asked everyone to take the magnifying glass that we had gotten and appraise it quickly. Bamboo Man's Fury, attack 56, lightning attribute, bamboo splitter 5 Latvian Lati, Angrax 7 Latvian Lati, Fury 1 Latvian Lats, As you can see, this axe is very good. Its attack power is level 56, which is stronger than any of the other equipment we could get in a drop, even from a rare boss. Not to mention that it has the lightning attribute along with 3 skills. The bamboo split is an attack skill that doesn't have an attribute. However, the lightning attribute attack, Angrax, is level 7, so it's very strong. The level 1 skill Fury is just a self-buff that increases your attack power by 1.8. Now the real question is whether to put this up for sale at the auction or to donate it to the guild so that someone can use it. Now if we put it up for auction, we would probably end up getting somewhere around 8 million mere for it, but I might actually want to use it myself. I guess I should consult the other members about what we should do with it late. I'm next. Chara was the next to open her chest. A recipe? A gold chest production recipe? Don't shout suddenly, you scared me. Sorry, let me see that recipe for a second. Alright. I took the recipe from Chara. Even though I couldn't read it, I at least wanted to know what type of recipe it was. What do you think, Zephyrus? Is this a good drop? Well, I can't read it if we don't decrypt it, but there is no doubt that it's a good drop. If it was a wooden chest drop, it wouldn't really be something to be excited about, and if it was silver chest drop, it is pretty good since it can show you how to make certain dropped items so that you can mass produce them. When it comes to this gold chest drop, there was a great possibility. The reason that we were here collecting the inorganic materials was because one sister opens up the 3rd stage of her job. It's needed for a skill. If this recipe is something that uses inorganic material to create it, then there is the chance that one sister gets to the 3rd stage of her job, she will be even more powerful with this item. I want to take this recipe to Maria as soon as possible. So this is the end of Boss Pop for today. Those who disagree, raise your hands. That's fine. I think it's about time for the sun to set anyway. In that case, I'll clean up the safety area so we can go. I'll help you, Esther. There was no objection, so we all helped Esther clean up and then stepped on the magic circle to return to the surface. From there we all split up and I immediately headed off to go see Maria. Ch 145. Maria. Is Maria here? What's up? It's rare for you to be this loud. Ooh, Maria, I need you to use the young dragon again as soon as possible. Did you get something good again? Wait here, I'll bring it right away. I went into the room in the back and dumped everything out of the item bag. The recipe and gotten a little buried in there because of how much stuff was in there. Wait a second, Maria, I'm looking for it right now. Did you call me over here just to show me this? Maria looked a little pale at the amount of items that I'd dumped out. Don't worry, only a portion of them are going to be sold. Wait, is that Bamboo Man's Fury? You got a gold chest? Maria was stunned when she saw the battle axe, but that wasn't what I was looking for. I wanted the recipe. You could get 20 million mia for that. There was someone in a B-ranked guild who wanted one recently, I think. Did she just say 20 million mia? That was a lot more than I had expected. But then it hit me. Boss pop isn't something that is done in this world. That means that the value of such rare items will probably be more, since most people only go through a dungeon once in a day, making rare items just that much rarer. The 5 of us completed 25 fights with the boss before we got this item. So if you think about it, a normal group attacking once a day would take at least a month to get the same item. I had to make a note in my mind that in the future good equipment might be more expensive than what I was used to in the game. Here it is. While Maria was memorized by the axe, I managed to find the recipe. A recipe? You look like that now, but you're in for a surprise when you hear this. It's a recipe from a gold chest. What did you just say? Maria was so surprised she jumped in the air like a cat. Get the young. Why didn't you say something earlier? We need to decipher it immediately. Maria snatched the recipe at an incredible speed and immediately began to decipher it. I couldn't even see her hand move as it was snatched out of my hand. Are all people with production jobs like this? It's done. Maria worked so fast that I barely had time to send a prayer to his Kitines for a good recipe. What is this? A mechanical carriage? Yes, 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 yes. Yes, the power of his Kitines cannot be stopped. He is the almighty lord of the drops. We walk in the garden of his turbulence. This is crazy. This item was something that could be made to a specification that would allow us to ride on it as a knight. Moreover, it is capable of holding 5 people, so you can rush through a dungeon very quickly and end up in front of the boss room in no time at all. It can run right over monsters, but unfortunately monsters defeated like this don't get converted into exp and the drops would be left behind. Although the boss drops are much more important, so it's okay. Now we just need to get Ister up to level 40. This is super rare equipment. All in all, it's a major win. CH 146. Can I ask something? Sure, of course. By the way, Maria, you're really small, aren't you? Are you trying to start a fight? Anyway, why are we dancing? Because I'm so excited. The item that I thought was a long shot we ended up getting the recipe for in a single day's dungeon run. We don't have any other choice but to dance, do we? You've gone crazy. Well, that's okay. I held Maria's waist a little tighter as I continued to spin so that her feet were no longer touching the floor. Stop. I know how happy you are, but put me down. Maria knocked me upside the head when she said this. Well, it had been nearly 10 minutes since I started this. Should I congratulate her for lasting this long? Maria's legs shook slightly as I slowly lowered her back to the ground. I didn't expect for you to act like that. Maria seemed to be a little out of breath. After you rest, let's do it one more time. No way. What makes you think I'm happy about what just happened? So, we aren't going to do it again? That sucks. It was actually kind of fun. So what even is this? I'm of course assuming you know because of how happy you are. Of course I know what it is, and since I also need to find someone who can actually make it, I decided to explain to Maria. That sounds amazing, Maria said as she was looking down at the recipe. So anyway, I was looking for a good craftsman to make it. Foo. In that case I know of a good one. Really? As expected of you, Maria. Maria's guild is a good guild, but they mostly specialize in armor. Things like weapons and other equipment would have to come from somewhere else. Their craftsman job was a little less popular than either the armor or weapon production jobs, as they make accessories. However, when looking at weapons and armor, there are often times where you cannot equip something. Even if you get it in a drop, there is a chance that you won't even be able to use that item. Players often have to go to one of the production workers to custom order the type of weapon that they want, making it more expensive and more popular. The reason the accessory production jobs are so unpopular is because accessories can be equipped by anyone and rarely is there a need for someone to special order anything from them. Because of this I was worried that I might not be able to find a capable craftsman to make this item for me, but luckily Maria is quite capable. So it seems that I won't have to look very hard after all. I want to get introduced to them as soon as possible. Wait a minute. Let me check. Maria pulled out her student notebook and sent a message to the craftsman. Surprisingly, it didn't take very long for her to get a reply back. They said that they're close by, so they would just head over here. As expected, when the recipe was mentioned they would be excited too. Is Maria here? They're already here? Has it even been 30 seconds since she received the reply? And they seem to be walking through the guild straight to the room we were in. What is going on? Oh, it's the quiet guy. The hero. Huh? The person who came was the same quiet guy that I bought the necklace from. He still didn't speak very much, but I thought he was a metal engraver back then, not a craftsman. You know each other? I did a quest. No, I bought something from his store before and delivered some materials there. Oh well, if you know each other then this will be quicker than I thought. This is their craftsman that I would recommend. His name is Gant. He doesn't talk much but he's really skilled. Oh. So his name was Gant. Alright, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm the hero, Zephyrus. I wanted to make this item, so I asked Maria to introduce me to you. Yeah, let me see it. When I introduced myself, Gant just nodded and never looked away from the recipe. Okay, what do you think? Can you make it? We have all the materials here. Gant just stared at the recipe for a while with no expression on his face and not saying anything. But after a while he suddenly grinned. Of course. It looks like it's about time for Esther to get a power-up. CH 147. I gave all of the materials that were needed to Gant and paid him 5 million out of the guild budget. I didn't discuss this with everyone, but I figured that if in the end they didn't agree to this particular expenditure, then I could just take it out of my personal funds. After getting the recipe and the materials, Gant's face returned to an expressionless mask and told me to come see him in 5 days. After that I asked Maria to help me coordinate the knuckle guard with the rest of my armor, and she said she would take care of it. Most of the materials that I didn't have over to Gant were sold to Maria's guild, and I received the assessment for the items that we brought yesterday. We didn't actually fight Cactar all that much, so we only ended up with 5 million this time. It was Wednesday morning when I showed up in our guild hall. Hey guys. It feels like it's been a while. How have you all been? When I came in, Kalu and Rika were there as well, so I asked them how they were. Everything is good thanks to you. Thank you for the equipment, by the way. Yeah, although you bought the materials from Rana and the others. And you also paid Maria for the equipment to be made, so yeah, you all have really helped me out. Thank you. Kalu Abowden thanked me. I would also like to thank you for helping me become a female samurai. Most of the monsters that we run into are easy thanks to you. Rika expressed her gratitude, but I think the main reason that the monsters she's seeing now aren't able to compete with her has a lot to do with her equipment. If she's wearing intermediate level equipment like Rana is, then there is no way that the low level monsters will be able to challenge her. But I'm sure she'll figure that out later, so for now I just accepted her thanks. Alright. Celestine said that you defeated the Night Goblin. To be honest, I was a little worried about them. We more or less left the new members to fend for themselves, and I never even formed a party with them. Furthermore, even though we are in the same guild, I rarely actually see them, so I think that I might need to figure out a way to communicate with them more. I heard about their current situation from Celestine, and he told me that they won a splendid victory against the boss. Although they only cleared the beginner class intermediate tier dungeon, I heard that doing so usually took a few months to do, so they were still pretty impressive compared to the other third years. The next one will be more difficult. Alright, the ghosts one? It might be tough since Starker tests don't have any attribute attacks. One of the main walls in the beginner dungeons was the ghost dungeon. This dungeon wasn't good for those that could only use physical attacks. However, if you wear equipment with attributes on it, you should be able to proceed forward just fine. We plan to go to the Wildflower dungeon next to see if we can get some form of attribute equipment for Kalua from the boss drop, but if that doesn't work, we might just purchase some with the income we get from the materials. It seems like their party also had several things things to think about and were aiming to be more efficient in their dungeon capture as well. After we capture the next upper dungeon, we will be able to bring our guild up to E rank and recruit more members. After that I should also have a little bit of time to go around and help Kalu and Rika, meaning that if Kalu doesn't get a drop with an attribute, then some of the rest of us can come in to help support her. Okay, I got it. It would be encouraging if you did cooperate with us. Neither of them seemed to object to the idea. Alright, as of yesterday I reached level 40 and now have access to the third stage of my job. While they're here, I wonder if these two would let me take a look at their statuses as well. CH 148. Both Kalu and Rika were level 18 and had yet to even unlock the second stage of their jobs. With this in mind, it was pretty amazing that the two of them were able to take down the Night Goblin. The problem with them raising their levels is that they aren't yet able to play boss pop. It's hard to find a powerful enough skill to hit the door hard enough that it resets the boss until they reach the third stage of their jobs. If they were able to do boss pop, their levels would raise much faster. Because of this, I haven't actually revealed the secret of boss pop to them yet. But by the time that we are rank E, they should both be level 20 and able to speed up just a bit. Because of this, I only showed them how to apply their sup and asked them to save their SP until the next stage of their job opens up. Thank you, Zephyrus. See you later. Thank you for your instruction. I hope that you and the others are able to break us through to E rank. After that, Kalu and Rika headed off to the Wildflower Dungeon while I wandered around the guild alone. As I did, I saw that there was an offering of meat. Good. I'm sure that His Kittiness will bless them with good drops. By the way, they were here because it was part of Rika's daily routine to come and touch the stuffed animal that I bought in her place. In that case, maybe I should also touch it. Good morning, Zephyrus. Good morning, Hannah. Hannah had arrived. Now that we both reached level 40, do you want me to show you where to put the points? Yes, please. Name, Hannah. Category, Villager. STR 10. Vit 10. INT 10. Res 155 209. Sup 54 P 0P. SP 16 0P. Skills: Alchemy LV10, Compounding LV10, Material Return LV10, Rapid Alchemy LV1, Rapid Formulation LV1, Simplified Production LV1, Mass Production LV1, Drug Quality Increase LV1, Drug Recovery Amount Increase Grant LV1, Luck Strike Resistance/Resistance Movement Speed Increase LV3, MP Consumption Reduction LV3, Fire Attribute Power Increase LV2, Magic Fireball LV5, Flame Lance LV3, Ice Lance LV1. Unique skill. Everything is determined by dedication LV10, _. We increased her res first because it can be turned into firepower, so we put all the points into res besides what was put into dex. Next up is her unique skill. This skill can be thought of as something that lets you use a catalyst. What that means is that if you are going to be making a normal level 1 potion and you want to use a rare intermediate level item as a catalyst, the item is then melted down and instead of the normal potion you would produce 20 high potions. Of course, the quantity and the upgrade all depends on the quality of the item that you sacrifice. Next, onto the normal skills. The first 3 do exactly what it sounds like. They increase production speed. Mass production more or less does the same thing. The next 2 of course focus on increasing the quality of the potion or poison created and increase the amount recovered when the potion is consumed. Next up is myself, CH 149. Now that I am level 40, my third stage is released as well. There were a total of 25 skills to choose from, but you have to be careful. When you first unlock the third stage, you can accidentally shoot yourself in the knee by getting a skill and leveling it up too much. Of course it will hit hard, but it will also consume a large chunk of your MP every time it's used. So the idea is to unlock the skills but to not actually level them up until you level up yourself and your MP increases so that you can make better use of a leveled up skill. Name, Zephyrus. Category, Main Character. Job, Hero level 40. Sup, 22. No limit. HP 262 262 296 296. MP 372 372 436 436. STR 120 140 opening parenthesis times 1.6 closing parenthesis. VIT 120 140 opening parenthesis times 1.6 closing parenthesis. INT 120 120-140 opening parenthesis times 1.6 closing parenthesis. Res 120-140 opening parenthesis times 1.6 closing parenthesis. Aga 120-140 opening parenthesis times 1.6 closing parenthesis. Dex 2830 opening parenthesis times 1.6 closing parenthesis. Sup 132p0p. SP10p0p, Skills, Body Strengthening LV10 Intuition LV5 Super Reaction LV1 Sonic Sword LV5 Hayabusa Strike LV1 Lightning Slash LV1 Attribute Sword LV1 Defense LV5 Guard Rush LV1 Appeal LV5 Hate Slash LV1 Charisma LV1 Lucky Abnormal Status Resistance LV3 MP Auto Recovery LV1 Magic, Shine Lightning LV5 Lightning Burst LV1 Recovery LV1 Aura Heal LV1 Area Healing LV1 Unique Skills Hero's Sword LV1 Courage LV2 _ Super Reaction is an automatic reaction skill that avoids surprise attacks. It's passive but it's useless unless intuition is leveled up. Now onto the attack skills. Hayabusa Strike is a quick strike that attacks twice. It's a very useful skill when you're trying to stack attacks on a downed opponent. Lightning Slash is exactly how it sounds. It is a slash with the lightning element and is highly effective against ghost-type monsters. Attribute Sword is an active skill that coats your sword in one of 4 types of attributes: fire, ice, light, or lightning. Guard Rush is a skill that allows you to attack 3 times in succession while also defending with your shield. When using this skill, any damage that is dealt to you is greatly reduced and you cannot be knocked back. Charisma is just an overall buff. It allows you to increase the attack of your allies while pulling more aggro, although unlike Appeal it consumes a large amount of MP. Meaning if I wanted to use it as an attack buff it would be much more efficient to just leave it to Rana, but I got it just in case. Now moving on to the magic. Lightning Burst is a powerful range attack that is just one step up the ladder from Shine Lighting. However, it shoots out in a straight line instead of in a fan-like shape like Shine Lighting does. It is easier to avoid but it is much more powerful in comparison. Area Healing is a continuous recovery magic that can be laid on the ground, creating a space where your HP will continue to recover. This is just something that can be laid over Rana's continuous healing to increase the amount of HP recovered. Finally, we have Courage. This is a self-buffing skill that can only be used once per fight. For 3 minutes everything but MP and HP is increased to 280%. This is probably the main reason that hero is considered number 1. As such, the first priority is to get this up to at least level 5, where it will increase my stats to 220% and use it in conjunction with Hero's Sword. I'm really excited to see the amount of damage that I will deal. While I was thinking this, the door to the guild room opened. Good morning Zephyrus and Hannah. Let's go make me level 40. Good morning. Good morning. I look forward to your guidance again today. Rana and the others managed to reach level 39 yesterday and are one step away from being level 40. As such, it seems like they are a little more excited than normal. It looks like they want to head to the dungeon immediately and I'm happy to comply, but before we go we must make an appropriate offering. CH 150. The last guild to become E rank is the Poisonous Mushroom Dungeon. It is a purple-colored cave where poisonous mushrooms grow. Because of the terrain you can easily take accidental fall damage as well, so you have to choose the path that you're going to take carefully. Alright, I also forgot to mention to everyone about the item that I commissioned with the guild funds. But I can just do that before we all head home. Poison. It's poisonous. Everyone needs to proceed with caution, and if you get poisoned you need to let me know straight away. Rana was doing her best to be reliable and it was almost soothing. I felt relieved hearing her say this, but it was also very strange. If you step here you will get 5 points of damage. Rana and Hannah both have low HP, so be careful not to step on too many or it could get dangerous for you rather quickly. Esther cautioned the rearguard. We upgraded Hannah's equipment but her HP is still at 90, so she should be a little careful. Rana however had an HP of around 200, so I'm honestly not that worried about her. This place reminds me of the ghost dungeon. Chara looked like she was a little scared. The terrain does look a bit like the ghost dungeon, so I decided that I better reassure her. You can relax, there are no ghosts in this dungeon. Chara looked back at me when I said this. The relief could be seen on her face. But I heard that ghosts could appear here. What? There are ghost monsters. Chara nearly panicked when Hannah spoke in such a serious tone. They're a little different though. Some of the monsters that appear, like the one called Ghost Mushroom, does absolutely look like a ghost. However, it's just the way it looks and is not actually a ghost at all. Oh, you scared me for a second. Oh, it's just a mushroom-shaped monster. Chara seemed to really hate ghosts, but Hannah also didn't seem to be too strong herself when they were mentioned. Now, near the traps there are also collection points where you can get poisonous materials, but you have to be careful when collecting there. Give it a shot, Hannah. I took a small bottle out of the item bag for liquid storage, then showed Hannah how to do it. This is awesome. Don't make anything with this yet. I've prepared a recipe for this that will help you develop a new way of fighting. Isn't it normal for an alchemist to make bombs and poisons to fight with? I don't know how it will end up working, but it's worth a shot. There's a monster. Everyone prepare for battle. At Rana's call, everyone ready their weapons. Rana had found a poisonous purple mushroom-shaped monster. For some reason it was bipedal. Other than the poison effect, it wasn't actually all that strong. There's only one. Is it even necessary to pull aggro? Shield bash. The poison mushroom let out a scream that seemed to be saying, seriously? As Esther and I converged on it. Our first encounter with the monster was over in an instant. That was weak. That's because to enter into the upper tier dungeons you only have to be level 25. We're already level 40, so there's no way that a single monster would even be a threat to us. Our levels can still be increased up to level 50, but the normal monsters won't actually provide much experience. The bright side though is that the boss monster's recommended challenge level is 35, so we should still be able to get a decent amount of experience from the boss, even if the small fry monsters are basically not worth fighting. CH 151. Are mushrooms the only things these monsters drop? Hannah asked. So far we had avoided fighting for the most part as we made our way down to the boss room, but for some reason a large amount of monsters were hanging out in front of the stairs to the 16th floor. There's a reason it's called the Mushroom Dungeon. It's got edible mushrooms, edible poisonous mushrooms, and poisonous mushrooms. What's the difference between edible poisonous mushrooms and the poisonous mushrooms? That's a good question, Hannah. It's a good thing that Hannah isn't scared to ask questions. Simply put, edible mushrooms and their poisonous variant are handled by chefs, while the poisonous mushrooms are given to a pharmacist or alchemist. A chef would be able to take the edible poisonous mushrooms and using the skill detoxifier would be able to make something edible. However, they could also take it and make poison bait out of it. For now, just collect the drops, but make sure you don't eat any of them without appraising them properly first. A single bite of a poisonous mushroom can have some pretty nasty effects and end up making you incapable of fighting. Of course, there are other mushrooms that are used for recovering MP. Just because it's called the Poisonous Mushroom Dungeon doesn't mean that everything in here is going to be poisonous. After that we went down to the 16th floor and a familiar scene happened. Zephyrus, there's one here, isn't there? Yeah. Get the key. Okay. Hannah handed me the hidden door key. This time it looked exactly like the rock wall around it, but if you look closely you could see a small keyhole. After I turned the key, the rock wall slowly opened inward into itself. It's so much more exciting seeing this happen in person that it was in the game. However, there was also another reason to be excited. Golden chest. Rana and Hannah dashed towards the chest. Rana had an Agia of over 50 and should have easily won the race to the chest, as Hannah only had an Agia of 10. However, I was in shock to see that they were neck and neck. I win. I lost. How did Hannah beat her to the chest? Was Hannah's loot goblin giving her some sort of hidden power that I didn't know about? Zephyrus, can I open it? Wasn't it Esther's turn to open it? I don't know if winner's privilege applies in this case. I don't mind. I'll just open the next one, Esther whispered to me. She's so mature. Sure, go ahead. Yay. Please provide me with something good, Your Holiness. As soon as I agreed, Hannah jumped up and down praying to his kittiness. Unfortunately, the items in the hidden rooms were fixed, so I didn't think that praying would actually help all that much. Is this an item bag? Yep. In other words, we now have 2 large item bags. Now Kalu and her party will be able to have one as well, so they will be able to collect more materials. There are large item bags around, but they are expensive, and the general consensus back when this was still just a game was to wait for a drop, since there were a couple fixed chests that had item bags in them. It was recommended to have as many as possible though, because they are highly useful when it comes to diving into the dungeons. Hannah decided that we shouldn't use the item bag right now since we were going to give it to someone else. She said that new presents were the best. Alright, next up is the boss. We decided to have lunch before going into the boss room. We avoided fighting as much as possible on the way here, so it was only noon. The boss this time is the mother mushroom, or mama. Mama, Hannah muttered. It releases poisonous spores at certain intervals, so when it does, Rana, you'll need to make sure everyone recovers. Leave it to me. But you'll help too, right? Of course. Rana's purification prayer has a large cooldown since it's a low level. As the level goes up, the cooldown gets shorter and it doesn't take as much MP. Because of this, I plan to use recovery. Mama is like Fatty in that she will spawn several baby mushrooms, and if you attack the mama while these mushrooms are still alive, they will all focus on you regardless of who has aggro. Unfortunately, this boss does not use its own health pool to summon the little ones. The smaller ones attack with poison as well. So Rana, make sure that everyone has a continuous recovery effect if you can, while also using the abnormal condition recovery magic. Got it. Okay, it will also produce a large amount of the smaller ones, so we should try to wipe them out quickly with ranged attacks. Are there any questions? Do you mind? Chara raised her hand. Sure. Does the boss have any direct attacks? Well, it does have 2 arms, so it will hit you. It also has 2 legs, so it will walk around, although it does move quite slow because it has a rather large body. I see. Altogether it seems like it has a far number of characteristics from other bosses that we've seen up until this point. Yeah, that's because it's the last boss of the beginner levels. After that we finished eating around 1 o'clock and headed towards the boss room. CH 152. Manma. That's the mother mushroom. Manma. Hannah's eyes opened wide as her gaze followed my finger. The boss of the poisonous mushroom dungeon was 3 meters tall with a wide body. On top it had a wide umbrella-like thing. Its lower body was red with purple spots. Its look seemed to scream poisonous. It had thick arms and short stubby legs. Its face was situated lower down on its body than you would have thought, but its mouth was filled with large fangs. The boss started to move, although it was pretty slow. Manma. Attack together. Manma. If we start the attack before it can get close or summon the smaller mushrooms, then we can't be counterattacked. It has a large amount of HP, so this is a good tactic to shave off a bit of it before it can properly engage us. Lion's Blessing, protection of the Holy Devil, Blade of Light. Fireball, Flame Lance, Ice Lance. Shine, Lightning Burst. Manma. Zephyrus, I know you're having fun, but don't get too carried away. The boss looks angry now. Provocation. Oops. It seems my whole body had been trembling with excitement and Chara had to bring me back to my senses. Manma. Stop saying that. This isn't the impression I had of you at all. Sonic Sword. Now I was angry and put all my anger into this strike. When it hit, I was rewarded with a critical hit and a down attack. Hey, wait. My cooldown isn't over yet. Pillar of Light. Fireball. Maybe I should replace the ability ball? The rearguard was left in disarray because of the unexpected down. Maybe I should succumb to my anger more often. This was a good result. Hannah was now struggling to change out the ability balls, but it probably would have been faster to just wait for the cooldown to end. Higher. Spear Assault, Long Thrust, Precious Thrust. Shield Smite. Hero's Sword, Hayabusa Strike, Lightning Slash. I unleashed my new skills from the 3rd stage of the job. I was very satisfied with their power when seeing how much damage they dealt to the boss. They were also pretty flashy and I was happy about that as well. Zephyrus, what was that? It was cool. Blade of Light. Wasn't it? Hey. Are you trying to hit me? Rana was amazed by my new skills and accidentally fired her Blade of Light at me instead of the boss. If I hadn't turned around, I would have been hit. Oops. Sorry. It's your fault for showing me something so cool while I was trying to attack. My fault? Rana has a habit of just casting her magic whenever the cooldown is over, and this happened because my skills caused her to be facing me when it was. Although I'll forgive her this time since she was sincere about it. Will you two concentrate? It's getting back up. Lady Rana, you can talk later. When the boss got back up, it was extremely angry and its attention was focused entirely on me. Manma. It's going to attack with the spores. Everyone besides Chara fall back. When it shakes the large umbrella thing on top of its head, it releases spores that will cause poison if they're touched. The only problem was that it was coming directly at me. It was kind of scary. Provocation, Guard Stance. After Chara used her skills, the target changed to her. With the abnormal state resistance of level 10, the spore attack shouldn't have much effect on her. Manmuk, that hurt. Healing prayer. The boss had slammed its fist into Chara's shield, causing a loud bang. It had a tremendous amount of power and managed to damage Chara through her shield. Manma. It's going to summon. Everyone fall back. Spores came out from the boss, falling to the ground. Once there, they began to grow until there were a total of 30 smaller mushrooms. It would have been dangerous if Chara had been surrounded. However, she had fallen back and there was now 2 of use to split them between. Appeal. Chara's provocation hadn't finished its cooldown yet, but I started off by taking the attention of a dozen or so. Shine lightning, keep attacking but make sure not to hit the Legion thrust. Pillar of light. Dark javelin. Everyone attack, and it seemed that Hannah had successfully replaced her ability ball. Provocation. Chara was keeping the attention of the other mushrooms while everyone helped me out. Now that there was only 3 left in front of me, I asked everyone to go help out Chara. Guard Rush. Guard Rush was an attack that allowed Chara to defend at the same time. It wasn't as flashy as some of the other skills, but it was very practical, and soon we had annihilated the smaller mushrooms. Then we all once again began to attack Mama, slowly lowering its HP. After that, it summoned the smaller mushrooms 2 more times and we dealt with them the same way. We continued our attack until the boss only had 10% of its health left. From that point its hands lit on fire and it became enraged. I quickly shouted for Chara to fall back. Although it seems odd for a mushroom to be on fire, a flaming Mama punch is dangerous even for a tank. Of course there are countermeasures for it. Chara, fall back. We're going to attack from a distance. Even if it has high damage capability. Right now it doesn't matter if it can't actually land the attack. After everyone's attacks landed, the HP finally became 0 and caused it to disappear, leaving behind several drops and a single silver chest. CH 153, silver chest. Hannah reacted first again. Although at this point that's becoming a normal occurrence. Although the probability of getting a silver chest is only 20%, with the proper amount and quality of meat offerings we have been able to increase that rate thanks to His Highness's benevolence. I pulled my eyes away from the chest as the other members gathered around me. Good work, Zephyrus. It looks like we've finally cleared the upper tier beginner class dungeons. You too, Hannah. Now we can finally take the E rank test. Hannah and I high-fived. To be honest, I never thought she would make it this far in the dungeons. She blows my mind constantly as she's an alchemist that doesn't really produce anything and has gotten good at fighting monsters instead. I don't really understand what's happening, but I guess I'm the one that turned her into this by showing her the magical return. I'm even starting to think that Hannah may have gotten the wrong job. What? Nothing. I'm not about to tell her what I think though. Good work. We finally have proof that we cleared all the dungeons now. Chara was staring at the medal in her hand. Maybe I should have her put it on her chest later so I can take a picture. Are there cameras in this world? How do you screenshot real life? Good work, Chara. You too, Hannah. Have you gotten used to your stuff? Not quite. It still took a little too long to switch between the ability balls. Hannah and Chara were talking about her manalite staff while I was busy trying to figure out the screenshot feature on my eyes. Even Rana was headed in our direction now. Hey Zephyrus, now that we've defeated all the bosses, does that mean that we are E rank? Good work, Zephyrus. You too as well. Although we have cleared the beginner class dungeons, we aren't yet E rank. There is still a trial set for the Guildmaster before we can actually become E rank. Rana's eyes landed on the collection of medals that I was wearing on my chest. That's cool. I want to do that too. Esther put it on me. Okay, Lady Rana. Don't move. Rana now had the proof she had just gotten pinned on her chest. Okay, Lady Rana, I'm finished. What do you think, Zephyrus? Do I look cool? Looks good. I gave Rana a thumbs up. Although Rana was pretty, I wouldn't really describe her as cool, but I said it looked good anyway. After that we all high-fived before we headed back out to the safety area. After we finished this battle, the rest of the group was now level 40 and had unlocked the 3rd stage of their jobs. Honestly, I thought it would be better if we went back and slowly went over all the skills and magic together, but I'm sure they would want to use them right away like I did with Lightning Burst. In fact, Chara and Esther seemed particularly restless since they were about to receive their first unique skills. Okay, Use just a little bit of the SP to activate it. Zephyrus' explanation is so easy to understand. I was thinking about making a suggestion as well. I wonder if I can ask. I know we did all that work coming down here, and in the interest of efficiency we should do boss pop, but I understand what Lady Chara means. But I don't know how else to say this. I can barely control myself. Well, that's just what the third stage does. It's natural for even someone who is normally calm to feel like this and be excited, especially since they were saving their SP in anticipation of this moment. They can't help but to want to be able to use it all, but spending the SP is a sacred thing and shouldn't be done in a place like this. Done. Rana let out a contented sigh. This too. I'm really feeling greedy. It seems such a shame that I can't spend more of the SP right now. Esther's expression right now is kind of nice. It's alright, you can spend it later, but right now we should give priority to boss pop. Besides, if you go up another level then you will have even more SP to spend. Oh, by the way, the item that we got in the silver chest was called the Burning Mushroom Sword. Worthless. CH 154. Let me go first. I'll do it. Go for it. This is the strongest magic of the saint, so take it like a man. Sword of Holy Light. Manma. In the second round some of the skills and magic that we activated can now be used, and Rana started us off by dealing a large amount of damage. Sword of Holy Light is a mid-tier advanced class magic that is a bit further up the skill tree than Blade of Light. What is this? That felt great. I just dealt so much damage. Lady Rana. That was very dignified. Sometimes I wonder if Esther cares a little too much for Rana, because now she's even more excited. I want to go again. My turn will never end. Tree of Holy Light. Manma. Next Rana used the upper tier version of Pillar of Light. This caused a larger tree made of light to rise up from the ground in a powerful attack. It deals damage to whatever touches it and in a much greater area as well. It's quite good, so I plan to have her use it again once the smaller mushrooms are summoned again. Manma. Oops, we forgot about aggro. The boss tried to head for Rana, but someone came in between them. That's right. I mean Chara. I want to have fun as well. Fascinating shield. Chara took up position between Rana and the boss using her new skill. It's considered an attack skill with a narrow range of effect, but I explained all this beforehand and the shield maiden was able to make use of it without difficulty. The effect of this skill is to cause the target to ignore whoever has aggro for 20 seconds and concentrate on the person that used the skill. Manma. The boss swung out its armor Chara, but Iron Wall. Chara activated her new defense skill. Cover Shield was used to protect her friends, meaning that this was the first skill used to defend herself. Her shield was wrapped in a blue illusion resembling a wall. In exchange for being unable to move once it's activated, Chara's defense goes up a lot. The boss punched Chara's shield several times, but nothing happened until Counterburst. Chara timed her skill perfectly, countering the moment the punch landed on her shield, causing a large shock wave. The boss took a lot of damage and was knocked back because of this. My turn. Flash Thrust. Esther jumped in using the upper tier version of Precious Thrust, causing a large amount of damage and scoring a knockback down. We have a chance. Unique skill activate. Awakening of the Princess's Knight. Esther activated her unique skill, which was a very nice decision. She had previously raised it to level 10, cutting the MP consumption of skills to 1/4 th for 16 seconds and reducing the cooldown to 1/8 th. In other words, this skill allows you to use your other skills as much as you want. Because of this, we didn't limit this skill to just being activated, since it only truly shines at level 10. So what does this all mean? Long Thrust, Triple Thrust, Flash Thrust, Long Thrust, Legion Thrust, Precious Thrust, Triple Thrust, Flash Thrust, Long Thrust, Legion Thrust, Precious Thrust, Long Thrust, Triple Thrust, Flash Thrust, Long Thrust, Legion Thrust, Precious Thrust, Long Thrust. Even her skill with the longest cooldown time was reduced to only 5 seconds, meaning that she can basically just use it as much as she wants. In this way the boss's HP was reduced to the red zone in the blink of an eye. No. It just dropped to 0. Rana let out a sad voice as it disappeared into a sea of lights. Wow. Princess's Knight is really scary. Esther defeated it brilliantly. The boss had gone berserk near the end, but Esther never let up and the boss was defeated before it could even get back up. That was so fast that we didn't even get to do anything. Has it even been a full minute since the fight started? See, This is why I say the third stage is so strong, it didn't even have time to summon. Hannah was smiling. The third stage is a little too powerful for the beginner dungeons, so we should be about ready to step into the intermediate class dungeons. I'm really looking forward to it, but Esther, you overdid it. You took all our turns as well. Sorry Lady Rana. I wasn't used to it yet and accidentally overdid it. I think this might be the first time that Rana has had the chance to scold Esther. Isn't it usually the other way around? CH 155. Don't need it. No one's going to use a sword like that. Yeah, in the game it was sold for a good price, but no one is going to buy that in the real world. Unfortunately, I haven't met any collectors either. We will still store it in the warehouse for a while though, so we ended up putting into the item bag. I mean, we can still try to sell it once we go back. Did the boss drop anything else? Yeah. After we left I went to Maria and even tried to get her to buy the sword, but she refused. It has an attack of 39 and a skill called Flaming Slash, so it's good, but in the end it still looks like a mushroom. Well, in the end we still might be able to turn it into an ability ball since it has a skill. Don't just dump all the materials out here. But you told me to take them out? Maria was looking at the small mountain of drops that I was dumping out in front of her and just pointed towards a room in the back. So how many boss materials did you collect? We fought him a total of 58 times. Esther kept count. I've never heard of someone doing that much. But in other words, 58 bodies worth. It was a little rough on our MP fighting at full power, but the third stage of the jobs really is powerful. And in the end the boss started to look like it was crying every time we would force it to respawn. How do you do it so much every time? Do you just have a knack for it? That's classified information. Oh well, as far as the mushrooms go we can probably just sell them all to the cooking guild. Yeah, you'll take care of it as usual, right? I left the selling of the materials to her guild as usual. Okay, oh by the way, here's the assessment of the items from yesterday as well. Thanks. You work fast. Most of the materials that we got from the Bamboo Man was handed over to Gant, so our total only came out to 2.2 million this time. After 50% going to the guild, each party member receives 10%, meaning that my share this time was 220,000 mia. Alright. Gant sent a message for you. Is he already finished? I only gave him the ingredients for the recipe yesterday, although depending on the use of skills it is technically possible to complete it in one day. He wants rare boss materials. An additional request. It seems that Gant is the kind of craftsman that doesn't cut any corners when it comes to his work. It was a gold chest recipe for an exception piece of equipment that can seat 5 people, but it seems that Gant wanted to aim even higher than that. I heard that the upgraded version might even have a tent. Because it's still a school, they wanted to make sure that you sleep properly at night, but as you go the dungeons get bigger and have more and more floors. The hours for exploring the dungeon are from 6 AM to midnight. If you are in the dungeon when it reaches midnight, you are automatically ejected and brought back to the school. A tent is needed to prevent this from happening. If you use the tent to sleep, your HP and MP will get a full recovery and you can resume the dungeon capture first thing in the morning. But once we get the equipment, our dungeon capture speed will go up, so we probably won't need to spend the night in the dungeon at all. Considering the amount of effort that goes into collecting the rare boss materials as well, I really don't think that the upgraded version of it is worth it. He said that he would only make the type that uses rare boss materials. This is why I don't like craftsmen. It seems like we are going to have to farm rare boss materials anyway. CH 156. Going over the future plans. First, become E rank. Next, get the rare boss materials. For now, these are the 2 plans that I want to finish as quickly as possible. First, we have 4 new members who are supposed to be joining our guild, and next I want to go up to the intermediate class dungeons as soon as possible. Once we have the carriage, we will be able to head straight to the boss room and level up even faster. Other than that, we have now unlocked the 3rd stage of our jobs, which means there are other members with attacks strong enough to respawn the boss other than me as well. Although I am looking forward to class, it feels like we are on a time crunch right now, as we won't have much time after class to enter the dungeons and will instead be restricted to weekends and dungeon weeks. I am also thinking that gathering the rare boss materials should be a priority, because once classes start it will be that much harder for us to do it. Besides, once we get this done, we should be able to get our new members up to level 30 before classes start. Can you tell Gant that we'll get it for him tomorrow? If anyone else had said that I would have laughed at them. Maria just sighed and shook her head. I'm not going to do anything special. I'm just going to use this. I took the whistle out of the item bag and showed it to Maria. The boss whistle. Why do you have such a good thing? This is a great item. Do you want to sell it? No, actually this item is a rare boss drop as well. It doesn't seem like it because of his Kitinus's influence. But this item is actually a super rare drop. It's so rare that Maria tried to seduce me into selling it. But that won't work. There's no way I'm going to sell this. It would be ridiculous to sell it as you can use it up to 4 times in one trip and repair it on the last use so that you can use it again. With 2 of them then you can do it 8 times. I would be crazy to sell either of them. I figured. Maria stopped trying to tempt me when I said that, which was unfortunate because I wanted to see more of that. By the way, do you know a craftsman that would be able to repair this? Of course, it's a different guild though. As expected of Maria, she even knows of a craftsman that can repair the rare boss whistle. For the time being I can still use the whistles 7 times, so there is no need to get them repaired right now, and told Maria that I would go tomorrow. I also decided that the fees for the repair would be paid by the guild. See you tomorrow. I said goodbye and headed back to my room. I have to go rare boss hunting tomorrow after all. CH 157. Zephyrus, wait. Show me what to do. Pardon me Zephyrus. But would you mind instructing Rana and I? Me too please. It was Thursday. I came to the guild room and was caught by the others wanting to hurry and spend their hard-earned SP. We had so much fun yesterday that we didn't spend all of it, but it seemed like they really couldn't wait any longer. Alright, I'll do Rana first then. Get over here then. Rana was more excited than ever. I glanced at Ista but she was just smiling. Name, Rana. Category, Royalty, Princess. Job, Saint 45 Latvian Lati. Sub:21. Limit, INT +5 or ES +5. HP 192 192 224 224. MP 442 442 528 528. STR 10. VIT 7080. INT 170 300. RES 210 300. AGA 5060. DEX 4043. SUP 273 P0P. SP 15 P0P. Skills. Luck automatic MP recovery 5 Latvian Lati. MP consumption reduced 5 Latvian Lati. Magic. Recovery prayer LV1. Recovery wish LV1. Blessing of great recovery LV1. Prayer for total recovery LV1. Wish for total recovery LV1. Reign of life LV1. Reign of heaven LV1. Miracle of resurrection LV5. Miracle of hero resurrection LV5. Prayer of purification LV1. Blessing of purification LV1. Lion's blessing LV1. Holy Devil's blessing LV1. Guardian's protection LV1. Magic protection LV1. Rapid blessing LV1. Soul's oath LV3. Blade of light LV1. Pillar of light LV1. Holy light sword LV1. Holy light tree LV1. Shaoshu barrier LV1. Unique skill. The saint's prayer continues to protect 10 Latvian Lati. Click here for skill details. Blessing of Great Recovery is advanced healing magic. Wish for total recovery is intermediate healing magic. Reign of Heaven is intermediate continuous healing magic. Miracle of Heroes resurrection heals an incapacitated ally. Blessing of Purification heals abnormal conditions. Soul's Oath recovers a small amount of MP. Holy Light Sword is intermediate magic. Holy Light Tree is intermediate magic. Shaoshu Barrier is advanced defense magic. Good. Hey, Zephyrus, I really want to try this out. Can I? Sure. Everything but the attack magic. Yay! Rana raised her hands over her head in excitement. If you don't mind Zephyrus, leave it to me. Name, Ista. Category, Knight. Job, Princess's Knight 45 Latvian Lati. Sub 20. Limit, STR 5. HP 262 262 264 264. MP 200 200 350 350. STR 210 350. VIT 110 120. INT 10. RES 100 110. AGA 100 130. DEX 40 50. SUP 195 P0P. SP 27 P0P. Skill, Riding LV1 Vehicle Control LV5 Long Thrust LV5 Triple Shot LV1 Precious Thrust LV5 Flash Thrust LV1 Legion Thrust LV1 Legion Charge LV1 Lance Assault LV5 Phalanx LV1 Two-Hand Spear Technique L5 Vehicle Attack Technique LV5 Accelerated Drive LV1 Drive Turn LV1 Overdrive LV1 Luck, Magic, None. Unique Skill, Awakening of the Princess's Knight 10 Latvian Lati. Vehicle control allows one to maneuver rideable equipment. Triple Shot is an upgraded long thrust. Flash Thrust is an upgraded precious thrust. Legion Charge is an upgraded legion thrust. Phalanx is a defense, counter skill. Accelerated Drive is an attack skill meant to be used with rideable equipment. Drive Turn is a U-turn skill. Overdrive is a speed boost. It's very fast. So we put all this into the vehicle side of things because in the future you will be making use of equipment that requires these skills. Understood? Although we don't currently have enough materials for it, so that is today's goal. I will lend you as much power as you need to complete this goal. The words seemed very formal but Esther was extremely excited. Is it my turn now? Yeah, thanks for waiting Chara. Name Chara. Category Count. Job Shield Maiden 45 Latvian Lati. Sup 20. Limit, Vit +5 or Ease +5. HP 448 448 524 524. MP 200 200 290 290. STR 80 110. Vit 170 250 opening parenthesis times 1.1 closing parenthesis. Sup 260 P0P. SP 16 P0P. Skill, Provocation LV5 Guard Stance LV1 Aura Point LV1 Shield Smite LV1 Shield Bash LV1 Impact Bash LV1 Counterburst LV1 Cover Shield LV1 Induction Cover LV1 Iron Wall LV1 Citadel Shield LV1 Material Shield LV1 Fire Guard LV1 Freeze Guard LV1 Thunder Guard LV1 Light Guard LV1 Chaos Guard LV1 Abnormal Condition Resistance LV10 Shield Technique LV5 Flowing Shield Technique LV5 Defense Boost LV2 Magic Defense Boost LV2 Luck, Magic, None. Unique Skill, Complete Shield Fascination 5 Latvian Lati. Aura Point is an upgrade to Guard Stance. Impact Bash is an upgrade to Shield Bash. Counterburst is a counter skill that has a great knockback effect. Induction Cover is ranged defense. Iron Wall greatly reduces damage but restricts movement. Citadel Shield is a defense skill. Material Shield is a magic-specific defense skill, and her unique skill Complete Shield Fascination forcibly pulls aggro regardless of any other factors. So mainly attack and defense skills? Yeah. Up until now you've had to make do with passive skills but now you have more to work with to help defeat the enemies as well. The role of a tank is to not just pull aggro but to also help make the fight as advantageous for their allies as possible. After helping Chara it was time to collect Hannah and head off to the dungeon. CH 158. Oh Zephyrus, welcome. How did you get to my room? I had come to pick up Hannah meaning that I was currently at the girls' dormitory. Normally the girls' dorm is off limits to the boys so I thought I'd wait in front for her, but, oh some nice people let me inside. When I looked back there was a large crowd of people behind me. It was kind of interesting to see how diverse the different kinds of equipment were. Zephyrus. Did you forget that you're a hero? No, I have the strongest job right now. I got it when I first entered the school and caused an uproar. When I arrived there were a lot of people who called out to me and when I said that I was here to pick up a party member they offered to guide me. Of course this place is forbidden to men and was in the game as well so, how could I pass up infiltrating some place that even the game wouldn't allow? Can you wait a little longer Zephyrus? I'll be done after a moment. Oh are you having difficulty with something? I can help you. When I said that there was a rattling sound from the back and then something that sounded suspiciously like an avalanche. Hannah? What? Hannah smiled brightly. I'm coming in. Wait, Zephyrus it's a little messy right now. I pushed Hannah out of the way. She resisted, but my STR and several other values were higher than hers. When I entered, I saw that her room was full of red magic stones piled up into large piles. Of course I knew what it was going to look like before I walked in, as the avalanche had sent magic stones rolling towards the door. What I didn't expect was her room to be nearly filled to the brim with them. Hannah, what is all this? That's cute, but being cute is not an answer here, Hannah. Not It's been less than a month since you've moved in. Why is the room filled with magic stones? There's a reason for it. Oh? I'm sure this will be good. In other words, she's addicted to slime pop. I knew I would have to talk to her about this addiction at some point, but it seems like I waited too long. Get rid of them. Get rid of all of it right now. Put everything into the item bag. Hey, it's a good thing I hadn't given the other item bag to Kalu and Rika yet, because it's times like these where it's good to have two of them. After that I went on a cleaning rampage and managed to fit all the stones into the two item bags. I'm glad I decided to come in. This is amazing, Zephyrus. I can see the floor again. What kind of life have you been living up to this point, Hannah? Hey, what are you going to do with all of those stones? Hannah was looking around the room as if it had suddenly gotten bigger, but she came over to me and asked me as if wanting to hear some kind of secret. I'm keeping them. You're joking? Of course I am. You're terrible. You're the terrible one. Reflect upon your actions. Oh, okay. Well, I guess for the time being the mission to pick up Hannah has been completed. Afterwards, though, a rumor spread that I forced my way into a girl's room and took all of her belongings. However, Mrs. Phyllis was able to control the rumors and correct it as a misunderstanding. However, the more troubling aspect of this was that the amount of fans I have seemed to have increased because of this incident. CH 159. I'm removing the additional chapter option for right now. I'm going to try and put out as much Neat Skied as I can for right now. You'll still get chapters of this though, so don't worry too much. Anyway, if view-wise Neat Skied does well this way, I'm going to try it with this. I'm aiming for 1 million total views for this month just to see if translating is sustainable. So Hannah, how is it that you lived in that room? I mean, how did you even cook? I borrowed the kitchen. My room never had a kitchen to begin with. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot, since the aristocratic dorms come with that. While Hannah was telling me about the shortcomings of her room, I found out that it was only recently that her room had begun to overflow with the magic stones like that. She said that they had been being turned into slightly larger magic stones or otherwise consumed in alchemy. I was just a little anxious because most of my money had been spent on equipment. You call that being a little anxious? Apparently in the future I need to be careful about making Hannah anxious. But it's been great, Zephyrus. With my unique skill, it doubles the outcome of some of the low-class items that I make. Like with the lower-class potion, it doubles the output. It's getting more and more fun to make the MP potions. I see. Good for you, Hannah. It seems like Hannah had actually been properly doing alchemy and was even getting the hang of her unique skill in the process. However, I can't truly be happy for her after seeing the state that her room was in. Hey Zephyrus, are we going to go collect more magic grass? Yeah, but I want to go up to E rank first. After that we can go and collect some, but please be patient for a few more days. Oh, sorry, but until then keep practicing with your material return skill and your unique skill. Everything is determined by dedication. Okay, if you use material return in conjunction with her unique skill, you can essentially increase the number of items that you have indefinitely. However, there is the factor of both the skills consuming MP, so I handed over the MP recovery 1 Latvian Lats necklace that I had, although it would still be more efficient for her to go into the dungeon and collect the materials due to the small amount of MP that has. So what are your plans for today then? Are you going to take the E rank test? No, that's tomorrow. We have something to do before that. Maria told me that we have to go get the rare boss materials. So we're going to the bamboo dungeon? Are we going now? First we have to go and empty the item bag into the warehouse. If we went right now we wouldn't have enough room to put all the materials. After all, we have both of the item bags filled to the point that they are overflowing. I never thought that we would fill up the item bag for the first time outside of a dungeon. Who taught her how to do that? It was cute. If I didn't have an iron will I might have been taken in by it. After we arrived at the warehouse I was scolded by Rana for being late, but after that I emptied the bag out and the magic stones came out like a tidal wave. It was magnificent. I can still hear Anna screaming about how she can't swim. After that all 5 of us headed to the bamboo dungeon. This is that power of the Saint, Holy Light Tree, Bibiru, Bibiru, Bibiru. Rana wiped out 2 enemies in a single blow. Now that you've seen my power, isn't there something you want to say to me, Zephyrus? Huh, yeah. It's super powerful. Why did you say that like it was a question? Rana was excited, but I was a little down since I wasn't getting a turn in all this. The others had become too strong, so Hannah and I gave up our turns to them. I'm going to attack the next one too. Wait a minute. The ghosts don't come out until the 6th floor, so it's still my turn right now. Rana, you've attacked quite a lot, haven't you? Let me have a turn. The princess gets priority. That's the first I've heard of this. We fought a lot of battles, but they barely slowed us down, and since there were no more secret rooms, we arrived at the relief area around noon. CH 160. I'm going to blow the whistle now. I'll do it. No, why not? This is a super rare item that when blown increases the probability of a rare boss to 70%. I've only used it one time in the past, but when I did, I played a grand tune on it. I shall do the same thing this time. What would make Rana think that I would let her even touch such a special item? This isn't a guild item, it's my own personal item. Fine. Rana walked away quietly after I said this. She's surprisingly obedient sometimes. Anyway, I got these items while challenging bosses solo, so they aren't related to the guild in any way. Technically his Kittiness is supposed to be my item as well, but since it's an item meant to be installed in the guild, it still somehow finds its way into Rana's hands every now and again. So what's the boss we are going to be facing this time? It's a rare boss, so it's going to be strong, right? Will my magic be effective against it? How strong is it? Rare bosses are supposed to be stronger, right? Does that mean that it's going to be the same as an intermediate class boss? Chara, Hannah and Esther all held their hands up in matching poses as they asked the question. When Rana saw this, she desperately tried to think of a question so that she could join in, but she ended up just holding her head, trying to get her brain to work. I'll answer all your questions, just give me a moment. I thought of something. You can ask yours in a minute. In the end, I was the only one that didn't participate in making this weird pose. First, Chara. The rare boss this time is the Yin and Yang Bamboo Man. He rides a Segway and uses holy attribute magic. The Bamboo Man uses physical attacks, but this time the attacks would be of a magical nature. It moves very fast, which makes it something like a moving magical turret. It can cause a large amount of problems for melee attackers. Sign if you try to chase it. It can easily outrun you. Well, it depends on how you do it, of course. But if you just run after it without thinking, it will of course just outrun you. Now on to Hannah's question. You will have an INT of 263 and be using intermediate level magic. You should be able to deal a decent amount of damage, meaning that you'll be able to fight normally. Yay! Hannah also had a lot of poison items she made from the items we got in the mushroom dungeon. Although the boss is a machine type boss, so poison has no effect on it. I'll have to find something she can use those on later. Now Esther. Yes, the boss will be on the same level as one from an intermediate class lower tier dungeon. Everyone was now over level 40, so we should be able to face the boss without any problems. Although if everyone hadn't unlocked the 3rd stage of their jobs yet, I wouldn't have even bothered coming here. Understood. Lastly, I turned to look at Rana. Now Rana's question. What was it again? I forgot. I haven't told you yet. Oh right. Although she worked hard trying to improvise a question, so it probably isn't anything important. What's the boss's unique skill? You actually had a decent question? That's really surprising. Who would have thought that Rana was capable of asking a question like this? The unique skill is magical bamboo cutting. It sends 8 different magical axes of varying attributes in a spinning arc in front of it. Basically it throws out 8 magical axes, although they are all imbued with an attribute, so if you get hit, it will hurt. Okay, alright, I have another question. What's up? You can ask me anything. What happens if the whistle doesn't work? Do we just defeat the boss and then make it respawn? Don't jinx it. She's definitely jinxed it now. We can't even see in the boss room right now because the door is closed. Although shortly after that we finished our strategy meeting, blew the whistle and entered the boss room. Bye. See what you did, Esther. Could you take care of it please? Why? Yeah. The moment we opened the door we were left looking at the whistle's failure thanks to Rana. Although with Esther's unique skill it barely took her 60 seconds to break the Segway and rip the boss apart. Although she initially looked confused about me asking to fight the boss herself, she was now overjoyed. Okay, Let's try again. I'm getting a rare boss this time one way or another. CH 161. Jigagagaga. Monster voice. Hooray. We have a rare boss to grab. It's boss round 2. The effect splendidly piled up this time when I used rare monster summoning flute. Boss only. The monster this time was a doll wearing an exorcist costume, with long white hair extending till its waist, a kabuki face superscript 1, riding a Segway with a fan on its each hand. The rare boss of the dot. Well, the probability of summoning it is 70%, after all. I swear for a moment I felt as if had turned into a rare boss and beckoned me, saying let's have a rematch, but it must have been my imagination. Yeah, it should be so. Move as we have discussed earlier, and pay attention to the stray bullets lest you get hit by them. Their magic power is extremely high, especially you, Hannah. Evade even if you have to roll down. I know. Due to the effect of Hannah's re-status has changed back to its default value. I fear even a light strike would be enough to shave off her HP to a dangerous level. I have reinforced her defense as much as I can, but if I'm being honest, it's barely enough to prevent the worst case scenario. Jijijiji! Exclamation mark. Sierra made a move first, pulling the aggro who began to move towards her. Is the enhanced version of dot, a skill to firmly pull the enemy's aggro towards herself during the combat. The turns towards Sierra, opens her fan and waves it towards her. Jijiga. As soon as it waved the fan, 3 magic balls fired from the tip. It was a light attribute magic, the dot. A mid-grade low-rank magic. Don't avoid it. Earlier in our strategy meeting, we had decided to first check what kind of damage a mid-rank boss can rack on Sierra without using any of her skill. She's completely devoid of any buff support right now as I didn't ask for Lana to cast dot. Considering it's just the beginning, requirements were ripe. The magic clashes against Sierra's in multi-hit. Dot. I see. It's certainly impactful. Sierra might have muttered it only to herself but I was able to hear it just as well. It seems the attack strength holds quite the punch. Enough to push back Sierra slightly, though her HP didn't seem to be affected at all. Oh ho, as expected of our bastion Sierra. Should we act now, Sierra? Yes. I've made you wait, Your Highness Lana. Let's go then. An exclamation mark. Let's go. Let's chase after him. Support is up to you, Hannah. Esther, let's go. Okay, I'll do my best. Leave it to me, Jigga. Esther and I dashed off in the opposite directions. The strategy was simple, literally corner the boss to the wall. The S movement speed is high due to her riding on a Segway and it's also hard to approach her because of the setting. The more you try to approach, the more the boss will distance itself. However, there's also a tactic to reverse its pattern and drive the marionette to the wall by purposely distancing yourself until you get her to the desired position. It's a recommended strategy, since it's not tough to drive her into one place as long as 2 people cooperate. The only problem was you'll be more exposed to its attack, so it's necessary to tank on his attacks. Jigga. Evade. There's no need to face it head on, Sierra. I know! Exclamation mark. As we tried to corner her, the fired light balls, a range-type attack magic, less than 32 consecutive light balls. We focused on avoiding while following stray bullets dealt by Sierra. Rana's Re's value is devilishly high so I don't need to worry about her, but Hannah needed to be kept an eye on. Is a defense skill focused on swift interruption. Sierra, being agile at aiming, quickly interrupted the oncoming attacks and protected her. The who was seemingly disgusted by our continuous advances while avoiding the attacks, retreated back even more and once again swung down its fan. Jijijijigagagaga. The magic this time was a full area burst magic. Dot. It was an inescapable wide-O attack without any gaps, so the only thing we can do is try to endure this wave if attacked. Esther, quick! Take the defense stance. Avoid being knocked down at any cost! Exclamation mark. Got it. Sierra. Support. Dot. Induction cover is a range-guided defense. It belongs to the skill on the upper tree of dot. It's an outstanding skill which pulls all the attacks towards the caster and defends allies from attacks. As for the price, the damage the caster receives will be multiplied but some of it will be cut, since it's a defensive skill. Attack was rapidly gathered towards Sierra, to the point that it didn't even reach the rear guard. Reliable Sierra. As always, an optimum skill was chosen. Though Esther and I still received slight damage, being out of the range of Sierra's as we're chasing down the marionette. The damages were reduced plenty thanks to her outstanding defensive power. and we weren't affected that much. I'm going to heal now! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! I'm backing you up! Exclamation mark! Lana's is a mid-grade continuous healing magic. It should be able to heal the damage we received in 10 seconds or so. Hannah's leapt towards the, who stopped its attacks temporarily to avoid it. Can you move, Esther? Yes, I'm all right. Okay, let's go. Esther continues to move forward without backing down despite the massive damage she took earlier. Tagging will change if we back down now. It would be impossible to get support at our position and we would have to start from zero again. Even though we are finally driving the boss into the corner, we resumed our advances under Lana's healing, and after dealing with various attacks, we finally managed to corner him. Jijiga, caught off-handed, the fell down after colliding into the wall. Now's the opportunity. Magic group, commence long-range attack immediately! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark cubed! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! Jijagaga? The incessant magic downpour finally managed to deal massive damage to the dot. Sierra, Esther, understood. I will not let it escape! Exclamation mark! Esther and I shut off its escape route, while Sierra uses a defense skill from quick interruption to move and pin the down from front. She was able to catch up quickly as the rearguard gradually advanced. She broke out in a dash as soon as the fell down to the ground and we managed to surround her safely. Now it's my turn to end this. Jijiji! Exclamation mark! The marionette tried to invoke the full area burst spell as a last resort, which was the standard pattern used by the when being surrounded. I had informed Sierra beforehand to use as soon as the marionette was surrounded. Everything went as planned, and the full area burst spell was pulled through by Sierra, leaving the full of gaps. Now! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! Jiga! The second unique skill of Brave 4. I have only used it once in the battle, but the buff it provided was tremendous. There couldn't be any better chance than now to use it. Wah! Hang on, Sierra, I'm going to heal you! Exclamation mark! Sierra, who pulled the full burst spell, was almost shaved half of her HP. Lana, who was surprised to see that, immediately healed her by using high rank recovery magic. I don't need to worry about them, it seems. The development afterwards was just a one-sided massacre. Without the mobility of a Segway, the corner-driven was forced into an intense battle where we surrounded it to not let it escape, held him down to that position, even if it meant taking some damage, and thoroughly continued to give her damage. The tactic was based on the S inability to use close-range attacks or attacks with knockback effects by which we could have forcefully made a break with. When the effect ended, the S HP dropped to critical level, and a familiar red effect emitted from the fans she was holding. Incoming attack from above. Pay attention. What came to my mind was the in-game, there, puppeteer style, giant bamboo axe beheader. It was the scene of giant axes dropping down like a meteor I had seen multiple times on screen. Though it's quite hard to imagine from my current position. Everyone, move as planned. Jigger. It was the final killer technique of the, and also its last resort. With the addition of Rage Mode due to the boss HP reaching critical points, the power of this skill has risen even further. The front lines would collapse if any of us got hit by it, and at worst, we could be wiped out by an all-out attack. Fans turned into 8 giant axes which revolved around itself as the center and then poured down incessantly one after another. However, this attack has a weak point, which is its narrow attack range due to its straight arc-shaped attack pattern. In other words, this can be avoided by taking a roundabout route. Hence, exclamation mark, Esther and I immediately opted for agile skills used as emergency maneuvers. The split and corner strategy was successful precisely because I knew about its attack method. The has stepped forward a little to initiate attacks again. I immediately dashed in an arc, avoiding the attacks. Fortunately, Esther didn't lag behind either, while Sierra simply withstood the onslaught of the attacks by using another defensive skill, which offers unusually high magic resistance. Now, exclamation mark, Jigagagaga, my follow-up 2-hit attack, splendidly scored a critical hit, which has a high chance to occur when the boss has just finished using a unique skill, putting it in a stunned state. Now or never. Commence all-out attack. At my cue, everyone released their strongest and Jigaga. Finally, the SHP fell down to 0 and soundlessly vanished with a huge effect. As expected, A mid-class boss was incomparable to your ordinary Joe. T.N. Hi there everyone. I will be the translator of this series from now on. As you may have read previous chapters, this is a light-hearted series focusing on dungeon exploration, beginning with the excitement of being able to play his favorite game in reality, the desire to overthrow the reign of a troll job, Berserk, and to show the world the true splendor of Dot. Follow Zephyr in his journey and how he changes the world around him. 1. Kabuki face, referring to the face of an actor who has worn Kumadari-style makeup in the kabuki play, a type of makeup which usually emphasizes one's expression in drama. Search kabuki play etc. for the image. 2. Tsukumo, usually refers to the object that has acquired spirit. If anyone is familiar with Tsukumomo anime, it's the same type as Kiraika. 3. Some skills names will be different. It's quite difficult for me to search each skill name in the previous Raw chapter and then compare them to Pref TL chapters. 4. Brave. In contrast to Pref TL, I will be referring to MC's job as Brave. One of the reasons is in upcoming chapters, there will be other jobs who have hero word added in them. Another reason is in CH9 or 10, where Zephyr shows his job list. There were 3 types of hero synonym job which should be familiar with you all: Yasho, Iu, hero, in katakana which usually sound like English. Zephyr had chosen Yasho, so I'm going with Brave to make it stand out from other jobs which have hero words. CH 162. You guys did your best. Thanks for all your hard work too. Hey, the fight was so thrilling. No? Oh, I understand that feeling. Nothing can beat the feeling of getting stronger. Everyone gathered as the fight was over and with a rushed greeting, Lana and I exchanged our impressions from the battle. We managed to defeat the Dot. To be honest, I didn't expect our strategy to go as planned without a hitch. Even with it being the first battle, we were able to snatch a victory with a splendidly executed strategy. I'm sure it's because of our current members that it went so well. Sierra's defense was also perfect. I wouldn't have been able to corner the marionette down while constantly worrying about the rear guard without your defense. It was a breeze with you surrounding and locking the boss down. The idea just suddenly came to me. I felt like it would go well if I did it. She was so strong that it didn't feel like enough, no matter how many countermeasures you come up with. It was really exciting when we managed to do it right. The boss was nothing like the beginner bosses we had dealt with. Overwhelming power and a series of tension-filled events really drops me in a euphoric feeling once we managed to defeat him. That's why fighting with strong enemies is fun. This time was a very troubled and formidable enemy that possessed various types of magic. It was simply impossible to stop its barrage of attacks, but it was also thrilling to have such a tense fight when you're prepared to suffer a certain amount of damage. That really riled me up. I expected nothing less from a rare boss. Basically, bosses in the can be separated into 2 groups: serious bosses and gag bosses. Gag types are understandably the ones like, and so on. Not only their appearance but even their attacks are like they were created to troll others. Although they aren't exactly weak, they're still troll monsters. It's impossible for them to make your blood boil with excitement. In contrast to them, serious bosses are strong and thrilling. And since most rare bosses are classified as serious bosses, it's easy for the situation to develop into a blood-boiling one. After all, they can even use Dot. Not to say rare bosses' status are usually one level higher compared to their counterpart bosses, which makes me doubt myself sometimes, thinking I'm going to lose. Which at the same time, fueled my desire for thrilling battles even more. I really love rare bosses. They are excellent in both the battle and drops. Oops, I almost forgot. What about the drops? I immediately turned my attention to my surroundings as soon as I recalled this, and my eyes found 3 people, including Hannah, standing before a treasure chest. Zephyr-kun, let's open it quickly. They're so fast. Lana, hurry up or they might open it first. What the? I'll never allow it. Hurry up and move if you don't want them to open it before you. Roger. Both Lana and I, who were still in the hots after the soul-stirring battle, immediately regained our calmness at Sierra's remark. Nevertheless, isn't she in a good mood? Maybe the battle this time also excited her. For this reason, her voice seems more gentle than usual. I inwardly made up my mind to ask her opinion on how today's battle went. Oh, so it's a silver chest this time. It's regrettable we didn't get a blessing this time. What a shame. Rare bosses do not drop wooden chests. 2 silver chests are the minimum guaranteed drops. Well, A silver chest is rare enough, but it's still hard to not miss the charms of a golden chest. I want a golden chest. However, if one recalls our luck this far, it seems inevitable. We have fought 3 rare boss and our luck was as followed. 2 gold treasure chests. After the fight with second battle form. 2 gold treasure chests. I guess there's time we should let rest. I may actually doubt my luck if I had gotten another gold chest instead. Let's try to save up on luck. Who knows if there's something important waiting for me in the not so distant future where I urgently need to use it. The treasure chests were opened as my heart was palpitating, and inside it was the and the dot. Oh! The is a jackpot. It's an accessory equipment with the effect of increase light attribute strength +4, that belongs to the same group as Hannah's dot. It will surely enhance Lana's strength. Let's give it to her. As for the dot, it'll be dumped in the warehouse. Interesting. The new equipment is extremely good. I know, right? This is a hit. When I was also equipping a new wait, what about my question mark? I'm not equipping them. When I carefully recall, I remember I have requested Marie-senpai for dot. I should have to take them later. That's all for now. It's time for a rematch with a rare boss. Let's aim for the jackpot again. Let's aim for it. When I said that to them, Lana and Hannah raised their fist up in excitement. Both of you, I'm so moved. But the whistle can be used only one more time, right? I hope it's a hit, Sierra said in a worried tone. The probability of success is 70%. After all, it's a probability that it will naturally make you uneasy about the final use of it. But that's not a problem. Rest assured, I have one more. What did you say? I was satisfied when Sierra unusually stared at me like her eyes were daggers. I consider it a success that the secret has been kept so far until now. Phew, ha ha. We can repeat it as many times as I want. By the way, it's also one of my personal belongings I acquired in my solo battles. Fine. Though, I'm surprised you can defeat a rare boss solo, said Sierra as she looked towards the wall where there are many super strong monsters among rare bosses. You only have destruction awaiting you if you formed a party with superficial strength. And to solos such monsters is unthinkable. That's another matter if I have a terrifically high level, but my level is still low. Well, that's because I'm a hero. Your reply kind of gave out nostalgic vibes. Sierra chuckled as she whispered slightly in response to my reply. I couldn't help but be attracted when the usually cool Sierra laughs like this. The so-called Gabmo. Afterwards, we once again charged into the boss room after using the flute. And what awaits the was the dot. Damn, it's a miss, Mr. Sensei. We will be relying on you. Bye-bye. T.N. Superscript 1 Cat of Fortune. In previous translation. In literal terms, it means the same, fortune cat. However, MC usually calls it as if referring to a person and not object, and together with the honorifics term, I decide to go with Sakinko-sama. CH 163, Giga. Gaga. Ga. The HP was quickly brought down to 0 from Mr's strong stab coiling around with light attributes 4 times. Leaving the first try, I blew the second flute a total of 4 times. Although the first time was a miss, I successfully managed to spawn a rare boss 3 times, and currently, we are butchering for the 4th time. Speaking of which, I was wondering what would happen if the monster's Segway were to be destroyed in the second round. What if we didn't even need to drive it to the wall, and by smashing apart its only means of transport, the boss might just be a sitting duck for us to bash one-sidedly? Or so I had expected, but for some reason, we couldn't destroy the Segway. What kind of force is working behind it? I guess it might just be normal, given it was impossible to destroy a Segway when I was playing the game either. I was considerably looking forward to seeing if it's possible to defeat the Segway in the real dot. What action will it take then when it's destroyed? I was hoping that it could be destroyed, even though I knew just why the hell can't it be destroyed. My intellectual thirst for the is surging. What happened to you, Zephyr-kun? It's so bizarre you're not excited by a golden chest. Hurry up and open it. What? A golden chest? My excitement gauze immediately broke its roof the moment I heard Hannah saying that we struck gold. Fu, seems like all the luck stacked up until now has been used up. Did we even have such luck? A rare boss has finally given us a golden chest. You can even hope for excellent items, and as for whether it will betray my expectations, chances are almost non-existent. The 3 we have defeated until now has only given the minimum guarantees of 2 silver chests. I was just thinking it's about time for us to get a golden chest. and it wouldn't be strange for it to take place either. The numbers are 2. Not perfect. That's a bit of a letdown. Well, who's going to open it this time? Me. Only 3 people came forward excitedly. I turned to look at the other 2 members. Can you stop looking at us as if we're some sort of strange entity? There's nothing strange with us. It seems that Sierra was offended by my gaze. Had I made such a strange expression? Or maybe I did. Don't think we're as obsessed with them. Let the 3 decide. You can't, Esther. It's a golden chest. You know, I can't put it into words, but I feel like there's something good. Maybe we're going to strike gold this time. My heart is pounding in excitement. It would be a waste if you didn't experience this. That's how valuable a golden chest is. For a princess to use words like this was a waste. She's right, Esther. Nothing can beat the feeling of opening a golden chest. It would be outrageous of me to ignore someone who hasn't come in contact with such divine feelings. Esther, you don't need to hesitate. It's a golden chest. Sigh. Even Hannah-chan is pushing at it. Fine, I'll do it. Esther finally nodded at Hannah's magic words. It's a golden chest. As expected, the charm of the golden chest, it even manages to fascinate Esther. In the end, Esther and I were given the honor of opening the golden chest after deciding between ourselves. It's been a while since I've opened a golden chest. I don't even recall when was the last time I opened one. This is the first time you're opening a golden chest in front of everyone. I feel like you're holding yourself back, huh? It was true. As I fumble around at my memories after Sierra's remark, I haven't opened golden chests at all, except during the and it's only today that I'm opening it with everyone for the first time. Exactly, we all thought you're purposely acting like that so that we could open the chests. Esther, who was standing in front of the golden chest, nodded. What a thing to say. It seems everyone misunderstood that I was holding back on opening them. Apparently, that's one of the reasons why Sierra or Esther didn't volunteer to open it either, especially Esther. Her state of mind was like it would be unethical to open a golden chest when the guildmaster is not opening or something like that. Seriously, even I would have wanted to open it if I could. Well, it's pointless to brood on the past. I will show them by opening more and more golden chests. Let's pray first. Please let our prayers be reached to. Let our item be a jackpot. Please let us hit the jackpot! Exclamation mark. Esther first offers her prayers to and opens the chest. It should be the vehicle Segway that they was riding on. Hannah, Lana and I simultaneously raised our excited voices as soon as we saw Esther take out that thing from the golden chest. And then everyone's gaze gathered on me, hinting at me to quickly explain. Its official name is there, popularly known as DOT. It's an all-purpose movement item, unlike the accessory equipment that it rides on. If you were to ask what's the difference between them, one is an item while the other is a piece of equipment. Can only be used for movement by one person. It'll be damaged in the dungeon when it receives an attack, so it can only be used for personal use. You also can't attack while you're riding it. I paused for a moment. These were the disadvantages of it. Next are its advantages. The special ability of lies in its movement speed. At its full speed, it will take no time to go from one end of the academy to the other end. It's a very convenient device that will make your tiring commuting life in the academy a pleasurable one. In short, it's a bike. That sounds vague, but it's quite useful. Speeding up is an indispensable part of the game, as how it was in DOT. In certain games, the more the story progresses, the faster you move, altering from walking to dash and dash to bike. 2x, 3x speeds are becoming a norm in the game recently. It's such a norm, that the game would prioritize speed to the point of even turning a blind eye to contradictions or bugs, such as, being so fast you can't hear what someone else is saying. You can't hold a conversation with the members of your party, and so on. Such were usual in games nowadays. That's how indispensable the quick means for travel was. Wasn't the type of one-tap movement game. You would have to properly control your character to the destination. That's why I was really delighted to have the option to speed up. In fact, even if we didn't gain vehicle items like, I already had a proper plan B prepared, although that would be a bit expensive. So it's a hit? Yup. Despite saying that, it's just a one-person vehicle. In the game, the player just has to control their character to ride on it. I wonder how it will be handled in this reality. Whatever, that's a topic for another time. Right now, I have to focus on my golden chest. Heed my prayer and bestow me some luck, please. For God's sake, Can't you see you have already been blessed? Click. I opened the treasure chest and in the lies a single fan, a rare boss weapon. Lana, who peeked in from the side, exclaimed. As she has said, it was one of the fans that the boss there has used as a weapon. The Demon Vanquishing Sacred Fan, Attack Power 8, Magical Power 48, Divine Fall LV8, Divine Pillar LV5, Force LV2T/N. The word here used is Saint, but I have changed it to Divine. A weapon prioritizing level over status. It's undoubtedly one of the top class weapons in the beginner level dungeons. The magic it offers might only be mid-rank, but in addition to the sacred attribute magic and offensive magic, its resistance buff is outstanding. Weapons like this are definitely the biggest jackpots. Both Hannah and Lana can equip it, which will give a tremendous boost to their strength. But which one should it be handed to? CH 164. Zephyrkun. There's something I want to talk about. Do you have time? Yup. What's the matter? On Friday, the day after our battle with her was over and all the materials were delivered to Gant-senpai, Hannah came to visit me today. It's rare for Hannah to visit and consult. Thought you have an inkling why? Most likely, it's about the I'm sure she must have come to talk about that pool or mountain or whatever you call it of magic stones she has produced but had trouble finding a place to store them afterwards. It's about the mid-grade dungeon you'll be diving in. And, I was wrong. Strange. It ranks quite high up in the list of important matters. But it seems she didn't visit to talk about this. Well, let's hear her out till the end first. I only know mid-rank and low rank. I can't match with Lana-sama at all. Even in the boss battle yesterday, I couldn't do more than scratch the boss. The boss was a mid-grade low-level dungeon boss, right? Not to say, Sierra-san has to protect me all the time. Oh Hilda. It seems so. I made an adequate quip to Hannah's talk, which was surging like turbulent waves. It's rare for her to do this. Her venting seems to have been bottled up for quite some time. In summary, so you want to say that with your current strength, it would be difficult traversing the mid-grade dungeon with us? That's right. I wonder if you have any solution, Zephyrkun. I guess she has taken quite a toll from yesterday's battle, being unable to do anything. It's true she could only do so much as keeping herself safe in that battle and be protected. The cause is apparent as well. The frontline members with me in it has become quite strong, which in reverse inevitably makes Hannah a weak link. In short, she is no longer able to keep her pace in battle. To begin with, it's impossible for an alchemist to keep pace with combat job holders. Nevertheless, she was somehow able to keep up till thanks to but the unnoticeable gap before was now suddenly turned into a chasm with the unlocking of the third order tree of our group. The difference between the battlefront and production department has become much more apparent since the tree was unlocked. The difference didn't come out that much since there's a bit of in status. Until then, you can also freely assign your sup to a certain point, but with the release of the second tree and then the third tree, the jobs would clearly begin to show their expertise in their respective area. Hannah has already finished her third stage tree and her job has started to show its brilliance. It's the same for us, Battlefront members, too. Our party member's job is just too remarkable for a production job holder to follow after using all means possible. Our jobs ranks best among best, as everyone's job boasts more than 20 sup. If it was a similar mid-rank job it might have been possible to do something with makeshift, somehow, but it's impossible for her to follow through with this large difference. And even in the future, the chasm will just continue to widen even more. I stretched my neck and concluded my opinion. To talk about options, there are many available, but I guess they are not what you're looking for. The first and quickest option available for Hannah to follow through naturally is a She will be able to continue dungeon diving with us if she takes on a combat job. Since Hannah is A, she wouldn't be able to get a job higher than a high-rank low-class job, but Hannah's still satisfied with it. It's just all the hardship she has gone through until now. To raise her job level will go down the drain with her level reset to 0. If possible, I would like to avoid this option. The next option is to become a porter who uses a She would be able to accompany us, but this means being unable to participate in the fight, which is opposite of what she wants. I've finished explaining all that, but Hannah still held a long face. So it's difficult after all. Well, one would usually choose a combat job if they wanted to capture a dungeon. I see. I knew it would be so. I'm sorry for wasting your time, but it's too early for you to give up, Hannah. Huh? For there aren't just those options to choose from, or rather, this method is my favorite. The final method is to upgrade the equipment again and take her to dungeon diving with us by loading with her equipment. I had been thinking about this way for so long. Hannah just looks like a typical magical girl from her outward appearance, but only because of the drop, and she actually doesn't hold a magic job. It's just a forced imitation, which of course is incomparable to the actual job. That's why there's a need to search for an alternative method which could allow her to fight as an. The preparation for that is also in order now that Hannah has unlocked the third stage trio and has a. The only problem is the procurement of materials, which I have already prepared in advance. Now is the time to use the piled up materials I didn't sell precisely for this moment. The great reformation of Hannah is finally going to see the light. Though there are still things to do. Hannah, you have to make as many items of this recipe as you can. Saying that, I handed a bunch of bulky bundles of recipes to her. The bundle of recipes are about the items, which shows the true worth of an. Ch 165 recipes for ? What's more, there's so many of them. When did you buy them, Zephyr-kun? Yesterday. To be precise, it was through the intermediation of the item guild of Mary Senpai, whom I have requested to repair the. The partner guild was someone expertising in dealing with explosives. The items in the game are so abstruse in so many ways that you can set up a specialized guild for each division, not to count abysmal varieties. For example, there is a guild specializing in, and there is also a guild specializing in. The tasks of each division are different, and it's necessary to have considerable information about which item comes to which division. One can also request for a production guild to work as an intermediary, because their connections spread far and wide. So, although I asked Mari Senpai for the repair of it actually comes from the expertise of the guild. But now you may be wondering, how is the repair of a flute connected to explosives? The reason being, lots of bombs tended to be the item with a limited number of usage, so the and so on have lots of repair skills on that kind. Well, I could have asked for it to restore it, but since I was in need of recipes, I requested them. By the way, an is generally categorized in attack items. There are items that look like disposable dynamite, but skyrocket-like times launcher types are in the mainstream. What's more is that they instead imitate the wand-like design over the typical cannon types, so even if it's called bomb, you will not be able to make a head or tail out of it. For example, the is also classified as an. Flutes are also the same. In short, any wand with finite usage isn't an equipment but an item. That being the case, Mary Senpai and I visited the guild after hunting down the 20 times. After that, to repair the flute, a one-time usage repair cost is 500,000 mia, so the total cost for repairing it 8 times is 4 million mia. It's quite a hefty price, but not as bad by taking the value of rare boss drops. The profit isn't that much from beginner mid-grade dungeons, however it began to rise considerably from intermediate bosses. It was at that time I bought the recipes. Amazing. Hannah, who listened to my explanation, muttered out with her mouth half opened. Now isn't the time to space out, Hannah. The Academy doesn't buy recipes, so these aren't available in the Academy's grand library. One can only try to gather them from other sources. There's only one thing to do now. The is like a jack-of-all-trades job which can manufacture items from various divisions, and so on. An alchemist's forte is to make anything as long as there's a recipe to make it through. Recipes of I have brought this time are also the kind of recipe which can be made by. Incidentally, doesn't seems to have any either who can make use of them, so it was a steal deal to get them in cheap prices. Also, I'm glad the guild name isn't another gag. Including the you made from last time, it will dramatically raise your attack types. If you are unable to rely on magic, increase your ease, and as long as we strengthen your defense, I can guarantee you would be able to fight the intermediate dungeons somehow. If the enemy is a physical damage dealer, use. If the enemy is a magic-only user, bombard them with your explosives and poisons. With higher ease, you should be able to manage. As I began to explain to Hannah about her future direction, she took out a notepad from who knows where and fervently began to take notes. I wonder if it's the influence of Sierra. The main task is to reinforce your defense and item production. You should just focus on recipes. If we get any good defense equipment, it will turn to you, and the higher grade the dungeon is, the better your defense can be strengthened. Oh, okay. But wouldn't that be expensive? Relax, there are items I know you can make. which can be sold for a high price when money becomes an issue. You have to work hard for this. Materials can be gathered from the dungeons too. I'll work hard. Hannah clenched both her hands and showed her burning determination. As long as the path is shown, I'm sure she will work hard. After all, it's not an easy feat to stay together for so long while being a production job holder. Even in there, she would be on top if we make a ranking who has more guts. It's because of Hannah's unwavering determination that I am constantly thinking about methods to make her wish come true. I'm going to give it a go. Wait, Hannah, aren't you forgetting about today's event? Hannah tilted her head in confusion when I stopped her as she was just about to return with the recipes in one hand. Geez, she really forgot about it. Sigh. I should have reminded everyone yesterday. Today's the day of the E-Rank Guild examination. CH 166. A compulsory test for guilds to raise their rank for the first time. Prerequisites. To summarize the prerequisite, the F-Rank Guild we have formed until now was just a novice play, and the real thing begins at E-Rank. One can take it as unlocking the third order tree, as it is the watershed moment for jobs where they truly begin to shine. Intermediate dungeons can only be cleared after you have mastered your job, and the test's contents are in the arena. If you want to raise your guild rank, guild battles are inevitable, and only after winning can you rank up your guild. In another sense, you wouldn't be able to go for job hunts if you don't perform satisfactorily in the guild battles. How strict? The guild battle of the ranking competition features starts to appear at D rank, but in fact, there is an opportunity to experience guild battles outside of the ranking competition. The information about them is available after the guild becomes an E-rank, and that's why the guild battle format is used in the E-rank exam. I'm so excited about the guild battle, Hannah said in exuberance, recalling the scene of the guild battle Hannah had gone to watch before. I know. It's also my first guild battle, so I'm looking forward to it. A battle royal type format where multiple groups fight each other. Being one of the main contents of the number of people that have fallen to its charm isn't something to scoff at. I was also one of them. Dungeons alone are interesting, but guild battles are twice as fun. It's one of the reasons behind S mega popularity. I arrived at the guild with Hannah. Everyone was already present by the time I entered, as I had notified them before in the guild chat. I wouldn't have known what to do if others had also forgotten. You're finally here, Zephyr. Sitting in front of the Lana turned around with her face brimming with joy. Good morning, Zephyr Dono. Although Esther's words were the same as before, I could feel her tone was a bit brighter than usual. Good morning. It appears that everyone is here. Good morning, everyone. Currently, the guild has 8 members. I raised my hand in greeting to the other 6 members. Hannah also bowed politely. It's strange that when a lily like her makes such a gesture, it really looks mo. After exchanging greetings with Sierra, Celeste, Karua and Rika, I gave the signal to start the meeting immediately. As I have informed in the guild chat, our guild will be taking the exam to raise ranks into E's today. Hooray! Our guild is going to be a rank E1. What do you think we should prepare for the celebrations, Sierra? Let's get Lana Sama's favorite 100% apple juice. Great. Great is not. Don't be so quick to rejoice. We haven't even participated in the test yet. Or rather, I was in the middle of explaining. Geez, you're such a bummer, Zephyr. It would be too late to prepare after passing it. Do you know how tiring it would be to arrange everything at the last moment? It should be the custom of her home, the royal palace, right? However, the only ones who are having doubts at Lana's word are me, Hannah and Karua. Apparently, it's a normal custom for aristocrats, including Celestine. Karua tilts her neck slightly, looking clueless and question marks written on her face. Quite a contrastive difference of feeling. Well, whatever, let's continue. Guild battles will not be exactly as high profile as the one we have seen before. It's only a test that caters to beginners. You will be given proper details by the instructor there. Actually, it's a bit tutorialish. The deal is sealed as long as you have sufficient ability. Because if you fail in the game, the instructor will correct your mistakes. Though, it's a bit different in reality. The number of participants is 5 people. First, you will be given instructions by the instructor about the guild battle's rule, system and basic tactics. To make sure you have properly understood everything, we will be given the task to in an opponent-less match. In the end, we will play a mock battle of with the instructor. Opponent-less, also known as, is a system where anyone can practice matches like Protect the Castle, to quickly eliminate the monsters or capture the giant castle efficiently and so on. As long as you pay the mere, it's quite tough, isn't it? Aren't we just going to lose when we go up against an instructor? It's not what you think it is. Hearing about the details of the exam, which was more than what she had anticipated, Lana was feeling a little uneasy. The reason why the exams have so many variations is because the ranking competition that will begin at D rank will be commenced in an arena, where various companies and businessmen are invited from all over. In other words, they charge a spectator fee. That's why there is so much variable content. If the content is boring, the academy will become no more than an ordinary school in others' mouths. There are also many factors from the academy's side. Though saying that, it's the same for the students. No one will come to scout them if they give a bad result. In other words, both the academy and the students take this seriously, each for their own interests. I explained, summarizing all the above details. For these reasons, the academy will go easy on starting to bring up the students' motivation and fighting spirit. It would benefit no one if instructors really goes all out against the students. What a vivid reason. But I understand. Although she still wore a bit of a strained expression, Lana nodded to my explanation. So Zephyr-kun, have you already decided on the members? We have also reached LV20 and unlocked our second order tree. I'm sure will be helpful. Rika with a serious look asked and Karua with drowsy eyes added, unfortunately, it's still not enough. As mentioned, the minimum prerequisite for the E-rank exam is LV40. Even the intermediate lower level dungeons need you to be a bare minimum of LV40 at your job, so you'll be a spectator for this exam. I see. Roger. Let down, said Karua after yawning. Celestial 2, I'm sorry. Please, it's fine. I'm still stuck at LV6. Either way, I would just be a hindrance to everyone. Well, if we become an E-ranked, I'm planning to train everyone until you guys reach LV40. But until then, please bear with me. Now, the 5 members who will be taking place in this test are me, Hannah, Lana, Esther and Sierra. Yay. So it's our usual team. Understood. I will do my very best to prevent slowing the others down. Me too. But it's my first time taking part in it, so can you properly explain to us about the guild battles? Of course. Leave it to me. After a brief session, everyone headed to arena number 7. That's where we promised to meet Phyllis Sensei today. The procedure for the E-rank exam was completed yesterday. Now, let's demonstrate our efforts. CH 167. Arena number 7 is one of the 7 guild battle exclusive dungeons, which the academy takes pride in. Incidentally, the guild battle we watched last time was in arena number 1. Arena number 1 is the largest and arena number 7 is the smallest. The size should be understandable from the fact that no more than 10 people can take part in it. Normally, it's used in production guild battles. In that arena were 3 instructors. One of them is Phyllis Sensei, while the other 2 are a pair of male and female instructors near their 40s. Both of them were standing a few steps behind, so I guess Phyllis Sensei is the one in the lead today. I had planned to come a bit earlier than the appointed time, but it seems we still left them to wait for a while. We quickly walked up to her and greeted her. Good morning Phyllis Sensei. As the representative of, we will be in your care for today. Good morning everyone. You're welcome, and do your best today. Phyllis Sensei returns the greeting with a refreshing smile. And then, her eyes stopped on one of the members. Oh my, Rika-chan is also here. And Sama, can you please spare me with apostrophe-chan in the academy? Also, we're in the middle of exams, so please refrain from whispering. It's so disheartening to see my little sister so strict with her Oni-chan. Should I say I hit the mark? As it appears Riku and Phyllis Sensei are sisters. Their looks and the vibe they give is just so similar. I had considered this possibility. I heard their jobs are also of the category. As for the deposition, I feel like Phyllis Sensei has a more lax character. Rika's Annie-chan? Yeah, she's the one I was talking about who's working here as an instructor. What a surprise. Fufu. It seems there are new faces here, so let me introduce myself again. I'm Phyllis. Call me Phyllis Sensei. Okay, Phyllis Sensei. Yes. What's your name? Karua. Rika and I are a duo. Oh my. Only Karua was the one among us who wasn't acquainted with Phyllis Sensei, so the conversation seems to become livelier. And Sama. As expected, when the conversation goes past the introduction and becomes your usual chit-chat, Rika quickly brings them to the track. Oh, let's have a private chat next time, Karu-san. I will tell you more about Rika-chan at that time. HNN. I understand. You don't have to, Karua. I guess both of them have become good friends after being in a two-person party for so long. Jake, I'm envious. I should also deepen our friendship once the exam is over. Well then, let me introduce you to the instructors who will be in charge of the guild E-rank exam today. Ladvana-sensei and Mukai-sensei. Both of them are full-time instructors of the combat department. Major. Nice to meet you, boys and girls. The instructors who were standing behind Phyllis-sensei greeted us after she introduced them. The female instructor is Ladvana-sensei and male instructor is Meikui-sensei. I think they are quite the veterans, judging from how Phyllis-sensei introduced them. By Ladvana-sensei. You mean that question mark? You know Sierra? My interest was immediately piqued up at that uni-like word. No, in fact, she's a well-renowned person. It is really surprising how you have so much extensive knowledge yet strangely have a gap where you don't know about commonplace details. Oops. It seems she is quite a famous instructor in this world where only I don't know. 2. Has not detailed down to the individual's valor. So of course I would be clueless about the person who hasn't appeared. Moreover, unlike the game, dungeon captures haven't progressed that much in this real life, and there's also a big discrepancy about the famous names who are quite active in them. To this date, I still have yet to come across a name of a character from my game time. If I really meet one, I will definitely want a signature. By the way, it was something I heard later, but it seems that uni-like words are equivalent to a medal bestowed to someone when they accomplish a great achievement. I wonder if I would also be called by those two names in the future. I'm just an assistant this time. Phyllis, you can proceed. Yes, understood. Oh, the lax-looking Phyllis-sensei immediately turned sharp just at the single remark of hers. A capable individual befitting of her uni name. It seems that Sierra doesn't know about the other instructor, Meikui-sensei. I'm sorry, Meikui-sensei. You didn't make the cut. We then received the lesson from Phyllis-sensei. As I mentioned before, we will learn the rules, system, and basic tactics of guild battles with practical experience. And then, let's practice then. You wouldn't be able to move as you want if your body doesn't experience it. The appearance of the venue changes at the same time as Phyllis-sensei finishes explaining. This should be the diamond field. It has the fewest number of squares of all the fields, making it suitable for guild battles with a small number of students. Even the number of giant castles are only 3. It's really fresh and amusing to see fields changing shape at such visual speed. It seems that Meikui-sensei is manipulating fields. After gazing at the amazing transformation for a while, monsters who are going to protect the castle are also arranged and preparation is complete. We will begin with first so everyone can participate freely. Though please remember that monsters around the forts are in the range of LV 510 while monsters around the giant castle has LV 30 monsters matching its difficulty. After the explanation of Phyllis-sensei was over, our training began. Everyone come here, it's time for a strategy meeting. All the members of, albeit looking perplexed, still gathered quickly at the sudden meeting. The aim was simple, to assign groups. As I have said before, it's basically to move in a group of 2 or more in the guild battles. Let's first split into groups quickly. You need to charge the castle to secure it, and the 2-man cell is to advance efficiently. The pairs that were formed are Hina and Sierra, Lana and Esther, Karua and Riku and Celestine with me. Only my pair with Celestine has a considerably high level difference, but she just has to follow the overpowered me. Since I also want Celestine to learn more, we quickly parted our ways and I aimed at one of the forts safeguarded by the monsters. SSSH. The snake-like monster that was about to sneak an attack at Celestine's waist was blown away and turned into an effect. What a packed punch. It's amazing how far you have blown it to. I am very much gratified. A high-ranking jobber belonging to the category can also use US skill. So, Celestine is a combat battler. Butler's bat is a battle bat. Then what does it do? I don't know, but I'm sure it must be a word referring to something about a butler. All of the above assumptions are wrong. The LV of her job is low, but the things she can do will increase once it is raised to 40. I guess I may have to show her the ropes just like Esther. I take a look at my other members. Being the founding members of our guild, Lana and others have a high level, so monsters defending the fort are just small fries to them. For now they are practicing how to move from fort to fort efficiently in as much little time as possible. It's like a marathon baton passing technique. It will be fatal if they make a blunder here. So the other four are also practicing enthusiastically. Rika seems to be perplexed by Karua's speed. After all, Karua presently boasts the highest speed among all of Rika, however, on the other hand, seems to be at her wit's end from being unable to catch up with her at all. We continued our training with such feeling, and it finally ended when the giant castle and the two forts were taken down. Everyone returned back to their position in front of Phyllis-sensei. Let's begin the actual exam. Members are up to 5 students and 3 instructors, and I've already explained the rules earlier. In addition to that, an item that bans instructors from attacking the base will be added. Time limit is 30 minutes. Yes, thank you. Finally, time for the actual. But before that, it's strategy meeting again. CH 168. Format: participants, students, 5, versus instructors, 3. Stage: diamond field. In a diamond field that was already small to begin with, a castle and 2 forts are laid out in a baseball game-like format, with a giant castle in the first base and the other 2 forts in second and third base respectively. The stage formed a miniature version of a 9-sided polygon field. Participating members are at the base placed in the middle of the home base and third base. Our group gathers at the west side, white, base, while the instructors group are assembled at the east side, red, respectively. The members participating are me, Hannah, Lana, Sierra and Esther, who have already crossed the LV40 mark. Unfortunately, Rika, Celestine and Karua still have a long way to go, so they were moved to seats near the base and are acting as spectators. I hope we will be able to participate together in the next D-rank exam. The distance is really something, Esther whispers out while gazing at the opponent castle. I hadn't exactly felt the distance in game, but now that I'm experiencing it in reality, it's really just as Esther has said. I can't say it for sure given how the distance between the forts changed from arena to arena, but it's around 500 meters apart. After all, this is a dungeon. It's as wide as Olympic venues. With the vastness of the area, it's quite often the spectators watch the match through the help of an item or live coverage. Therefore, the spectators' seats are placed in key points such as in front of the giant castle or the base. Incidentally, the price of the seat they are sitting on is the most expensive one. Though, it's free of charge this time. 500 meters, we would be thoroughly exhausted if we have to run across this distance. Rest assured, one's stamina increases each time you raise your aga. Isn't it evident from how you didn't even get that much tired from dungeon exploration, Lana? Now that you've mentioned it, that seems to be the case. This is also a blessing of having status. Status gives you the blessing of improving your physical ability. Though it's a mystery why Hannah, who hasn't put a single point in her agility, didn't get tired. She sure is a tough girl. If everyone's doubts are cleared, shall we start a strategy meeting? No questions. You can start. Sierra nodded as everyone's representative. Good. The format this time is with advantage of numbers favoring our side, so this game is practically in our bag. Really? But instructors aren't easy to defeat. Valid question. However, it's fine as long as you don't initiate a fight with them. Have you wondered why Phyllis-sensei added the rule of instructors being banned from attacking the base? So that we don't unnecessarily start a PvP. In fact, no one needs to work their brain to know what would be the outcome if they attacked our base. But with that rule, as long as we steadily earn points while avoiding them, since we have the advantage in numbers, it would be our win. This game is all about who can make more moves. Because we have more people to score the points, there's no reason to play a game of Daredevil uprightly when we know it would be a fool's errand to fight them. This is one of the tactics. This game is all about the point system. Even if there's a disparity between the strength, there's no problem as long as you avoid them. And this in fact, is one of the test perimeters. The exam will result in instant failure if any foolhardy students recklessly initiate a PvP against the instructors, saying something like, "Give me some pointers, Sensei." Please fix your foolhardy mindset first. Now let me show you the road to victory, Zephyr style. The first way to win is to capture 2 castles of the opponents. It wouldn't be wrong to say that's the only available route. So, the victory is almost set in stone if we captured the castle in the north and west. Then, the opponent wouldn't have any choice but to recapture them again. The group who takes down a castle will receive 2000 P. Even if the castle is captured in reverse, the opponent team will receive 2000 P, but we will not lose the points earned and will result in a draw. Let's hypothesize that we secure 2 castles and the teacher's team secure 1 again. The points will be 4000 versus 2000 respectively. In addition, forts are even more of an advantage point because we have more people and can take a much larger number of them. By simple calculation, if we gain 500 P, the opponent will only be able to earn 300 P. Then, the difference will become 4500 P versus 2300 P, and that difference will just continue to rise. To get out of this deadlock, the instructors group can only opt to capture 2 of our castles. Then, the situation will reverse with 4500 P versus 6300 P. At that point, the number of castles we'll have would be 0 and 3. However, if we were able to take down one of their castles, our points would be 6500 and we could maintain the deadlock. We'll have 1 castle while instructors 2. Our win would be secured with just having 1 castle in our bag. Isn't it amazing? There's no more than 3 instructors, so they don't have enough manpower to defend even if they capture all 3. Because if they really divide themselves in 3 to safeguard castles, the empty base would be left vulnerable. After all, students aren't banned from attacking their base. All of the castles will belong to the side who has taken it down, and there's 2 minutes buffer time before the opponent group can initiate an attack. So, the opponent would be unable to do anything if we did it when the time was about to run out. In contrast to the harsh conditions for instructors where they have to take down their castle and they wouldn't be able to win unless they protect them all, the difference is overwhelming for us who can win just by holding down 1 castle. This is the terrifying aspect of having a large number of people. Then the central north castle is the key point of this strategy, right? Just as Ista has said, victory is practically ours as long as we take it down. I understand. The first step you take is more important than anything in the dot. The first move is to take down the central north castle with everything we've got. It's startling how victory would be almost decided with that, but that's also what makes it interesting. Here's how we're going to split our strategy. The one who has the highest Hagi among all of us is me, followed by Esther. We will be taking the lead and aiming for the castle. Okay, Hannah, Lana and Sierra follow after us as soon as possible. After all, the HP of the castle is huge. I believe you may have felt it in the Mox battle, but it's not something 1 or 2 people can take down in a short time. One of the rules of being the castle will belong to whoever that brings down its HP to 0. As an example, even if our group has taken down 99% of the castle HP, the castle will belong to the opponent's side if it's their attack which brings it down to 0. I absolutely want to avoid this happening. For this reason, I hope to take down the castle in the shortest amount of time possible when the opponent still has yet to catch up with us. The strategy is simple. Taking advantage of our speed, Esther and I will make a monster-free road for other members to catch up with us quickly, and will immediately take down the castle with the all-out attack from everyone's help. I explained the specific strategy to them. Does anyone have any doubts? I don't have any. No. As Zephadona wishes, I will do my best. Everyone's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. That's great. Everyone is excited. Good. Then let's do it. Roger. CH 169. What a bunch of high-spirit kids. It's an excellent guild. Yeah, so muttered Ladvina, as she looks at everything happening in the White Castle where guild is, through a monocle-like item which grants the user farsight, and the one who nodded in reply is Phyllis, a newly appointed instructor in the combat department major from this year onwards. The usually gentle and lazy Phyllis in fact is indebted to Ladvina, which isn't surprising, as Ladvina was the homeroom teacher of Philia for the whole 3 years, when she was a student. Phyllis has been very much looked after by her, so Ladvina is close to a mentor to her. And what kind of trick fate has played? Phyllis is now working in the same workplace as her. It has been close to 1 month, but Phyllis still doesn't look accustomed to it. The rumors and the princess. Others don't seem to be weak either. It's really a miraculous guild to be qualified to take the E-rank promotion exam in less than 1 month's time. Ladvina puts away the monocle while saying that, although she sounds amazed, Her tone is still gentle. She is really delighted to see a guild with a promising future appearing. Phyllis doesn't look up to as her mentor for nothing. She has a strong teacher temperament who loves to aid and guide the students to correct their path. Well, Phyllis, you're the leader this time, so we will just follow what you say. It's really hard to determine how to move. In the end, is a bit different from other guilds. The E-rank exam is just a checkpoint. It's like a ceremony where they guide the students, and sometimes give them a push. In this exam, what is required from the instructors is to determine if students are being foolhardy or have they learned anything so far from dungeons. They will teach them again if they haven't learned it, and once they have passed this hurdle, they will guide them through the dot. Thus, the E-rank exam is a test which helps students consolidate their abilities and motivation. That being said, neither of them knows how to guide such an out-of-norm guild. Hence, the reason why Phyllis is having a headache. We are here to correct the mistakes if any problem arises. What Phyllis ought to do is follow what your feeling says. Who knows if the normal way turns out to be the best way to teach them about guild battles. By all means, that guild seems to be flourishing on its own under the leadership of the Dot. Even if you can't show them the way, I have a hunch that they are capable of learning on their own. So I think it would be futile to teach them through any special means. Time is nearing, however. She still hasn't prepared any strategy. It's about time to commence the test. Are preparations ready, Meikui-sensei? Ladvina turns back and asks the male instructor, Meikui, who nods and gives a thumbs up. He's quite an untalkative person. However, his knowledge in practicals is incomparable and relied on by the students. He's untalkative. Come on, leader, let's not make our dear students wait. Hurry up and decide. Okay, then, let's take the central part first. In the meantime, we will change our course depending on how the opponent moves. Ladvina-sensei and I will be a two-person group, and Meikui-sensei, please capture the forts and secure a route to the eastern castle. The central region, to describe in Shogui's terms, is a strategic point. As long as they can take it under their control, it will become a key point for them to allow capturing forts, castles, bases, and they can even defend them smoothly. Usually, instructors wouldn't go as far as to capture the central region right from the beginning, but the opponent they are dealing with is an anomaly. Regardless of the victory or defeat, Phyllis' thinking is to capture it first so that she can respond to any occurrence. Honestly speaking, it's a bit unpalatable to win like this, but just as Ladvina has said, the best way to teach them is to simulate a true guild battle scenario. Central, is it? Well, this is also fun on its own. Okay, let's go. Yes. Then, Meikui-sensei, take care of eastern side please. Receiving the approval of Ladvina, Phyllis gives out the instruction. Meikui nodded in silence as usual, did something in the tablet terminal, and soon, a gargantuan screen appeared above the mid-space of the dungeon. A countdown timer displays on it. The exam will begin when it turns 0. It seems the other side has also began their preparation. Ladvina used the monocle to once again check the situation in base, and also confirmed that the students can properly see the screen. There's no referee this time, so buzzer would be the signal for start. It wouldn't be any good if they can't see the countdown, so it's another duty of instructors to ascertain it. Then, a buzz echoed from the screen as the cue to the beginning when the countdown reaches 0. Guild battle starts. Oh, what? The instructors were instantly flabbergasted at the movement of the envy, who unhesitatingly dashed out of their base. They didn't look like a newbie guild who's taking a guild battle for the first time, but a veteran team who has gone through multiple guild battles. Ladvina was taken aback in surprise, while Phyllis yelped in astonished voice. Oh, the other side also seems to be aiming for the central region. Phyllis, what action will you take now? Huh? I mean, no. We can't change our strategy at this point. Let's move as we have discussed earlier. Understood. Though, these kids surely are quick for already being at the second square. We will be overtook if we make a blunder, so be careful, Phyllis. There was unthinkably quick in action, and it was a surprise for them. The instructors also defeated the monsters around the castle and proceeded while taking control of the forts. Yet they couldn't put much of a gap even though they were taking them at considerable speed. Just when Phyllis thought they would end up encountering each other in the central region, the opponent side abruptly changed their course and advanced towards the northern region. We can't be like that. So their goal was northern castle all along. What are you going to do? Chase the more secure central region? The castles are hard to take down with their high resistance. Unlike the forts, monsters are also considerably strong with LV30. With their abilities, they would surely be able to catch up with them, but it would be a different case if they decide to take the central region. What's more, rearguard also on their trails. As Ladvina said, the opponent team's rearguard is already chasing after the two members who left first through the white painted square, and because white painted area is still under the protection period, they are unable to stop them either. If they leave the central region and pursue them to the northern square, it would be possible to secure strategic location later. But it's also unknown if they will be able to occupy it even if they fight for it. Opponents have 5 members while they are only 2, not to say she's not confident in stealing the last hit to take down the castle either. In that case, they are better off securing the central square, is what Phyllis thought, not realizing that it's a completely meaningless action. Continue as planned. Good grief, Phyllis. You still have a long way to go. As a veteran, Ladvina could predict what'll happen afterwards, but Phyllis can't. The choice becomes the key to pushing the instructor group into a dilemma. Ultimately, the instructor group secured the strategic point while they continues to advance in a straight line and managed to capture the northern castle. Phyllis group lagged behind in the point difference, but it was soon turned into a deadlock by the points earned by Meikui-sensei by taking down the eastern castle. Phyllis group then wanted to take down western castle, but since they was close to it, it instead fell into their hands. With this, all of the main castles have fallen down. From there should be the commencing of a PvP battle while racing for the forts, and Phyllis group, who boasts an overwhelming difference in LV, can challenge the students from the rule perspective, but then, it would deviate from the true meaning of the E-rank exam. So what Phyllis group can only do is to take down other forts while defending the castles they have already acquired. The central square was secured, and the Phyllis group expanded their camp greatly in the central region. This should have been a significant strategic advantage, but they instead focused on acquiring the forts outside of the central area. Like a ring, it seems as if they don't care about any strategic point etc. and aimed for any square they can get their hands on. Thus the point difference against the Phyllis group was unilaterally widening. Not to say the time left is only 8 minutes. Phyllis group made a comeback by turning over 2 of the castles of the dot. But wait, what? Aren't we going to lose at this rate? Phyllis was surprised, as the screen in the mid-air displays, although Phyllis sighed, red, seems like they are in the lead. The situation can easily be out of their hands if even one of their castles falls. Phyllis, who finally realized what was happening, turned to face Ladvina. Goodness, that boy is really something. He completely outplayed me even though I was quite serious about this. This is really my inexperience for not being able to see through his ploy despite the LV difference. Ladvina just chuckled in response, as she already knew how the situation was going to unfold. Phyllis sweated when she saw it. Since when she was dancing on his palm? Certainly, there was a difference in number from the beginning. However, he's just a student, not to say a freshman who's in the academy for less than a month. With the LV difference in mind, she let down her guard. LV difference isn't directly connected to the victory in the guild battle. No matter how strong an individual is, it's just a losing battle if the whole guild isn't strong. Phyllis shouldn't have forgotten it too, nor had she planned to go easy on them. In other words, you can say she was playing as if it's a real guild battle, although she was somehow bound by the rules, and it's not unusual for PvP to be banned either. She didn't care much about it. But the result, she's almost on the losing end without understanding how. Just one more chess piece to fall and victory is out of their hand. Now that will be a sight to behold when Phyllis knows that everything was happening just as a freshman student has envisioned. Ultimately, the exam ended with the who took down Northern Castle winnings, which was left undefended since the Phyllis side with only 3 members could only defend 2 castles. The count became 0 and settled at the point less than white, 8,360p, versus red, 7,850 greater than. E-rank exam, guild battle. Winner, CH 170 points, white, 8,360p, versus red, 7,850p. Quite an easy victory, wasn't it? I still can't believe it. As a buzz echoed, marking the end of the exam, Esther, who was standing near me, muttered in a slightly stunned voice when she looked at the score displayed on the screen. Looking at scores might make one wonder what's there to be so surprised about, But in that score lies a chasmic difference, a chasm that can't be traversed no matter what. More precisely, it represents a distance that the opponent can never hope to cross even if they take down another castle. Once a barrier of no entry is put up under a protection period, they wouldn't be able to stop even if they wanted to. Advantage of acquiring forts. As long as it's not destroyed, the overwhelming advantage will continue. You can say it influences the victory or defeat in itself. Forts are only 10 points, a mere 10 points, but if you pile them up, it will lead to landslide differences. This is the reason why they were so frantic to take them down in their face-off in the dot. It's not like the thought of isn't devoting yourself to acquiring fort would result in missing other details. Never passed through my mind but just that much of a significance these little forts hold. Although it's an easy win, it's all due to the special restriction, because the opponent couldn't take initiative in commencing PvP and the advantage in number. Else it would be an impossible story. Besides, the biggest reason is all the members moved as we had planned out in our first strategy, and that's the biggest factor in truth. No matter how good a strategy is, it would have been impossible to snitch the victory if the members hadn't moved as we planned. Not at all. It's all thanks to Zephydono's well-planned strategy in preparing these shoes. It would be tantalizing if we lost even after that. Saying so, Asta gazed trailed down to her feet. She's currently equipped with dot. These equipment were written in the recipe Lana got from at the time of battle with Wolf. Second formand, which I then asked Mari-senpai to produce for every member. Dash boot, defense 6, swiftness 15. Movement speed increased to LV5. Equipment status themselves are screaming that they are made for the guild battle. Besides, it was a drop item we have received from the silver chest of a rare boss, so they are naturally bound to be extremely strong. That's why I gave these to everyone but asked them to wear only at the time of guild battle. Thanks to this, Asta and Mew speed rose considerably, and in addition to the buff which Lana gave right at the beginning of the game, we safely managed to capture the northern castle. To begin with, I feel like they were quite serious too, given how they immediately planned to take the central region under their control. To whoever central region falls means it would be quite hard for the opponent to move freely. In addition, the instructor's speed was also considerably quick. That's given with their high job level, but thankfully both him and Asta managed to get away with the buff from Lana and the dash boots. I have asked to make them for everyone, just in case something unlikely happened, but now I am glad that I made that decision. While I was reflecting about the match, all of the scattered members finally returned to the base. Thanks for your hard work everyone. All of you were amazing. Thank you too. I'm really glad we won, isn't it Zephyr? Truly. Even now my mind is constantly thinking, did we just win so easily? I am astonished. Indeed. Just, who the hell are you? Foolish. Of course I am! Exclamation mark. A hero that guides everyone to the road of victory. Whoa, Zephyr, you were really cool with that line. Please say it again. Of course, I'm the who guides everyone to the road of victory. Clap clap clap, so cool. Clap. I also think it was really cool when I took a cool pose while using their appeal to sprinkle a glitter effect. Lana applauded and cheers. Somehow, it seems that this really fascinates Lana. Even Hannah cheered and clenched her fist. I feel like I might be addicted to this. Calm down everyone. Phyllis Sensei's group has arrived, so be more attentive. I looked up at Sierra's words and saw the instructors heading towards us. Congratulations everyone from the dot. Thank you very much, Phyllis Sensei. How was the exam? Foo-foo. Of course, perfect marks. Congratulations. Is now an E-rank guild from today onwards. Buzz. The members behind me all buzzed with excitement. I also tightly clenched my fist in excitement. Although I already knew the results, it couldn't beat the excitement I get when I'm being told directly. A pleasant numbing sensation ran through my heart. In fact, I could barely control my grinning face from breaking my persona. Oh, you sure are grinning hard. Seriously? I rubbed my face when Sierra pointed it out and once again attempted to control my expression. Better now? But I still seem to have a smirk on my face. Well, it can't be helped. That was our first guild battle while the is still a fledgling guild with few members who are all beginners. It was a guild battle in reality, not something on the screen. It was so fun and a win over instructors who let their guards down. That's why it's hard for me to control my grinning. A force measure, foo-foo. Then, this ends the guild SE rank promotion exam. Please receive the rank certificate at dot. The guild room will also change to E rank, so don't forget to prepare for move. Understood? We will. This would be all then. Good luck on your future endeavors everyone. Thank you very much. In this way, the guild successfully received the promotion and became an E-rank guild. CH 171. To everyone's hard work and the E-rank promotion, cheers. Cheers. In the evening of the E-rank exam guild battle, we held a celebration party for our success. We gathered with Karua, Rika and Celestine once the exam was over, and after completing promotion formalities at the reception for guild applications, our guild officially became an E-ranked one. E-ranks have much more advantage compared to F-ranks, but the most noteworthy advantage is the members limit has been increased to 15. Now we can finally usher in the 4 people who had been waiting for the interview. In addition, we also got a new base for our activities. Our guild room until now was in Tower A for the purpose of F-rank guilds, but it has now moved to a building for E-rank guild. The so-called E-rank guild building comes with 1 large room and 2 small ones. Whether it's the main room or the 2 side rooms, both of them were spacious and magnificent compared to the lackluster F-rank guild's room. Going by the normal routine, 1 small room would have turned into a storage room and another for production use. However, one of the side rooms is already filled with Hannah's magic stones, which is a little troubling. It's not like they can't be used, but it's impossible for now, and I can't sell them either. I'm sure if I did that, Hannah would surely burst out in tears. The best way is to let Hannah work on production for some time until 90% of them are used. There's also that wonderful preferential treatment where we can arrange up to 4 guild items. With this, we would be able to arrange and the houseplant set indispensable for and. Speaking of which, I think I have yet to explain about the significance of these 3 present items. They are called, but anyway, I will have the time to introduce it later. Incidentally, the first thing I did after moving was to arrange into the household shrine. Though it's now lying on Lana's lap, it's really hard to defend against Lana's demonic clutches. Nevertheless, I knew Zephyr is like a walking encyclopedia. But to think he was even familiar with guild battles. The earlier guild battle deeply impressed me. You were really cool, Zephyr. Thank you. Rika and Karua watched the game from the audience seats. It was a pity they were unable to participate in this exam because their job levels weren't enough. But it seems that the game was quite stimulating and fun, that both of them are now sitting on the seats beside me and ravishing me with praises. Especially that thing. How did you do it? As if you already had the victory in your grasp from the start. The way you had the advantage in point from beginning to end was heart-throbbing. Just how were you able to come up with that? I understand you will have an advantage by taking the forts, but I didn't get how the Phyllis Sensei's group could not have any advantage even after taking down Castle HNN. I also didn't understand at all. In short, it's all thanks to the special restrictions and the rules. Victory is certain with some tactics if there's not any PvP rule or when both sides' strength equally match. But it also works because you know enough about opponent team. Swept in the rear's enthusiastic query, I was also fired up and explained. Though I didn't know much about the opponent this time, it was enough to know that there's no PvP. All that was left to do was to flesh out a strategy based around the fact, and that was enough. It's because I clearly know we have no PvP, and the difference in number is that no matter how high their LV is, I could win with a well-planned strategy. Even when I explained in detail, both Rika and Karua were making faces as if I was speaking some kind of alien language. Either way, it means Zephyr is strong. Extremely strong. Well, it was more of a win through strategy compared to strength. But this is also one part of strength. No, it's frustrating that we can't understand even a bit of that. Now they're making me embarrassed with such high praises. However, they have yet to understand the splendor of the most beautiful flower in a guild battle, that is PvP. I will definitely show them even more passionate scenes, just you guys wait. Asterisk. You're finally beside me, Zephyr. I've got a really interesting thing in my hand. I'm in a good mood now, so I will give you a taste of it. Come, give me your glass. When I moved beside Lana, who was in an extremely good mood, called out to me while holding a big bottle. What is inside that bottle? It can't be alcohol, right? Minors aren't allowed to drink. As I looked at the big bottle in vigilance, Esther explained from the side. This is a less than 100% mellow apple juice, a rare drop from a rare monster called Dot. How about Zephyr? Don't try it. It's something not so easy to get our hands on. Juice? Now that's something interesting. I'd like to try it. Be grateful that I'm letting you taste such an exquisite drink. Of course, Your Highness. I'm extremely grateful. Thanking her sincerely, I pushed my glass forward to try it. It looks like your ordinary apple juice, but the scent it gives is on whole another level. As expected of an item mentioned in the text of a royal purveyor in the game. It looks awfully delicious. After hearing the details, it seems to be Lana's prized possession. Royalties do have royal taste. Let's quickly try it. So delicious. I told you. As expected of the royal purveyor apple juice. A savory and refreshing taste spreads in my mouth when I takes a sip. And the aftertaste is really smooth, too. It is one heck of a delicious juice. I feel like I might get addicted to it. If I'm not wrong, is in the mid-grade higher rank dungeons. I will definitely give it a visit someday. Just you wait! Phew, ha. Asterisk. Sorry for the wait, Sierra-sama, Hana-sama. Thank you, Celestine. Thank you very much. But I think adding Sama to my name is a bit. Why is Celestine playing the role of a waiter? When I turned to the next seat, Celestine for some reason was serving a wet towel, plate, drinks etc. And accepting it ever so naturally was Sierra. However, Hannah seems to be in bewilderment and showing resistance to adding apostrophe Sama to her name. Nothing special, just because I'm the lowest ranking member in there, and my job is A. I see. But leave this aside, Celestine. Just enjoy the party for now. Okay. I heard dishes are made by Hana-sama and it's really delicious. Tilda. I'm quite confident about my cooking. Oh, it's rare that Hana is actually boasting. Seems like she's quite proud about today's party menu. But I guess she has every right to be, as each and every dish is truly exquisite. How about Sierra? Do you like it? Naturally. It's really fun to talk with Hana. Her cooking is also delicious. If possible, I also want to take her to my house. You can't do that. I know. Rest assured, I'm not gonna do anything. Though, it actually depends on Hana. I'm not planning to tie her up to me after graduation. Zephyr, once again, congratulations on E-rank promotion. Why so suddenly? Nothing. I'm just glad I joined your group. Well, your conclusion is quite hasty. After all, aren't we just a little E-rank guild right now? Foo. You're right. Not when the goal is S-rank. Yeah, I'll listen to anything when we become an S-ranked, but until then, let's move towards our goal together. I know, and I'm really looking forward to the future. Of course. Also, I have a request. What is it? I hope Sierra can be the sub-guild master. From E-rank and onwards, one must appoint a sub-guild master to assist the guild master. There are many reasons to, but mainly because the things needed to be done will increase by a lot. And having another person to assist the guild master really helps out. Very well. Aren't you going to think about it first? It's fine. There's no problem since I have already decided to accompany you on this journey. Thank you. It really helps me that Sierra had decided to become sub-guild master. If it's her, I can rest assured that we'll be in good hands. Somehow we managed to become an E-rank guild before the month ended. Our next goal is an intermediate dungeon. It's the true beginning of a battle stage where job holders with LV40 and third order tree unlocked can't afford to be lax. In contrast to the beginner dungeons where you can just raise your level and bulldoze your way through brute force, an intermediate dungeon is where one would run into a barrier if they don't fully utilize their job abilities. From here on is the true stage of the dungeons, where the ability of all unprecedented 1021 jobs shine. We have finally arrived at this point. Together with new comrades, I'm looking forward to the new surprises the real, which isn't a game anymore, held in its bag for us. Arc 2, one step closer to being the strongest, over. CH 172. Arc 3, a week-long new members training arc. I'm Lulu and I will be under the care of from today onwards. Please give me your blessings, Sakinko-sama. Oh, Lulu. Done with your greetings to Sakinko-sama? Let's greet the other members of. The day after the E-rank promotion exam, I immediately called out to the tentative member candidates we had decided on earlier. The first person to come is Lulu, a young girl who carries an amazing type of symbol called int category. Though she looks no older than a 6-7-year-old, so I guess calling her a child is more appropriate than young girl. Lulu first greeted me and Sierra when she entered the room and moved to the house shrine as if she was drawn in by something and was now greeting Sakine-sama, as one would expect from a self-proclaimed stuffed animal enthusiast. Lulu, when I called her, came running towards me with her arms outstretched behind her back falteringly. What's with that way of running? I didn't expect this way of running in reality outside of anime. Amazing. I'm sorry. I just felt as if I had been called by Sakine-sama. Maybe it's just your imagination. Lulu tried to make excuses for heading to greet Sakine-sama first, but I really didn't mind, as she greeted Sakine-sama properly. Speaking of this, have I greeted Sakine-sama today? Crap. Now I have this sudden urge to greet Sakine-sama. Does this mean I'm being beckoned by Sakine-sama? Where are you going, Zephyr? Come back. And Lulu too. You should probably greet everyone. Understood. Chided by Sierra, my body that was heading towards Sakine-sama returned. I felt like I could get along with Lulu. Sierra, to whom I have left the sub-guild master position, is looking even more stern than usual. Isn't she kind of looking even more cool? Under the supervision of Sierra, Lulu once again showed a serious expression and turned to me. Once again, I'm really grateful for you to allow me to join the guild, Zephyr-sama. You're welcome. Do your best since I'm going to train you without holding back. I will. Lulu regained her cheerfulness as she gave a salute pose with her hand on her forehead. She's so adorable. It seems like some of the members have been captured by her actions. I can't see since they are behind me, but I'm sure they must be having hearts marks in their eyes. Nevertheless, I can't believe I'm joining the famous guild. I almost thought Sierra is playing a prank with me when she called out to me. Lulu looked at all of us with her sparkly eyes. Her gaze has a kind of reverence, as if she's looking at her favorite idol. I'm sure even the person with a malicious heart will be purified when looked at by her innocent eyes. But my heart is clean, so there's no problem. Really. However, our guild is like an ever-increasing tide during the tsunami in the public eyes. Rumors have been spreading around that our guild screening for the candidate is absurdly strict if they want to join us, and only the finest one chosen after the nightmarish difficulty can belong to our guild. Though I don't recall ever having strict screening or nightmarish difficulty. Do they really think that interviews are so difficult? But I have never once rejected those who are eager to join us. And what the hell is strict screening? Well, it's not like I purposely tried to correct it either. I would most likely refuse if someone tried to hard sell themselves. Rather, it's because those rumors keep such people in bay that I find the current situation much more pleasing. Anyway, very well. How about we begin the process to acquire a job right away? You want there, right? Yes. But can I even acquire it? Have faith. I guarantee you will have this job before the day end. No, just in 2 hours. After all, it's that. Let's move as soon as possible. I can't wait to add her strength to our group. Lolly 2 Hero. This job mainly revolves around the debuff, but it's also an almighty job which can assume the role of tank etc. Not only does this job provide many skills that become the cornerstone of a party, the solo fighting power is also extraordinarily high. Another feature is it uses a number of skills from category which makes it possible to cast rapid attacks. Is usually an exceptional skill that allows you to link your combo twice or even thrice with the right timing, and together with its relatively short cooldown, it specializes in rapid attacks. Of course, just that much alone isn't enough for this to shine as number 4 in top ranking jobs, although one of the reasons tops as a number 4 in ranking is due to its adorableness and mo appearance. The biggest key point is its ability to recover MP from Dot. To sum up the core ability of this job, Ot can recover MP in a few turns. A certain amount of MP is recovered when one performs evasion, receives the damage, abnormal status, etc. The recovery amount greatly increases if HP goes down 50% mark, and if HP reaches a critical point, you can freely use skills with cooldown 0 and MP usage 0 only once in the battle. Anyway, it's a job which has a never-ending amount of MP. And then, the aforementioned rapid attacks feature. How should I say? It's just a jobs for playing all time. All the above features make it unrivaled amidst the group of small fry monsters. Though, the only thing this job doesn't have is recovery skill, so they need to prepare other means. Hence the reason why it's ranked top 4. However, more than anything, It's an extremely fun job. Even I have used this job multiple times in my replay and never once I got bored by it. That's why I have expectation from Lulu. In fact, this is undoubtedly the coolest job among all in Dot. Open to different opinions. I'm sure it would be as fun as it was in the game and I want to see it happening personally. As I have promised, Lulu successfully acquired job in 42 minutes, much earlier than what I had expected. But because of this, Lulu seems to be suffering from concussion. Oops, maybe I went overboard. This will be the beginning of Arc 3. I'm putting aside the character introduction chapters since there's not that much and instead we'll put this arc character introduction chapters when it will be time for them.